The moon illuminated the frozen forest with its blue glow. Through the quiet rustling of leaves, I heard someone's heavy breathing. She ran panting, fear coursing through her body. The girl irritably picked up her dress with her hands to keep it from tangling under her feet. The branches were hitting his body viciously, but there was no time to care about that. When she saw the thick foliage, she scrambled under the bushes, hoping to hide from her pursuer. Hot tears streamed down her cheeks, her whole body shaking uncontrollably. The bright red eyes in the monster's palms managed to find their victim. The girl's heart skipped a beat. She realized that the shelter would not be able to save her. She didn't know who this monster was. Maybe a spirit or a demon or something even more horrible. But I certainly didn't want to be killed by that monster. Adrenaline hit her body, and with a scream, the girl jumped out of her hiding place and ran again. The monster's voice rattled after her. The monster, in the guise of a twisted tree, continued to stalk its prey. It had no idea why humans were so afraid of them. And another ugly monster, resembling the appearance of a praying mantis, ran after him. The girl thought only of the slain warriors protecting her. She was alone and had no choice but to flee. A man came across her path. The way he stood, the way he held the blade, gave her a sense of hope for salvation. Because of his wicker hat, it was impossible to see his face. A rustling sound echoed through the area. Birds snapped from the branches in fright and took to the air. In an instant, the girl was on the ground. It all happened too fast for her to even realize that she had tripped and was already lying down. Her body continued to shake uncontrollably, and tears rolled even harder from her eyes. A monster in the form of a giant praying mantis was already at her back. The one was preparing for a decisive attack. The prey were too close. The girl jumped up, her body still treacherously shivering. The monster stared, a bit puzzled, words coming out of his mouth. The blade of the man who was in their path emitted an unknown aura. Time seemed to slow down in that instant, the wind stirring the leaves. It was only now that one could make out the mounted monster on his blade. He was still alive and choking on his own slurry, trying to utter something. Seeing this, the mantis squealed. He recognized this monster as his brother. The man grabbed the monster with his hand and began to slowly draw his blade, giving it as much pain as possible. The monster wriggled and screamed, but could do nothing. The tree monster was scared for his kin. He was shocked that anyone dared to touch his brother at all. They wanted to know who the man was who dared to do such a thing. Afraid to come closer, they watched the torment of their kin. Continuing to take out his blade, the man only replied that it didn't matter who he was. The rotted tree had no need to know the warrior's name at the time of execution. The hand that he had been holding the small monster with all this time clenched forcefully, and the black mess scattered in all directions. Crunching and slurping was heard, as well as the last cry of the behemoth. The silence of the forest was broken by the angry cries of the monsters. This man dared to kill their little brother. The squeal of the praying mantis penetrated to the very bones. The girl stared in disbelief at the warrior who had just dared to challenge such terrifying monsters. A light chuckle escaped the man's lips. He pointed his blade in their direction. Unbelievable that such creatures could consider each other brothers. With fierceness, the monsters swarmed towards the warrior, forgetting all about the girl. She only bowed her head lower to the ground for fear of being trampled. Still on the ground, she lifted her head, unable to believe what was happening. Something unreal was happening before her eyes. The monster's attack was lightning fast, but the warrior knew what he was doing. His movements were honed and his blade was sharp and deadly. The tree stretched out its gaunt arms and reached for the man. One sudden movement of the warrior and black slurry flooded all around. Dark energy flowed from his blade. The chopped tree fell to the side with a resounding thud. The mantis lunged to attack and met the warrior's weapon with its body. The monster screamed. The guttural sounds were horrible and nasty. A strange crunching sound could be heard, and the energy of the blade flowed from its mouth. The warrior looked at the wriggling monster. A strange crunching sound was still coming from its body. This continued until the monster shrank to the size of a bug. Like garbage stuck on a weapon, it lurching and wriggling. The energy from the blade was still rippling around. The man threw the monster off in one swift motion, and it flew away a few meters. The warrior took one last look at it and stepped on it with his foot, crushing it like a common bug. The man lifted his head and glanced toward the remaining monster. There was something incredible about the look in his eyes. It was like he was looking somewhere deeper than was possible. A strange blue reflected in his pupils. The tree was no longer the threat it had been. After being wounded by the blade, it had also lost its due and was a reduced copy of the former monster. He stretched out his arms with his eyes wide open. Just that he had lost 2 of his brothers and it was his turn. The blade had already been placed against his wooden body. The monster begged the warrior for mercy from his last strength. He promised him never to eat humans again, only to let him live. But no matter how the monster pleaded, The warrior's resolve was unwavering. The last swing of the blade chopped the monster into several pieces, ripping its life from its body. The girl had been quietly watching the whole time. The fury with which the warrior was chopping the tree monster was both sinister and delightful at the same time. There were shouts and a clinking of blade against wood. The warrior was ruthless to these things, just as they were towards people. His face knew no fear or regret. He knew what he was doing, and no amount of pleading could soften his heart. The girl's eyes traitorously began to close. She saw only the silhouette of a man. Exhausted, she was losing consciousness. The woman clutched the girl tightly by the shoulders and screamed right in her face. She was shocked that the young girl was still alive. The surviving victim from that night was still unconscious. She didn't remember how she'd gotten to the gate, didn't remember her savior, and even if she'd tried hard enough, she couldn't tell you how she'd ended up here. The woman still continued to shake her and then hugged her tightly. She was very glad the girl was okay. Only when she opened her eyes, somewhere in the distance was the same silhouette of a man, but he was so far away and now seemed somehow out of reach. She couldn't hear his name, but she wanted so badly to tell him just one thing. Staring into the distance of the receding silhouette, she could barely feel the woman's embrace. It seemed to her that after this night she was no longer alive or dead. The enraged boar rushes forward, bright red sparks flashing from his eyes. Distraught and ruthless, he only wants his prey. Now he's ready to devour a man who gets in his way. But the boar does not yet know the sharpness of the man's blade. The warrior takes a wide swing across himself towards the monster. There was a thunderous thud, and black blood along with the dark energy of the blade spread out in all directions. Lying in its own pool of blood, the beast begs the warrior for mercy. He swears he did nothing wrong. The warrior knows it. He just needs his strength. The man raises his blade, energy sparking around the blade. He thrusts the weapon into the monster without pity and burdens himself with the guilt of murder. The monster no longer makes a sound. Its body has left life, only blood and dark energy flowing from its carcass. The man looks at his hands. He sees something that another would not have noticed. The power that fills his body, and that power he still wasn't enough. The warrior adjusts his bloody hat. He needs to get more Sanshin energy. Wandering in search of power, he set out to find a more powerful monster. The night was quiet. The man sat by the fire. After his long journey, he should have rested. He wasn't afraid to start a fire this deep in the woods. Perhaps it would help him lure out more Sansins. Something terrible was creeping up behind the warrior, very quietly. It was watching the man sitting by the fire. Unable to bear it, the monster turned to the man, in a pitiful, howling voice asking for food to be left for him. The warrior sat silent, not even looking back at the voice behind him. Sanashimi kept begging for leftovers, but eventually he made it clear to the warrior that it wasn't the food that interested him. As the monster moved to attack, the warrior fearlessly pulled his blade from its sheath. The energy immediately enveloped the blade and cackled softly. The man pressed his palm into the monster's snout, feeling the slimy and cold skin. The warrior's strength was no match for the monster's, and with a single movement the man toppled the monster and pinned it to the ground, so much so that blood splattered to the sides. The same energy flickered in the warrior's eyes as from the blade, seemingly echoing each other. He raised his weapon and was ready to strike the final, decisive blow. The blade mercilessly entered the flesh of the monster. The warrior gripped the hilt tightly. Energy boiled and blood splattered to the sides. The monster's excuses were pathetic. He spoke in a hoarse voice about hunger and the fact that he had to do this. But these were only pathetic excuses to the man. He knew the feeling firsthand himself. Memories of the past flashed through his mind, that feeling of hunger he had and was ready to eat anything. It was as if he was going through the same emotions right now, except it wasn't the same hunger that was bothering him. As he inhaled the scent of the monster's dead and decaying flesh, he felt calm and peaceful. All that was left of the monster was a desiccated skeleton, wide open mouth, as if still screaming out his troubles. He will never feel hunger again. The warrior looked at his weapon appraisingly. There was a foul odor coming from the blade after the last kill. The monster's blood was stinky. Taking out a rag, he began diligently rubbing his weapon. After a time of diligent cleansing, an unnatural rustling sound reached the man. Someone was approaching. A man of age stepped out from behind the bushes. The light hitting his face, he looked like a traveler. Behind his back was a cloth-bound chest. The man who came was very happy to see the man by the fire. He recognized him as the one he was looking for. It was only thanks to the fire that he managed to find a guy. Uncle's nostrils dilated and his eyes bulged, the nasty smell hitting him right in the nose. The man pointed to the corpse that still lay nearby, a bad stench emanating from it. He was indignant, for it would have been possible to put this dead man away. They walked to the river that flowed nearby. Tired after a long walk, The uncle dipped his feet in the cool water. The guy was washing his hands. An older man had some news for a friend. He began to speak enigmatically about the 3 spirits that dwell in the mountains, but before he could finish, the boy interrupted him and stopped him. Uncle stared at the guy in bewilderment. Wasn't he interested? But it was much simpler than that. The guy was already done with these spirits and asked him to move on to the next piece of information. He switched to the next story, but this time too, the guy didn't let him finish as he was already done here too. A little saddened, the uncle suggested that the man wasn't too interested in hearing his stories. The guy didn't answer anything but waited for a new story. What he heard caught his attention. A story about a cannibal he had never met before. The uncle, seeing the boy's interest, held out a rolled up scroll in his hand. It was an assignment where you had to join the chaperones. The boy took the scroll in his hands and assumed with some annoyance that it was some kind of work again. Uncle began his story. He spoke of the royal convoy that had recently passed through the city. There were too many men in the convoy, and all for the sake of guarding one wagon. We had to find out what they were shipping. The guy wondered what this had to do with people. He was interested in this story. Uncle told me that too many travelers have been dying in the mountains lately. The monster devoured not only animals but also people, hence the name ogre. Hundreds of mercenaries were sent by the priest to rule, and no one recognized who the assassin was. The boy rose from his seat. He picked up his things. Uncle saw him off watching his actions. The warrior was about to leave. For him, the information he had been told was enough. The old man wondered why the guy kept hunting Sanshin. After all, it was too dangerous and you could get into a lot of trouble. The boy only lowered his head, but did not answer the question. Uncle didn't need to know what was going on in his soul. Gathering himself, he pulled his hat over his eyes and said goodbye to his buddy. Uncle may have wanted to say something else, but it was too late and he kept his thoughts to himself. The man walked off into the darkness of the forest. Uncle continued to sit in the same place and only thought that it would be a good idea to go down the mountain together, since the other one was scared. The guy unfolded the scroll of information once more. He had already checked it several times and couldn't figure out what had gone wrong. He suggested that he may have missed them, but that was unlikely as the information was contradictory at the time. Then he decided it would be better to go back. The heat was relentless and had worn him out. A sharp and prolonged scream stirred his heart. The warrior turned around in the direction from where the sounds were supposedly coming from. There was no time to think, and he immediately rushed in that direction, trying to run as fast as he could. The guy ran to where the screams were supposedly heard. He stopped when he saw the bloody leg in front of him. The murdered man's clothes were soaked with blood. There was no telling what color the fabric had been until now. The ground around was covered in blood and strewn with the bodies of mangled men. In the center of all this nightmare, someone was sitting. A ray of sunlight breaking through the thick crowns of trees illuminated the place where someone was. A blonde-haired, young-looking, defenseless girl. She sat with her head raised to the sun, as if she were enjoying this moment amidst the grim and horrifying picture of death. Her skin was like porcelain. Touch her and the girl would shatter into 1,000 pieces. The boy looked at her and seemed to have found what he had been looking for so long. The man's voice sounded questioning. He was addressing Sehai and he was interested in the boy's plans. Sehai calmly retorted that he had work to do and asked his uncle not to ask for details. The guy moved closer to the girl sitting in the sun. She didn't even pay attention to him. The girl was detached. Sehai stopped and touched the blade with his hands. At any moment he was ready to act. It was strange that a place like this didn't strike fear into her. He gripped tighter around the hilt of the weapon. It didn't respond. Regardless, he needed to be on his guard. Slowly, his gaze slid over the circles of the area. Still, Sehai dared to approach her and find out what she was doing here. The girl only now raised her head and looked at the guy, who never took his hand off the hilt of the blade. She stretched out her arm and pointed a finger somewhere. A long-honed action occurred mechanically. The warrior's fingers clenched even tighter around the hilt. A small porcelain finger pointed toward the man, bleeding. He leaned against a rock. The girl reported that he was injured. The man was still alive, even emitting quiet moans of pain and agony. Assessing the wounds, Sehai assumed they had been inflicted by some sort of beast. He took another glance toward the suffering man. There was no point in doing anything. His wounds were too deep and the amount of blood around was too much. Slowly, the boy's eyes closed. He knew what awaited this man. The girl watched Sehai detachedly. In a quiet voice, she asked if the man was dead. The boy dared to turn his back on her and walk closer to the injured man, despite his suspicions about this girl. The man appeared conscious and was even able to answer questions. The lad crouched beside him and informed him that his uncle had sent him, lifting his hat, revealing his face. Even though the man was conscious, it was hard for him to speak. His speech was interrupted. But he realized that the guy was the warrior the old man was talking about. Sehai assumed the man was one of them, but decided to verify his guess. The girl was no longer so detached. She was curious to see what was happening. She wondered if the man was alive, injured, or maybe dying. She seemed very sweet and innocent amidst all the nightmare around her. Sehai wasn't too kind and bluntly hinted to the man that it was unlikely he would be able to catch any more Sanashima. The guy started to take the travel bag off his shoulders. The man started to laugh, but after a second he howled in pain, grabbing the spot where the main wound was. The guy asked him to let him examine the wound. He began to examine the man's body, and while he was helping him, he asked him to tell him what had happened here. That the man survived was an incredible stroke of luck. The man apparently didn't want to hurt the guy's feelings, so he grunted and asked if he really wanted to know the details, then offered to move around a bit. But Sai immediately assured him that if he moved, he would die quickly. Taking out a sharp object from his supplies, Sehai held it up in front of the wounded man's nose and ordered him to recount what had happened. With bulging eyes, the man stared at the sharp tip of the needle, not knowing what scared him more, to die of blood loss or to be stitched up with that needle. His men were able to carry out their plan and defeated the royal convoy. All that remained was to find out what kind of cargo the convoy was carrying. The man even promised to keep the soldier alive if the answer satisfied his interests. The soldier was desperate and ready to die for the secret kept in the box of the cart. He warned that they could do anything to him but open the box. The warrior's men insisted on opening the box and finding out what was in it. Everyone shouted out their assumptions. They began to dismantle the cart, and there were ingots in it. The girl was beside them, and there was a mysterious iron box that the soldier had spoken of and asked them not to open it. The soldier's words caught the man's attention. He stared at the speaker with bated breath. A face twisted with horror stared at the man as he tried to utter what was stored in that drawer. Hearing what was stored in the box, the man nervously crouched down beside the soldier. Now he was concerned about the dying man's life. If Hwamori was stored there, so were Jajimori and Gutkori. The soldier's words greatly alarmed the man. He turned to his men and searched their eyes for support and a solution to this problem. Despite everything, they had a mission to find out what was in the iron box. One of his men raised his hand and voiced his doubts. He was against opening that box. He'd never heard anything about things that needed to be stored so securely. An argument between the men began, the bald warrior continuing to insist on not touching the box. But the priority for the man in charge was to accomplish the task at hand. The black cloth from the drawer was ripped off. An iron safe completely sealed with powerful talismans came into view. The men began to tear the talismans off the iron box. He lifted one of them to his face and estimated the approximate cost. Such talismans were made by shamans for a lot of money, and yet he made the decision, despite all the doubts of his men, to open that box. Each warrior held a weapon. They expected to see anything but exactly what they actually saw. There was a man sitting in the box, crouching, with his legs tucked under him. His head was down and pressed against the sleeves of his clothes. The girl woke up as if after a long sleep. A bright light hit her face and she clutched her hand. Too many voices spoke at once, each presenting a different version of why the king needed this child and why she was being transported in a crate. Everything about this situation was strange. Even if the king wanted to have fun with this child, why would she be locked in this box? The theory might have had its logical end, but the words broke off. The girl rose to her feet and stepped out of her box. Everyone looked at her warily. The little girl jumped off the wagon toward the warriors. Those, like a flock of sheep, recoiled from the little girl. A question sounded for her. The man wanted to know who she was. The little girl only turned around and interjected. She pointed her finger in the distance and said she had to go home. Dumbfounded by such childish naivety and yet confident in her actions, the man asked her where she was going. But the child only threw back that she was going home and walked past the warrior confused. Coming to his senses, he squeezed her shoulder. The girl turned around and once again repeated what she had already said. She looked up into the man's face, her eyes flickering unnaturally blue. This frightened the man very much. He was for a moment at a loss for words. The grip on her shoulder dropped. He felt a twitch at what he saw. When he came to his senses, the girl was already far away from his group. He and his men stood in confusion. They didn't understand what had happened at all and how it was that such a small girl was able to sneak away from them so quickly. Coming to his senses, the chief gathered his thoughts and began to issue commands. We needed to track the girl down and capture her as soon as possible. Several men he ordered to stay by the cart and guard it from the bandits. Friction arose, the warriors realizing that the girl had gone in the direction of the Dorisen Mountains. With irritation and anger, an order was given that no one dared to disobey. Sehai continued to mend the wounded man and pondered about this mysterious girl. It was strange for him to hear that she had been found in a drawer. Tightening the thread across the living flesh, The warrior squealed like a girl. Sai had told him time and time again that if he didn't, the man would die and needed to be patient. The boy asked to continue the story, but the warrior whined that he couldn't do it in this state. The pain was clouding his judgment, but Sehai had convinced him that this was what could distract the man from his needling. The warriors tracked the girl through the woods like bloodhounds following a trail of prey. One of his men suggested that the girl might be Sanchin, but such an assumption only inflamed the man. He was called 52nd because that one had killed 52 Sanchin, and he was only hyped at the thought that then soon his name would change to 53rd. The warrior with the bald head was the first to see her. The girl stood not far from them, alone, small, and so defenseless, wandering in territory unknown to her. 52 exhaled a sigh of relief. They had managed to find the girl, and soon they would be able to know her worth. He asked her to stay on the measure, as well as informing her that he had the intention of taking her home. The girl turned around detachedly at his voice. He also warned her not to run away, or they would have to punish the little girl. These words caused the warriors chasing the child to laugh. These words caused no emotion in the girl. She only looked away from them and asked in a calm voice to stay away from her. Something stirred uneasiness in 52's soul. He was no longer as cheerful as he had been a moment ago. In all this time, this was the first time the girl had shown her emotions. With a shout and a demand in her voice, she once again asked the warriors to stay away from her. The warrior flinched in surprise. The change in this little girl's demeanor was too abrupt. He stared at her, stunned in place. His men were rushing the man in charge, informing him to grab the girl as soon as possible. You shouldn't have stayed in the mountains so long. And at that very moment, something happened. It was so fast. No one had time to react, and the head of one of the warriors flew from his shoulders, splattering blood all around. The bald warrior's face twisted in horror, just as his comrade in arms was standing and talking, and in an instant his decapitated body was flying to the ground. Something was running around their group at an incredible speed and killing people mercilessly. Everything was too fast to have time to react. 52 watched in horror the shadow of the beast that had just blown his man's head off. He ordered the remaining men to get into position. The beast moved faster than the wind, impossible to keep track of. Here he landed here, and a moment later he was in the other direction. The warriors stood in a defensive stance with their backs to each other, waiting for another attack. Despite their strength and bravery, they couldn't harm something that moved so fast. The chief shouted orders. You couldn't scatter. You had to dodge and make a stand at all costs. Another warrior was mercilessly slaughtered, speed beyond the eyes of the man in charge. He only saw the body of his comrade in arms being torn open, heard the nasty slurping and crunching of bones, the sound of tearing clothes and flesh. The beast whizzed by. Being so close to the creature, the 52nd never had time to strike it with his blade, only to be wounded himself. His steadfastness was giving a crack. The warrior was breathing heavily, terror and the realization of imminent death written across his face. For a moment the beast, in the guise of a wild ermine, paused, bright red eyes flickering in the shadows of its muzzle. It was huge in size, taller than any warrior, red eyes staring at its prey. A row of sharp and deadly fangs showed from its open mouth. The little girl stood up facing the monster. She spread her arms and a bright white light burst out from her little body. The air whipped all around. The light was so bright that the warrior had to squeeze his eyes shut. Despite the cutting pain in his eyes, the 52nd had to see what was going on. Everything around it lit up white. The energy was so powerful that it surged could be seen many miles away from the scene. The beast was nowhere to be found. The wounded warrior looked downcast at the little girl standing with her back to him. Common sense left the man, and he assumed that the little girl was an angel who had come for his soul. The girl turned to him and, becoming detached again, only asked what he meant. It felt like she herself didn't realize what was happening or the power she had. Sai stared at the 52nd man and interjected about the angel. In his imagination, angels were something beautiful, lovely, exquisite and refined. The man exhaled in annoyance, regretting reporting such a detail. A feeling of slight shame saturated his body. He himself didn't realize how he could have come up with such an assumption. The tale was over. Sai thanked the warrior for the details. Finished with his wounds, he informed him that it was time to get out of here. 52 stared at his bandaged body and blood-soaked clothes. Just recently the guy had assured him of his imminent doom, and now he was suggesting he leave. It caused some dissonance in his feelings. Realizing that the kid had done his job quite clearly, The man asked if he was trained in medicine, but Sehai didn't give a specific answer. He only gave him first aid. While the man was busy with his wounds, the little girl found the abandoned bow. She regarded it as if seeing it for the first time, clumsily pulling the bowstring, studying the object of her interest. While they were deciding what to do with the little girl, the girl got a palbu from a top bowstring. She had unknowingly found an enemy, indignation and tears showing on her face. Sehai helped the warrior to his feet. The one through his teeth whined at the sharp pain that coursed through his body. Despite all the guy's manipulations, the pain went nowhere and would have to be dealt with. Looking back, the boy saw the girl with her bare feet, running after them. 52nd asked for a moment to wait. He had not forgotten his comrades who had recently fallen from the clutches of the monstrous beast. Folding his hands in a prayerful gesture, he sincerely asked for forgiveness. Hoping they could hear him, the man promised to return with people to take care of their bodies. He couldn't just leave his companions to be torn apart by wild beasts. After a time, Sehai picked up the wounded man again and slowly but surely they set off. The boy looked at the girl once more. His thoughts were ambiguous. 52 calling her an angel even as he saw her power. Sehai couldn't trust anyone, suspicions flickering around in his soul. It was still unknown about the ogre and the girl could be sanctioned. But one thing he was definitely sure of was that if his hunch was correct, he would have a goal of destroying everyone. The wounded 52nd fell into his sound and wonderful sleep. There were so many thoughts of the angel that even through his slumber he saw one of them. It was a great picture. He wished an angel would pick him up and send him to heaven soon. But it was only voices from reality that interfered with his visions. Still with his eyes closed, the man tried to stay in that beautiful dream, but he felt a shadow fall across his face and someone sniffling nearby. With great reluctance he opened his eyes, but after a moment he bulged with surprise. The little girl sat in front of him. She stared intently at 52 in anticipation. Sehai was nearby. The boy had started a fire, dry branches crackling quietly. The man tried to move, the sharp pain reminding him of everything that had happened not so long ago. The guy reported that the guy had passed out and they had to make a halt. 52 started to apologize to Sehai. He hated feeling like a burden, but according to the guy, his condition didn't cause much trouble. Since they were mercenaries, it was normal to help each other. While the men were talking, the little girl spotted a flying firefly. She didn't care about the adults talking. The girl heard only snippets of their words without taking in the meaning. The firefly rose too high that she had to lift her head. Sehai concluded that the child and the ogre were unrelated. The conversation around the campfire continued. Though it was casual conversation, hints of interrogation were still present. Sehai tried to elicit as much information as possible that 52 remembered, but to his regret there was little success. The only thing the wounded man was sure of was that Sanshin was behind it all. When he said those words he looked very serious and even his voice changed a bit. The man reached into the folds of his clothing and pulled out a mutilated blade. The handle was intact, but the blade itself was missing. He raised the blade higher so Sehai could get a better look at it. 52 began to talk about this blade. This weapon was the best for catching ghosts. But after the first strike with that ghost they encountered, the blade failed. It only meant that it wasn't a simple foul. Sehai immediately appreciated the material that blade was made of. Willow was the best raw material in the world. The girl was already out of breath from hunger. She kept fidgeting and whispering softly that she was hungry. The guy let up and said he would bring food. All they had to do was wait for him. The wounded man was surprised that Sehai had decided to stay on the mountain for so long. He thought it would be better to go down and eat already there, but the lad was sure the mountain trail was too dangerous at night. He turned to the man, taking a hand to his hat. The voice was calm. Without reproach, he simply reminded the injured man that he could pass out again, and then it would really be hard on Sehai. It was as if the man was oblivious to his pitiful condition every time. He was truly embarrassed in front of the guy for so much inconvenience. Sehai only laughed and motioned for them to stay by the fire. His traveling companions remained near the fire while Sehai headed into the darkness of the forest. The man marveled at such fearlessness in the young warrior. Going on his own into the thick of the night forest was madness and heroism at the same time. Bitter thoughts began to creep into 52's head. He felt his weakness and tremendous shame at having lost his men. He failed and made a mistake. I even started thinking about dropping everything and going to the temple to beg for forgiveness. He was even started to imagine reporting his decision to Elder Moon Sangsik. His thoughts had gone too deep. He wasn't paying attention to the girl chasing the flickering firefly in hopes of catching it. Of course he would like to meet the Grand Elder in person, but he understood that none of the ordinary mercenaries had such an honor. The sound of footsteps was heard, and the man looked up. He was sure that Sehai had returned with booty. but in front of him loomed the ermine-shaped monster that had recently destroyed all of his men. The bright red eye stared straight into the man's soul. The clicks were too sharp. The whole sight of this beast caused terror and shivers in the body. The man silently rose to his feet, leaning back against the tree. He released the mangled blade from his hand. His head was lowered as if he had already accepted his fate. Then he knelt down and bowed low before the beast. He asked him for an answer as to what such a great spirit needed from him. Forgetting her firefly, the little girl returned to the fire. She looked in surprise at the wounded man who was still in a bow, his whole body trembling. Unfortunately for her, this reaction from the man was not understandable. There was the squeaky voice of an ermine. He was not attacking but speaking, and he liked the man kneeling before him. Even then, he realized the man wasn't so simple when he saw his blade. The ermine promised to spare the man if he did as the ermine wanted. Without raising his head and still trembling, he could not believe his ears. The ghost was offering him a deal. Ermine turned away from the man, his tail spreading in different directions. The beast stood facing the little girl and stared at her intently. He informed her that he had come specifically for her and didn't care about anyone else. His bright red eyes flashed, the beast sensing that his prey was already in his clutches. It's just a matter of doing the little things. Hearing the question addressed to her, the girl only lifted her chin. The beast was too tall and she was too small. Stooping from paw to paw, the stoat continued to ask questions. He needed to know from which mountain this little girl came. The girl hesitated, scratching her cheek puzzled. She found the question incomprehensible and complicated. But quite unexpectedly, she began to show and tell about the area where she was from, describing the landscapes she remembered. Hanging her arms up, the little girl began to sway from side to side, imitating the trees she saw. Then her movements changed abruptly. They became smooth. The girl folded her lips into a tube and blew with force, imitating the wind. And at the end, she cocked her head up, raising and lowering her arms, talking about the beautiful white snow that came every day. It was this memory that caused her the most emotion, her clear eyes sparkling like little snowflakes. Silently watching the girl's little theater, the ermine became uneasy. He was clearly expecting something else. He thought that she would tell him the name of the area, but in no way would she tell him about the nature. Though for a moment the beast was puzzled, it didn't change his desire to get his hands on the little girl's flesh and blood. He rose up on his two hind legs, thus making the stoat seem even taller and more powerful. Hearing the beast's intentions, 52 moved back a little. He was unable to protect the girl, and the beast promised not to touch him if he gave him the opportunity to do what he wanted. The little girl stared thoughtfully at the beast. She wasn't scared. The monster's words hardly affected her. It was slowly getting to her what he meant, and when it came to her that the beast wanted to eat her, she very simply refused such an offer. She certainly didn't want to be eaten, but the beast was serious and the girl's words didn't bother him much. He raised his paws to dash toward the girl, and one sharp leap, his whole body was ready for this attack. Quite unexpectedly, an ingratiating voice rang out, a blue-black energy flowing from its source. A quiet sliding sound was heard, strong hands pulling the blade from its sheath. Sehai emerged from the darkness, the energy of his blade enveloping his body. He was determined against the beast, and there was not a shred of fear in his movements. The stoat had gone feral, overwhelmed by the primal rage of a predator. He and only he was the master of this mountain and would not allow anyone to take that right away. Sehai slowly pulled his hat off his head. Energy flowed from his feet and spread out in a river across the area. The air was electrified that the guy's hair felt like it had a life of its own. The energy around the guy began to take shape. The tiger's muzzle appeared in space. Ermine immediately recognized him as the Black Tiger. The beast froze for a moment. When the meaning of what was happening reached him, his body involuntarily trembled. He thought the Black Tiger was long dead, but the guy's words said otherwise, especially the very energy developing from him confirmed those words. Ermine wondered what had brought the Black Tiger here. At the same time, every muscle in the beast tensed, a rumbling growl accompanying his every word. 52nd could only look from side to side. He was shocked by these circumstances. The man couldn't even intervene in their altercation because he was afraid someone would definitely bite his head off. The little girl also looked at the Black Tiger, who was acting too confident and unafraid. The stoat, who wouldn't give in to his principles. The tension between the two rivals has reached its maximum peak. Ermine crouched in an attacking stance, like a predator about to make an attack leap. Its maw was grinning, its tails flailing from side to side. The speed of the beast's movement was so fast that an ordinary human eye would not have been able to follow it. Ermine moved faster than the wind. His movements seemed chaotic but were actually precise. Except he was no ordinary man. He saw the beast's movements, and when it swept very close to him, a strong hand was able to grasp the skin of the swift ermine. With just one move, the guy was able to hurl the stoat The speed caused it to crash into a tree post and hit with force. The beast flew aside, blood spilling from its mouth. This fight was different from the previous ones. Sahai knew that the beast was stronger than his previous victims. That's why he didn't play with it and took the enemy seriously. Jumping high, the guy swung his energy-soaked blade. A powerful wave from the weapon lashed out toward the beast, who took its blow with equal vigor. Herman tried to get away from the guy, for a breather and to think of a plan. The force he faced was dangerous, but even with all the speed he had, the black tiger was able to catch up with him. He didn't let him catch his breath. A new swing of the blade came down on the stoat's body. A searing pain coursed through his body. The beast felt like it had lost a piece of itself. Blood rushed from his head where his ear had been a second ago. 52 was still sitting by the tree. He couldn't help Sahai in the fight. His wounds were too deep, but his face contorted in horror when he saw the beast approaching him. A strong paw grabbed the man's head. A loud howl escaped his mouth. The warrior thought for a moment that his head would split open like a walnut. It all happened so fast that he didn't even have time to react. Herman picked up 52 in a leap and carried him high up. The man couldn't feel the ground beneath his feet. He couldn't break free from the beast's grip or do anything to help himself. He felt nothing but pain, his scream drowning out everything around him. Branches cracked and broke against his scarred body. Those few seconds seemed like an eternity to him. For a moment the grip disappeared from his head. The man felt nothing. No ground beneath his feet. No weight of a clinging paw on his head. The beast released him and left him in the air and rushed onward. The 52nd only now realized what had happened. Only a glimpse of the beast flying off into the distance, and he was somewhere high up of the ground. Thoughts of death had visited his mind. The beast had let go of him and now he was flying downward, back toward the ground. It would be a quick death, but those seconds of fear might have killed him faster. There weren't many meters to the ground anymore. Sah's hand reached for him. The guy had to catch the falling man in time. After a second, he was able to grab 52 by his blood-soaked clothes. The jerk was too strong. At the very ground, the clothes did not withstand such an onslaught. With the force of all his weight, the man fell to the ground. But still the guy made it in time, and it contributed to the fact that the injured man did not crash to death. 52, still alive, howled in pain. He was already covered in wounds, and this finally knocked the spirit out of him. Hands reached for his cracking head. It was amazing that after all that had happened he was still alive. Sahai didn't even glance in his direction. He had saved him, but was focused on the beast that was gone. The energy hovered around the guy, scattering his hair and clothes as if a strong wind was blowing. The dazed warrior wanted to know what had just happened, but the guy didn't care for explanations. He instructed him to stay where he was. The little girl had been kidnapped by an ermine. In the darkness of the night, the boy's eyes flashed with a blue glow. The guy disappeared after a moment. He was moving at the same speed as the beast. The man darted his eyes in bewilderment and only had time to ask about the girl, but there was no one else to expect an answer. 52 lowered his head sluggishly. What had just happened only further confirming his thoughts of resignation. All this was already beyond him, and if before he had only thought of leaving, now he had made a serious decision to do so. The beast stopped. He looked back to see if the guy was following him. Blood dripped from the severed ear, thickly flooding the fur around it. The girl's clothes were clutched in his mouth, and she was hanging down, unable to do anything. The beast was confident that the black tiger wouldn't be able to catch up with him. Assessing the situation once more, he looked in the direction he had just come from. When the stoat was sure that he was far enough away from his pursuer, he decided to go to his nest. He needed to get to his children to feed the girl, and then they would become Sansons. But despite all the speed of the beast, Sahai continued to chase him. He couldn't let him drag the girl away, and he couldn't let the stoat stay alive. Herman brought the girl into his cave. His eyes flickered ominously red in the darkness. Releasing the baby girl from her mouth, she collapsed clumsily to the cold ground. The beast looked ominously at the girl only a few steps away from the plant. The little girl examined the beast with her clear eyes. She noticed that it was injured. There was too much blood on its fur. Such a question was too unexpected for the stoat. The girl was too naive and didn't realize at all why the beast had brought her here. The little girl excitedly raised her hands to the ermine. She really felt sorry for the beast, as if she could feel the pain it was feeling. Very gently, she put her arms around the beast's neck. She wanted to comfort the suffering stoat at least a little. To the beast, this was out of the ordinary. There was no way he expected to be treated like this. But even despite all the care and naivety of the girl, her good heart will not help her to escape from the fate that prepared for her stoat. He couldn't move away from his goal. Seeing only one way out of this situation, the beast raised its clawed paw, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to the little girl. She hugged the stoat even tighter without fear, reassuring him that everything was fine. Her kind heart was bigger than anyone else's. Sa's voice came so unexpectedly. He was nearby, in the beast's cave. In his hand lay a small baby stoat, quite tiny, defenseless, the size of his palm. Sehai held it while at the same time wondering why the stoat had decided that feeding them the girl's flesh would turn the cubs into Sansons. Carefully, he placed the baby stoat back in the nest with another baby of the same kind. The beast roared. Its fear and anger blended into one. He was very scared for his children's lives, and was afraid Sehai might kill them. He was too close. The boy pointed his blade at the little ones. Energy vibrated on his weapon, and the little beasts slept cozily in their nest unsuspectingly. As soon as the blade headed toward his children, the stoat froze with fright. He forgot how to breathe at that moment. The fright for the lives of his babies was too much. Sehai stared back at the little ones, ignoring the stoat. Yet he continued to address it. The boy knew that Sanshinami were born, and it was odd that an ermine wanted to turn them this way. But these words brought the beast out of its stupor, and it became furious, apparently not wanting to believe that the guy's words could be true. Gornistai wanted to believe that his children were different and that could really make them Sansons. Ermine began to justify his actions. He only wanted one thing: for his children to be just as strong and live just as long. In the 300 years of the beast's life, he had seen the death of his children too many times. Guy could understand the feelings and desires of the beast, but he also believed that if a beast could do whatever it wanted, it could do the same. The beast fell in despair and started threatening Sehai. If he didn't give him the children, he would kill the girl. The little girl looked into the open mouth of the beast, not even a flicker of fear for her own life on her face. It all seemed to be of mere interest and curiosity to her. Sehai clenched the blade in his hand tighter. The energy gave off a slight vibration in his body. Herman shed hot tears. A sense of hopelessness filled his body and soul. He couldn't do anything. The girl tried to comfort the beast, but she didn't know how else she could help him. The beast had only one request: to let his children live and not to touch them. Sehai informed him that he only hunted the Sansons, and his children had nothing to do with them and he would not touch them. Thus the stoat and the black tiger were able to come to an agreement. The little cub opened its eyes and looked at what was happening. The blade bubbled with energy, the power in it lusting for its master's actions. Ermine bowed his head to Sehai. Tears continued to flow from his eyes. He didn't resist anymore. Just as long as the guy didn't touch his children, the beast was ready to accept its death. The beast's only hope was that his children would live. He couldn't wish for anything else in this world. Everything he did was for his children. The force of the blade slammed into the stoat's body. There were no cries for help or mercy. The beast dignifiedly accepted its fate and offered no further resistance. Energy raged around him, creating a vortex that struck the guy's face. Ermine's bitter memories reverberated in the lad's mind. He felt all the pain and loss that had created furrows on his loving parents' heart for so many years. Children born to Sanshin were dying, sick and unable to survive in this world. All that grief experienced by the beast hit the warrior's soul, and the last hope, the last straw of despair the stoat nurtured. Sehai saw it all, felt as if he had experienced it all himself. The pain the beast carried with it pulsed through the boy's soul. The energy continued to flow unmercifully. The blade pierced through the stoat's body, hitting it exactly in the heart. It was a quick and virtually painless death for him. Sehai made her merciful. He couldn't look in the stoat's direction after feeling all the emotions that were stored in the beast's soul. He did what he had to do, and that was the end of it. Releasing the weapon from his body, he jerked it back into its scabbard, turned away, and walked away. A girl appeared in his path. For a moment, the guy forgot about her presence here. She looked at him with her clear blue eyes, her face still looking curious and wondering why the boy had killed the stoat. Emotions from that death were still bubbling in Sehai's soul. He gave the girl only a fleeting glance and informed her that it should not concern her. Without waiting for any more questions from her, he walked past to the exit of the cave. The guy couldn't stay there any longer. The girl only glanced his way. As Sehai disappeared, the little girl looked back in the direction where the slain beast lay. It was like his little kid sensed something was wrong with him. They woke up and moved closer. Ermine could no longer greet them with all the love he had given them before. The little girl no longer looked in that direction. He glanced back to where the guy had recently gone. Sehai was coming down the mountain, needing to get back to 52nd. The girl kept up with him and followed his footsteps. The torchlight illuminated the many corpses of mutilated mercenaries that still lay in the forest. A man with a red headband surveyed the area area carefully. Royal soldiers were trying to figure out what had happened to the convoy carrying the valuable cargo. An open iron box was found. They didn't know whether to keep looking for what was hidden there. Realizing that they were unlikely to find what was in the crate, they decided to find the mercenaries who might still be around. The lead soldier ordered his men to search for survivors. By this time, Sehai had returned for the wounded mercenary. He had to wait a long time, but still they set off again. The girls still continued to follow these people in silence. The man's pain stung throughout his body. 52 pulled away from the guy and managed to surprise him with his statement. He decided to continue onward alone. Sehai stared at him, slightly surprised. He did not resist his desire. In front of him stood a grown man who could make such decisions for himself. Nodding in agreement, the boy wished him to be careful on the descent. The little girl was a little confused by the sudden change of events. She began to look quickly at the guy and the man. 52 made a last promise that he would forget what he had seen that night. Sehai thanked him for doing such a prudent thing. Stepping back a little, 52 decided to look around. But he didn't see anyone else. It was time to move on. He wanted to get back to his comrades. Limping, he continued on his way alone. Concerned with his thoughts, through the pain and recent events, he couldn't even notice someone behind the bushes watching him. The fellow's steps were wide and quite quick, and he moved nimbly along the mountain path as if he knew it better than himself. The girl with her bare feet hurriedly stepped after him. Sehai mentally responded with his blade that had the black tiger's power sealed in it. He needed to wait for the moment when the girl would show her power, and then he could kill her to take her power for himself. The black tiger pressured the guy to show the girl his cruelty and thus provoke her to show her abilities. The little girl was still worried about the stoat. She questioned why he killed him. She asked the question time and time again. There was no emotion on her face other than curiosity. The black tiger continued to insist on his point. All the guy had to do was kill her and get the power of the Sansons. Only then could he get his revenge. The beast sealed in his blade consumed Se's mind, reminded him of the hunger he had felt for a very long time. But suddenly the baby also announced that she was hungry, and her stomach rumbled loudly in confirmation of these words. Sai agreed with her. They were long overdue for a meal, and he suggested they go to Rewol. The girl happily threw her hands up in the air, anticipating the soon-to-be dinner. By daybreak, the 52nd had reached his destination. He was tired and exhausted, but he was glad he had gotten where he needed to go rather than collapsing somewhere. He made his way to the property and began reporting cases that had occurred during their foray into the business. No one ever responded to his words, only the wind walking through the area and no other sounds. He saw the silhouette of a man in the doorway. Thinking it was his associate, he was glad that at least someone had come out to him. He waved happily, reporting that although he had to hide, he had managed to reach their goal. Armed soldiers surrounded him on all sides. Every one of them was on the ready to attack. 52 looked around. He had nowhere to run. Figures dressed in black uniforms with red armbands appeared everywhere. He appreciated their mastery of stealth. There were many of them, but he didn't even manage to notice or hear anything amiss. The main one of them looked at the man wryly, and he only cared about one question: where the monster from the iron box had gone. 52 was just as concerned about his comrades who lived in the area. But you can hardly expect an answer from such people. They are in the majority, all healthy and armed, as well as well-trained. A brief verbal altercation between the two caused the man in charge to cheer furiously. He was laughing so hard you could count all his teeth, but the words he spoke next sent a cold shiver through 52's body. All of his associates who were here were dead. Each of them was brutally and mercilessly slaughtered. Since 52nd was present when the iron box was opened and remained alive, he could not be killed so easily. The chief needed information and he could only get it from him, so a deal was offered to exchange life for information. The man didn't believe a word he said. As soon as he tells them what happened and about the girl, he'll be killed. The mercenary realized that his chances of survival were zero, but he couldn't just give up and tell them everything he knew. He assessed his options and decided that with his remaining dagger he could definitely kill at least one of them. Flushing at the gullible fool, he once again asked about the terms of the deal, to which the man in charge reiterated his words, promising to let him lie for useful information. He kept stalling and asking the stupidest questions, smiling naively and pretending to be completely dumb. With no more chances, one of them swooped down on 52 with an attack and a blade in hand. The man hastily dodged and reached for his dagger. He was able to deftly dodge and even wounded the soldier. Scarlet blood spurted. 52 knew this was how it was going to be. The soldiers were playing their game and didn't even think about letting him go alive. There were too many of them and the chances of survival were zero. Sharp blade stabbed into his scarred body, piercing it with their points. A hellish pain descended upon the man. The chief among them looked down on him. He played with it and knew from the beginning that it wouldn't give away the information he needed. He of the men in charge approached him with important information. It reported that some man had brought a girl to the village of Re-Wool and that she looked like Hwamori. But the man in charge didn't believe these rumors. The soldier continued to convince him of what he had seen with his own eyes. But the chief still did not believe him and decided to see everything with his own eyes, and it was decided to hunt them down. Sai and his little companion reached a cliff overlooking the village of Re-Wool. The boy and girl began their descent toward the village. There was not much left to do. The little girl was still following him just as swiftly. At one point he saw something interesting. There were 2 totem poles in front of them. People believed they protected from evil spirits and kept the village safe from hardship and disease. The little girl didn't get too close and tried not to even look in their direction. The guy noticed the strange behavior of hers. Realizing that the girl was intuitively wary of these totems, Sahai smiled involuntarily. He followed the girl, trying to convince her that there was no danger from these pillars and they were just pathetic pieces of wood. The woman sat on the doorstep of her yard. She was groggy. There were still no customers from the morning. It bothered her as the business she started was not generating the desired income. And just as she thought of closing her business, just as at the gate someone called out to her. Overjoyed, the woman jumped up from her seat and ran to greet her guests, promising the best service she could give. Sahai asked the hostess to make an order from a simple breakfast. Stepping out from behind the guy's back, the girl looked around curiously. The woman looked at the little girl and saw something that none of the men had noticed before. The girl had very pale and painful skin, emaciated arms and legs, and livid hollows under her eyes. She looked like a skinned skeleton. What she saw stirred a surge of emotion in the woman. How could anyone let a child get to this state? Her eyes bulging, she glared at the guy with claims about the baby's condition. This moved her to more intensely scoop rice porridge into the girl's bowl. The spoon thudded against the plate each time. The movements were abrupt. The chowder poured just as hastily and in double portions. She kept nagging that how was it possible that the baby was so malnourished. The woman generously threw a double portion of meat into her bowl, continuing to mutter to herself, but so that the boy could hear her about the little girl's pitiful condition. In anger, she set the bowls down on the table where the travelers were already sitting in anticipation. With the naked eye you could see the difference in portions. A standard portion was poured for the boy, but the child's plate seemed about to crack from the amount of food in it. The mistress demanded the baby be fed properly and snorted menacingly in the boy's direction as if it were his fault. Turning to the girl, the woman smiled sweetly and invited her to taste the dish, which was still hot and filled the room with its aroma. The landlady continued to wail. It didn't occur to her that the guy had nothing to do with the mistreatment of the girl. But what could he do? The woman continued her outrage loud enough. The boy was already feeling uncomfortable with the direct accusations, but when he heard a strange sound, he saw the girl tip the bowl of food into her mouth in one fell swoop. After a moment, the little girl set the emptied plate back on the table with a clinking sound. The guy in that time only had time to grab a spoon and bring it up to his portion, but felt the girl's intense gaze on him, from which it was impossible to escape. Without any words, he slid his plate toward the truly ravenous girl. Not a couple seconds later, the next portion was tipped into the little girl's mouth with equal success. The guy asked the hostess to prepare another batch of food. Ta stared at him reproachfully and angrily. In her eyes she could see the unconcealed pity of a father who stoked his child to death. Finishing another portion, the little girl banged the empty plate on the table. Seeing the child's insatiability, he asked the hostess to make 2 servings at once. She continued to pour the food, muttering about the guy's irresponsibility in bringing the girl to this state and sitting there wondering if she was so lightning fast that she was devouring portion after portion. Sai turned away from the angry hostess and looked out the window. He remembered something important. The boy knew about the stalker who was now hiding behind the fence, but he didn't know how long the man had been stalking them. The stalker was trying to evaluate his observations. The girl looked like a normal child and he couldn't believe she could have been the real Hwamori. Very abruptly the man bounced off the wall of the fence. The guy's voice was so unexpected. His hand immediately reached for the spot where the weapon was buried. Sahai had warned him right away that he wouldn't believe excuses like, "I was passing by." He stood behind the fence with his hands resting on his arms. His appearance was calm, but the soldier was clearly nervous from such a surprise. The man came to his senses as quickly as he bounced off the wall in surprise. Still, the years of hardening and training were making themselves felt. In one abrupt motion, he moved his hand from behind his sinus to behind his back, hoping the guy wouldn't pay attention to such a gesture. Sa reported that he still hadn't finished his soup, to which the man threatened him to leave the place with the girl and get out. The child sitting at the table demanded more food, and the men continued their conversation. Sahai said that he met the girl by chance on a mountain path and she followed him, but the man decided to tell him his suspicions about this little girl. Wanting to frighten the traveler, the soldier gave out all the truth he knew about how this girl was a Sancha named Hwa Mori and was a scary monster despite looking harmless. He also said that he was a hunter who could handle such a problem and protect the others from the child's wrath. He demanded that the girl be handed over to him and that the boy leave as soon as possible. All the while, he clutched his dagger tightly behind his back, ready to put it to use at any moment. Sahai appreciated with delight the scary story the hunter had just told him. He deliberately stretched his words to make himself seem stupider and less dangerous to the man. He glanced over to where the little one was bouncing around and demanding more food. He also supposedly agreed with the hunter that he'd better get out of here soon. Even though the hunter was trained, he gave away important information for Sa that he wasn't the only one who was after this girl. Perhaps the soldier had counted on the fact that the lad could go no farther than this courtyard, and so carelessly gave him all the secrets. While Sahai was still watching the girl, the man took advantage of the moment and decided to take him out. Unfortunately for the hunter, the guy's reaction was too fast. He didn't manage to catch him off guard. When the dagger came dangerously close, the boy deftly dodged this attack. With one tug, the guy threw the man over the fence into the courtyard of the establishment where they were having breakfast. That one flew a few meters. Hunter certainly hadn't expected such circumstances. Sitting up, he put his palm to his bruised head. The little girl leant out into the yard and looked at the man, making the most good-natured face he was capable of. The man waved his hand at the girl, reassuring her that everything was fine and she had nothing to worry about. The girl's eyes opened wide, her face frozen in mute consternation, her memories flashing back in vivid images. She had already seen people dressed like this, with faces like this, felt their fear and hatred, their desire to lock her up. The hostess fell on her butt in fright, bowls of soup spilling beside her. She didn't understand what was going on or where that strange cool smoke was coming from. The girl's intense fright activated her powers. She covered a great distance in one leap and flew towards the guy. The guy was wary and ready to take any action, but the girl made no attempt to attack him. He jumped on the fence. Sahai looked in her direction. An icy energy surrounded the girl. With great sadness in her eyes, she looked at her traveling companion, the blue of the winter expanse sparking from her pupils. She didn't wait for any action. Too frightened, the girl took wide leaps and ran. The hunter exhaled in relief and walked over to the standing guy, hand still holding the dagger at his back. He made it look like he was the only reason everyone here was alive. Just as the hunter was ready to strike his sneaky blow, Sahai noted that this was the second time he had attempted to do so. His actions enraged the guy. A light energy began to ooze around his body. The hunter still didn't realize who he was dealing with. He still decided to commit and pointed his dagger towards the guy. Everything was done perfectly. The sharpness, the power, the distance, the technique. But before he could even react, his own dagger found itself deeply plunged into his own neck. The hunter didn't believe what was happening until the last. Everything happened too fast, too unexpected for him. Sahai wanted to ask him who he was, but it was too late. He looked at the dying man with a look of contempt. Then he looked toward the still-seated mistress on the ground. The guy thoughtfully asked if she was okay, but she was so badly dazed she couldn't form a sentence or two. Sahai left enough coins on the table in one gesture for the food and for the inconvenience he had caused her. So he also asked her to inform the villagers that there were no more cannibals on Mount Dor. The woman took a deep breath, then exhaled, gathered her thoughts and tried to remember what the guy had just talked about. Then she quickly fussed. There was a corpse in her yard and she needed to take action as soon as possible and fulfill everything the traveler had told her. Because of the energy spilling out of the blade more and more, the guy knew that the girl was somewhere nearby. He found her near the village, a frightened little girl leaning against a tree as if it could protect her. The black tiger spoke to him. He could feel the girl's energy. How pure and perfect it was, incomparable to anything else. He encouraged the guy to take action sooner. The black energy continued to flow from the blade with lust, gradually enveloping Sah's body. He lunged with a wedge toward the little girl, a wave of energy knocking the hat off her head. He was ready to accomplish what the black tiger was so eager to obtain. Snow and black energies hovered around them, Even though they were far apart, it was possible for each to cover such a distance in an instant. The girl frowned at the guy, sharp teeth peeking out of her mouth. She was very scared and determined to defend herself. Fear had taken over her mind. She no longer wanted to go back to where she had recently managed to escape from, and she could no longer allow herself to be treated like this. Her energy surged along with her rage. The girl grinned. Even the cold winter chill flowed out of her mouth. Her rage was unimaginable. Such a small body held so much power. She screamed about how she wasn't going anywhere. She wasn't coming back. Desperate and fearing for her life, she raced towards Sa. The guy put out his hand and she too childishly clamped her teeth into it. The boy was ready to strike back. The girl was close. The blade was filled with energy and was just waiting to be used for its intended purpose. The cold burned his body, the blade dangerously close to her head. The little girl clenched her teeth tightly on the boy's arm, tears spurting from her eyes in despair. She didn't take any more action, didn't try to kill him or take his powers for herself. She cried and held his hand with her teeth. It was all she could do to protect herself in any way. The black tiger caught sight of his companion's doubts. He didn't want to understand the guy's feelings. All he wanted was for him to kill the girl and eat her. Sympathy and pity were not inherent in his nature. Guy convinced Tiger that it wasn't a show of pity. He thought the girl should get a name. Especially the black tiger was fed up after the recent sacrifice he had received. The girl unclenched her jaws, releasing the boy's hand. Her emotions were unstable. The claws on her hands were gone. She was turning into a normal defenseless child again. The little girl let go of the guy and started crying loudly. She really didn't want to go back to those people. Her tears were brimming with bitterness and resentment. Fear and hopelessness. She fell to her knees in front of Sehai, and through her already hysterical voice said that she didn't want to be locked in that iron box again. The guy continued to watch her, the energy still flowing around him. The girl's memories arose before her eyes. It was as if she were back in that dreadful and dark iron box in which she had spent many days. The boy reached out and lightly stroked her head, ruffling her already mussed hair. Afterward, he pulled the baby girl to his chest and hugged her tightly. She was still crying and he promised her he would take her home. He wanted her to find her name and would do his best to make sure she succeeded. The chief among the girl hunters stared unhappily at the corpse of his man. He ordered the body to be burned. A group of hunters set out to find the escaped Hwamori and the guy who was with her. It was clear that he was the one who killed their man. The elderly woman was surprised that a guy decided to climb the mountain with the child. She handed him a roll of onigiri at the end. Still, I decided to offer to stay the night with them. Sehai declined such a thoughtful offer, accepting the food. The elderly woman had done enough for them as it was, even being able to give the girl baby clothes. The little girl was now indistinguishable from the most ordinary child. The girl looked really cute in her new outfit, and by the look of her, she was just as pleased with such upgrades. The woman was content to be able to help these guys. For some reason, she assumed the young fellow was a healer. They watched the girl spoil herself, and at the same time kept talking. Sehai dispelled her speculation about him being a doctor. The elderly woman was surprised that she was wrong, because the guy's bundle was full of medicines and herbs. Continuing to explain this presence of medicines, the boy snatched the dangerous findings from the girl's hands, with which she began to play fiercely. The old woman was sure that the boy and his daughter were going to Kansen to take the medicine exam, but even then, Sai shook his head negatively. The girl started jumping around trying to get her hands on an object she liked, but Sehai was much taller and he easily managed to shorten himself from her jumps. At the end, the old woman advised them to be careful of abandoned houses if they came across any on their way up the mountain. The guy started counting the needles in the tube and continued to carry on a conversation with the woman. He wondered why she advised against staying in abandoned houses. After counting all the needles, it turned out that one was missing somewhere. The little girl raised her hand along with the missing needle. Putting the 23rd needle back in its place in the tube, Sehai looked up at the old woman who had just told him about the spirit that appeared every night in the abandoned house. Allegedly, the daughter-in-law became an embittered spirit that killed the entire family and still traps travelers to this day. But she didn't know how much of that gossip was true. Sehai and the girl had already made it to that abandoned house the old woman had recently told him about. After dropping their belongings on the veranda, the travelers went to explore the grounds. Not far away, he saw a well. He wished he could get a drink of water, but it was clear from the look of it that it was best not to do so. Still, the lad looked around the well. Since there was water there, he decided to draw some and test it out. He suggested the girl get some water and a snack. The little one was intensely preoccupied with something. She was standing with her back to the guy, so he didn't immediately see what she was doing. He thought about the fact that it wouldn't be a bad idea to come up with a name for the girl. Some names popped into his thoughts, but it wasn't the same. For a moment, he glanced in her direction. The baby was like a small animal, actively going through their things, rustling something, and there were sounds of slurping. The guy came closer to check what she was so busy doing. As soon as he asked her what she was eating there, the girl abruptly turned around and greedily popped another piece of onigiri that the older woman had prepared for them into her mouth. Sai lifted the leafy wrapper their rations were wrapped in, but there were only a couple grains of rice and nothing else. The little one gobbled up a double portion in just a couple minutes. Now she hurried to the well to fetch water. Sai remembered their recent conversation. He tried to find out where this girl was from and where her home was. Once again, she waved her head and reiterated that where she was from there were high winds and lots of snow. And then he tried to find out the little girl's name, but unfortunately the girl didn't remember it. And yet all he could think about was what he could call this girl. She didn't help him much, and all he could think of were all sorts of tantalizing names. He tried to find out some information about her by watching the girl and her actions. While the boy was pondering, the girl was in the meantime diligently pulling a bucket of water. After a hearty dinner, she was very thirsty. Suddenly, with a howl, the ghost of the daughter-in-law emerged from the well. A horrifying sight she had. Her skin was dead pale, black hair sticking to her face, empty hollows in place of eyes, a wrinkled mouth. She reached for the girl and howled even harder. The girl was not afraid of the woman. The woman wanted to pull the little girl with her, but the girl with all her strength shoved the ghost's hand in her face, trying to shove her back into the well. The girl's stubbornness was enviable. She didn't hesitate to try to shove the ghost back into the well. The baby's definitely not going anywhere with her. The girl's strength was unfortunately not great. The ghost was stronger, and despite all attempts to shove her back in, the dead woman got out of the well. Once on the surface, the ghost began to crawl toward the girl. It wanted to drag her with it. Her hair fell over her face, clawed fingers reaching for their victim. But even such a sight failed to frighten the little girl. She stubbornly repeated that she wasn't going anywhere. It was her last word, and her decision would not change. The dead woman's cries didn't last long. The blade gently entered the rancid body. The tip of a blade protruded from her head, dark energy oozing around her. Sehai was calm. This ghost was commonplace to him, not a threat. As the boy devoured the ghost, his mind was clouded by the dead man's last memories. He did not like the process. Through his soul went all the suffering that made people become what they became. Unfortunately for him, the ghosts didn't add to his strength as they had with the Sansons, but only caused him pain. When the ghost was done, the little girl looked deep into the well again. She was still thirsty. Sai took another look at the girl. One name came into his mind that reminded him too much of the baby girl. Sorry. That's what he would call her now. It was a name associated with frost. She raised her clear blue eyes to him and asked again, pronouncing the new name in her voice. The travelers moved on along the trail leading toward her home. They stopped at the creek. The girl occasionally repeated her new name in a voice as if trying to taste it. Sai thought she was doing that because she might not like the name, but the little girl assured him otherwise. Sori pointed in which direction Sehai's bundle had been thrown. The current of the water was too fast, and to swim there in search of the knot was tantamount to suicide. Sehai began to assess the loss. Most of all, he felt sorry for the food that had gone to feed the fish. But it was the medicinal supplies that he felt most sorry for, which had saved him more than once in various mishaps. He tried his best to keep his cool and not show any real anger in front of Sori. When he asked her why she had thrown the knot into the water, there was a very interesting and childishly naive answer. The girl really wanted to catch the turtle, but the turtle just swam away from that place. An hour earlier, the travelers had inquired about a boat from an old man. The old man was staring at Sehai. His vision was already poor, so he needed to be as close to the person he was talking to as possible to get a sense of who he was talking to. He motioned for them to listen to the story. The guy nodded in agreement. Waving his fan, the old man began the story. A strange incident happened 3 years ago. At one moment, the fish stopped pecking, water poured into the boat, the oars disappeared, and he and his companions could not even moor to the shore. The people decided that there was an angry god or Sanshin, but since then, the boat has remained tied to the shore. The shaman instructed humans sacrifice, but whatever the people did, nothing helped them. All this he told in one breath, each time waving his fan. The fan slammed into his hands as abruptly as his story itself. Sori looked at the old man with admiration. She loved the story, and the girl was in awe of the old man's acting skills. Sai, on the other hand, already realized the risks of this story and wasn't as enthusiastic. To confirm his hunch, he asked him head-on if it was realistic to swim across the river. The old man advised them to follow the upper reaches of the river. Maybe they could borrow a boat from someone, but in any case the river narrowed at the upper reaches. Tired of listening to the girl's excuses and accusations, Sehai asked her to stop. What's past is past, you can't change the past. Turning around, the guy still wondered why the girl needed a turtle. Sori pouted her lips stubbornly and proudly informed him that she wanted to ride her. Still, though he asked her to end her talk about the turtle, he continued it himself. Asking the girl where she had seen such a large turtle, Sori pointed somewhere in the distance. She pointed her finger into a grove of reeds. Just at that moment, someone was watching them from behind a rock. Sehai twitched. He immediately thought of Senshin. He immediately grabbed his blade, taking it out of its sheath. His instincts kicked in faster than his thoughts. He tore toward the rock where Senshin could presumably be hiding, but not after running a couple of meters. The guy slowed down, feeling his feet digging into something. Lifting one foot with a nasty quacking sound, it came to him that he had entered a mule that was greasingly soaking his shoe. Brain quickly assessed the situation. In the situation he found himself in, there wasn't much running after Senshin. Sehai was a little saddened. The situation was not to his liking. The mule clung tightly to his feet, and there were reeds all around in which he could easily hide. Sori approached Sehai with a suggestion. The girl was ready to catch the turtle at any cost. She really wanted to ride it. As soon as she heard the approval from Sehai, she moved farther away in one leap than he had managed to run in. It was like a dotty rushing around on four limbs. Probably the happiest a guy has ever seen her. The guy was watching her. He appreciated her speed and the way she moves. After a fast jog, Sori made one long jump, which she used to reach the rock behind which the supposed turtle was hiding. Sori's joyful voice came from behind a rock. She shouted out that she had caught a turtle. Sehai didn't even believe it for a moment, but then he heard wails of a different kind, a shrill voice screaming and calling for help, trying to get over the mule, which was worse than the enemy. As quickly as possible, Sehai hurried toward them. He asked the girl not to kill anyone. The boy whirled his head around looking for a firmer surface. All the while he heard screams and pleas for help. He didn't expect that the girl could kill other Sansons. He had to hurry to be the first to absorb the Sanson's power. When he was too close to be able to see who Sori had caught, he stopped in a mute stupor. What the girl caught was too strange. Sehai had never seen the likes of Sanshin before. The arms and legs were webbed, soaked in moolah. The back really had a shell like a turtle's, and the head was like a child's. Senshin was kicking and kept calling for help. One would assume that Sori and the Senshin were the same age. The girl had ridden the turtle and clearly wasn't trying to kill him. She was asking him not to move. Sehai glanced at his blade. The energy emanating from it was barely visible. It was the first time he had seen Senshin so weak. He stared dumbly at his blade, which barely reacted to the monster. The guy realized that he would be too little use. Sori was still sitting on the defenseless Senshin. Sehai still made the decision to listen to this boy and then decide what to do with him next. Eat up his power, he could at any moment. Sehai was still shocked at such a finding. This was the first Senshin to be so weak. The girl defiantly demanded that the turtle move toward the river and kicked him to move. When Sori saw that the turtle was no longer moving, she fearfully asked him if he was dead. Waiting for Sori's confusion, the boy jerked up sharply and slipped out of her tight grip. The girl bounced aside in surprise and surprise. The kid with the shell on his back picked up a stick that was lying nearby them. He sprang to his feet and clutched it lustfully in his hands, ready to use the implement at any second. Sehai watched silently as the scene unfolded. Sori was surprised at this turn of events. Turtle took a strong swing. Sori got a good smack with the paddle. Sori fell on her butt with a red forehead and the turtle tore to the side. His movements were too abrupt and sudden. He was like a little demon moving at breakneck speed. Of course, he wanted to live, and that was a great motivation for his ingenuity, counting on the fact that the girl would not be able to catch up with him, and in the water even more so. He moved toward the river as fast as his body could. But for Sori, the turtle's speed was just a game. She was easily able to match him. Blowing his eyes out, the turtle couldn't believe that the girl had already leveled up with him and wasn't even uncomfortable enough to catch up. It seemed like a normal, easy jog for her. Not much trouble at all. The kid stopped abruptly and crouched down. He sucked in air with force. The girl had been watching his actions the whole time, and when there was no more room left in his lungs, the boy tilted his head toward his abuser and with all his might released a jet of water in her direction. Sori didn't expect such a setup and screamed indignantly. Despite the fact that it was only water, the jet was powerful enough to hurt her. Taking advantage of the moment, Senshin headed toward the water very quickly. With only a few meters to go, someone's feet appeared in front of his nose. All this time, Sehai was on the sidelines and did not interfere with the children's fun. But right now, He couldn't let this Sanshin guy escape so easily. The guy blocked his path to freedom. Then the turtle decided to do another of the same stunts with a set of air and water attacks. Sehai stopped him halfway, jabbing his scabbard right into his throat where the water mass was already pooling. This action confused the kid and prevented him from executing his attack. The water didn't flow as required. He choked and let it out, not only through his mouth but through his nose as well. And if water could go through the ears, it would come out of there too. Sehai looked around and assessed the situation and was able to recognize the turtle's name. His name was Kancharu. Now the kid was all snot and tears, but when he heard his name he looked up at the guy. Kancharu whimpered so loudly it might have made his ears pop. Through the incessant crying, he wanted to know how the guy knew his name. Sehai informed him of his name. Turtle darted his eyes at him in surprise, opening his mouth wide. He was really shocked, and after a few moments, the meaning of the name came to him. Of course, rumors had reached him about the black tiger that was mercilessly devouring other Sansons. Kancharu's frail body faltered. At one point, the kid just plopped on his butt in the thick of the mule. Terror struck his head with renewed vigor. Sehai just watched him and didn't take any action yet. Kancharu opened his mouth in a new fit of crying, his tears spurting with such force. The little one had already said goodbye to his life. It lasted only a few minutes, and then, as if nothing had happened, the turtle jumped to his feet and began to dance some strange dance, jumping from one limb to another and waving his arms to the beat. Sori began to watch the performance with delight, forgetting that recently this young man had been ready to nail her. Watching this whole circus, Sehai tried to figure out what was even going on here. What was this turtle doing here, and why did he have a paddle from the local ferry? Kancharu began to mumble something about the circumstances, mumbling to himself. This had already worn Sehai down enough. He stared angrily at the petite Sanshin. Unable to stand this childishness any longer, the boy bellowed at the children in such a way that they fell down in a frightened bow before him. Even Sori, to whom it didn't apply as frightened, fell back against the mule. The guy slumped, saying the name that made him have to do all this. Some sadness showed in his eyes. Sehai demanded him to explain who Zasenza was. The kid informed him that it was a known Sanshin in this bay. Sehai was surprised, as he knew all the Sanshin of Dong, Yilands, and this was the first time he had heard this name. It turned out that the turtle came up with the name himself, so it's not surprising that the black tiger was unaware of the name. Sehai just erupted in anger, Kancharu stalling for time. Startled by the guy's look, the turtle fell face first into the mule again. Trembling with fear, he began to whine again that soon he would be finished and the black tiger would devour him. But Sehai wasn't going to do that, letting the boy know that. Kancharu raised his head and looked at the guy with shining eyes, not believing his ears. Sori had been silently watching the whole time. Still, Sehai demanded to know who Burr was and what was even going on here. Shivering and stammering, Kancharu asked permission to tell him everything through song, so he could avoid stuttering and explain everything more clearly. When he was given the go-ahead to perform the song, the turtle immediately came to life. He felt more relaxed and more confident. Sehai already had a headache from his mood swings and overly intrusive socializing. He didn't care what motif the turtle chose to sing the song, and yet when Hwamori's version was played, the guy opted for it. Kancharu drummed his stick and palm on his shell, creating a Hwamori rhythm. He really wasn't bad at conveying that melody. It was clear from his song that some Sanshin had taken over this cove and was keeping everyone in fear, and had also opened a manhunt. All this was accompanied by dancing and rhythmic sounds. Sori repeated after the kid, not a good word, which made Sehai glare at the girl. I don't want her to take that kind of language from him. The children found common ground and Sori picked up the mood of the turtle. She was happily ready to dance and sing along with him. Forgetting the essence of the song and why he was singing it at all, Kancharu and Sori were having fun, and it was as if the old disagreements between them had lost their power. The only one who was already sick of all this was Sehai. Involuntarily, he thought of eating the turtle and ending the whole spectacle. Dialing full lungs of air, the kid got ready for a new batch of performance of his performance. Of course, Sori was excited about the new song, clapping her hands and grinning ear to ear. Sehai's patience was already bursting. He looked down at the turtle and ordered him to end it all. At this moment, he seemed so huge and unyielding that Kancharu immediately faltered and the sounds of merriment disappeared. The oars of the cupola lay hidden in the reeds. Sehai assumed it was Kancharu's doing. The boy didn't deny it. he tried to do something to keep people from falling into the clutches of the dreaded Sansan Burr. The turtle story matched the recent information Sehai had gotten from the old man, who had also indicated that trouble had started happening to the boats 3 years ago. The burr had been a common beast before, but now it had grown large and brought real danger. Sehai turned back to the water. He needed to know where he could find this caster. The kid was worried about the black tiger. He was sure the creep wouldn't even be scared of him and could hurt Sehai. Kancharu noticed a splash in the water and pointed in that direction with a shout. That's exactly where Sauerkraut was right now. A crocodile's head emerged from the water. Its appearance was menacing and dangerous, just as the turtle had warned it. Seeing only a glimpse of the crocodile, Sehai squinted, trying to get a better look. It seemed to him that Saucer was no bigger than a log, but the kid started dissuading him from that, saying that the rest of his body was hidden under the water and he was really big. Pondering how to get closer to the Sanshin, Sehai began to untie his belt. Taking off his top layer of clothing, the guy informed the turtle that he would be his transportation to get around in the water. Kancharu hadn't expected this turn of events. In desperation, the boy fell backwards into the mule. Sori stared at him in surprise. Sehai pondered his plan of action, rolling up his shirt sleeves. He seemed to recall that he had once heard of a swamp beast from faraway lands. He'll know for sure when he gets close to him. In the boat lay an old man basking in the sunlight. Since he could not go out into the waters of the river by boat, he thus tried to experience the waters in a comfortable environment. Someone addressed him, disturbing his rest. These people turned out to be the hunters who had followed Sehai and Sori. They needed to get to the other side of the river, so they, like the boys, decided to go to the first boatman they met. The old man waved them away, reporting the oars missing. This boat could not be used. The men began snorting unhappily. This wasn't the first refusal to cross. On the downstream side, they received the same rejection, as the boat had a breach. The chief turned to his men and ordered them to move on to the headwaters. The old man stared at them unhappily. How could these people dare to deny him his best song? Remembering something, the chief turned his head back to the old man, asking if he had seen a boy and a little girl passing by. Putting his hand to his lips, the old man made an overly pensive appearance, trying to recall recent events. He still shook his head thoughtfully, reporting that he hadn't seen anyone. The man in charge was in no great hurry to believe him and asked again, but he got the same answer. His men followed the order and began walking toward the upper river. The old man escorted them with a glance, and only one man turned in his direction. Suddenly, the one who had slowed down a bit as the others moved on came back to the old man. Sneaking up from behind him, he squeezed the older man's throat and pulled him down with force. The old man quacked in fright and sharp pain. The hunter didn't believe the fisherman, so he decided to press him and refresh his memory. The old man began to stammer. He didn't tell them the truth then because he didn't like these people, but now it's about his life. After feeling the dagger point on his body, the elderly man surrendered and told the truth to his abuser. When he heard the answers he wanted, the hunter raised the old man's head and was ready to slit his throat with his dagger. Screams from the other fishermen stopped the hunter's intentions. He couldn't kill an innocent old man so bloodthirstily in front of witnesses. The hunter heeded his commander's order and shoved the man aside, tucking the dagger into the folds of his clothing. Coughing loudly, the old man collapsed on the knothole. Through the pulse pounding in his temples, he still heard the last of the threats against him. The hunters moved up towards the upper river. They were assessing their chances of catching up with their victims very soon. Kancharu kept whimpering, so he got a light kick to the head with the hilt of his blade from Sehai, the latter demanding that he stop whimpering already and move on. Sehai saddled the boy, moving through the water. His gaze was determined and he was ready to face an unknown enemy. But Kancharu was shedding tears. He did not want to die, and he had to swim straight to the monster. Sori shouted indignantly from the shore. She didn't like the fact that Sai had taken the turtle and was riding it herself, even though she was the one who wanted to swim on it. The boy, being far enough away now, warned the girl that it was dangerous and asked her to look after his scabbard, which he had left on the shore. The girl's indignation knew no bounds. She shouted various obscenities from the shore and was furious that she had been left on the shore. Sai resented the turtle for being the one to teach her such words. Sai sensed that Sanshin was already close by. The turtle winced in fright, the water swirling around them excitedly. A crocodile's head appeared out of the water. It was indeed close. Sehai tried to talk to the monster from the beginning and wanted to know the reasons why he was in the waters of Dun. Since there was no response, Kancharu speculated that the crocodile might have been a common beast, as he had tried to talk to it more than once, but there was never a response. Energy activated in Sai's eyes. He tried to recognize the Sensh's name, but he couldn't see it. It's probably because he wasn't from around here. Unlike Sori, she was still too young to have a name. The power from the sword had already burst out and was enveloping its master. Sai ordered the turtle to swim even closer. He needed to test the beast's reaction. Kancharu, with a new wave of tears and lamentations, obediently, slowly swam up to the huge monster. Sensing danger from the humans approaching him, the crocodile began preparing to attack. The boy was thinking that the monster was frightened and just ran away, for in front of him was the great black tiger. But Sehai was of a different opinion. Already ready to attack, he ordered the turtle not to move. The tip of his blade sparked with dark energy, but Kancharu was scared out of his wits. Hearing the boy's suggestion that the monster had gone underwater, the boy lowered his head to examine what was happening at the bottom of the river. All he could see was a huge maw with a row of sharp teeth bearing down on him from the depths of the river. He was so badly frightened by what he saw that his self-preservation instincts kicked in faster than he remembered Sehai's order not to move. Very abruptly, the turtle jerked to the side to avoid becoming lunch for the crocodile. The fact that he twitched like that caused Sai's balance to snap. The boy's foot slipped off Kancharu's shell. The huge body of the crocodile jumped out of the water. The guys who were too close flew up in the air from such a strong wave. Despite the inconvenience, even in this position, Sehai believed he could attack the monster. He gripped the blade tighter. The guy's attack wounded the monster. It fell back into the water with a violent rumble. Sehai similarly dropped into the water while contemplating his actions. The monster's skin was tougher than he'd anticipated, and it was probably unlikely that he'd be able to land a fatal blow, and he ordered the turtle not to move. Using Kanchara as a platform was a bad idea, so now he would have to rely on his own strength. Only slightly out of sight, Sehai began to assess the situation. The crocodile was never seen on the horizon. Kancharu slowly floated toward the guy, not noticing that a monster had appeared behind his back. Sai warned him of the danger. Right behind the turtle's back, the monster opened its huge maw. The jaws of the crocodile closed exactly on the place where Kancharu's shell was. If not for him, the boy would have been bitten in two. The beast swirled in a maelstrom while still holding its victim. The turtle began screaming and calling for help, tearing his throat out. Assessing the situation, Sehai took a strong swing out of the water toward the monster. Energy burst from his blade and traveled in a wave towards its target. The attack was able to reach the monster's body and collapsed onto it with force. Despite such a powerful blow, the crocodile was still alive. The only thing Kancharu was able to free himself from its teeth. Sai wasn't happy with the situation. His attack hadn't done any meaningful damage. He was in the beast's territory, and he didn't even have a chance to stand with his feet for support. His blade did not intimidate the crocodile one bit. Apparently, he believed that if he was in his environment, he was no match for it. Sehai pointed his blade towards the beast. The energy continued to bubble even underwater. Gathering more power, Sehai lunged, releasing the black tiger's energy from the blade. For a second, the water seemed to split where the wave of impact had passed. The power of the attack was so strong that it pushed the monster out of the water. Sori had been obediently standing on the riverbank all this time and watching. At some point, seeing something interesting, the girl turned in the opposite direction and through a grove of reeds ran away from the river. Sai looked over the surface of the water and didn't see even a splash. Puzzled, he couldn't figure out where the monster had gone. Setu was already starting to feel tired and regretted not completely undressing when he decided to go into the water. He glanced toward the shore and found it empty. Sori's disappeared somewhere, and a few moments later he heard someone shouting from the shore, someone calling out to him. There was a group of men standing nearby, and apparently their commander demanded that Sehai get out of the water. The man with the skewed grin continued to demand that the guy get out of the water to talk. Sehai immediately recognized the uniform. It was also the same one, the warrior who had been following them and whom the guy had knifed. It was clear they were after them. For one thing, there was still some black tiger power in the blade and one could engage them in battle. But that would be too reckless, as he didn't know what these people were capable of. First, we had to scout the situation and then make decisions. The guy responded and started swimming toward the shore. Chilson was given orders to knock the guy out, but not to kill him. He dutifully agreed. Still in the water, Sehai began to ask questions. He was completely soaked, water streaming off his clothes. The commander appreciated the guy's appearance. He thought it was funny being in the water with clothes on and a sword in his hands. He wondered what there was to do in the river. Sehai, who had come ashore too close to them, The question he was asked seemed silly and inappropriate. Since these people couldn't care less about the guy's occupation, the chief no longer beat around the bush. He put the question straight and wanted to know where the guy had hidden Hwamori. Pretending that Sehai didn't know what he was talking about, he suggested they search on shamanic rites. The commander missed those words and asked another question about the elder. A verbal altercation broke out between the two. Sehai stubbornly claimed he didn't understand what the conversation was about, and the commander was pissed off that the man was so simply unwilling to 0Z Jeton 7J0J0J0J99999 gave him truthful answers. Eventually, the chief turned to his associate and gave some sort of sign. Sehai looked at these men with distrust. He sensed the slyness in their voices, and they were clearly plotting something not good towards him. Chilson walked over to the guy and handed him a paper, ostensibly a document. Sehai reached for him. Instead of answering, he got a leaf in his face. It was a distraction. The hunter thus wanted to confuse the guy. The man lunged toward the boy while he was disoriented, but Sehai managed to dodge his attack. Chilson only managed to slice through the air. Sehai immediately covered his back with his sword as Chilson came in behind him. He moved quickly and was focused on the hunter. The methods these people used were devoid of dignity. The commander, who was watching, gave the order not to mess with the guy. He was stronger than they had anticipated, and it was their little oversight. Chilson didn't want to be humiliated, so he promised to deal with the guy himself. He got into a stance to continue the battle. Sehai was disturbed by their actions. He wondered if he could fight back against these people. After all, he had only fought spirits for the past 3 years. It didn't take long for Chilson to make the first move toward the guy. The hunter delivered blow after blow at his opponent, the ringing of the blade strikes resounding in the air. For the most part, Sehai has only adopted a defensive stance and has been slow to attack. The man made another lunge, but the blade went through the air with no resistance. Chilson looked at the guy with confusion as he didn't notice the moment his opponent bounced off him. Sehai was pleased with himself. He was able to fight back, but without the Black Tiger's power, he was unlikely to overpower an entire mob. The man was so engrossed in the fight that he didn't hear the water splashing lightly behind him. The crocodile was already close enough to shore. The commander saw him and yelled at the top of his voice about the danger. As soon as Chilson turned around, he could already see the open mouth ready to swallow him. The monster jumped and grabbed the man, who wailed in pain. From horror and surprise, the commander fell on his heel. He couldn't believe his eyes that such a monster came out of the water and was able to grab his man so easily. Sehai realized that the crocodile had hidden its presence, and if it were in the water now, it could have been badly hurt. He needed to decide what to do next. The crocodile on the shore was devouring the hunter, completely unconcerned about being attacked. Sehai turned back to the crocodile. He thought he had said something, but wasn't sure about it. The guy had no choice. As much as he wanted the people attacking him to not see the force, it wasn't at the top of his list right now. He hoped the hunters would mistake him for a dark spellcaster and not recognize the Black Tiger. A glow flickered in his eyes. The crocodile swiftly went to attack the guy. Taking a stand, Sehai was ready for his attack. Now they were on dry land and he was firmly on his feet. But the monster apparently had his own plans. He deftly changed direction and ran past the guy without even paying attention to him. Sehai stared puzzled as the monster walked away, and the crocodile, in turn, has found a victim of a different character. He was rushing toward the hunters. The puzzled fellow continued to watch the scene. Feverishly, the commander began to pull off his red belt. He was too scared and hoped that it would help him to save himself. He saw no other way out, and to engage in battle with him was tantamount to death. Extending his red bandaged hand in front of the crocodile's mouth, the man clamped his eyes shut. A moment separated him from certain death. The crocodile closed its jaws and stared at the man, letting out an internal growl. Thoth kept waving his red armband at him and trying to get his thoughts across. Even though the monster didn't understand his language, he hoped for the power of gestures. The hunters repeated after the commander his actions, taking off their red armbands and showing them to the beast. The crocodile turned around and walked in the opposite direction. The commander had hoped that he would just eat the guy up, but even here the actions of the beast were not unambiguous. He did not approach the guy, but on the contrary tried to avoid him. Not far from the unfolding events, Sori was hiding in the thick of the reeds, clutching her head tightly with her hands. hoping not to be noticed. Realizing the beast's intentions, Sehai shouted for the girl to save herself. A grave danger was approaching her. The little girl heard the boy's voice and looked up startled. The girl only now saw that a huge carcass was rushing toward her at an incredible speed. Watching as the monster raced toward the girl, the commander thought only of who would be responsible if she died. Sehai tried to run as fast as he could. He was angry that he had been distracted by the hunters and left Sori vulnerable. It was hard for him to run, his legs being sucked into the mule, slowing him down considerably. The crocodile was as close as possible and had already opened its mouth to devour little Sori. She goggled at the monster's sharp teeth. Instead of running, the little girl was only angered by the whole situation. She was already in a bad mood, but this was the last straw. Her power poured outward, the winter cold surrounding her body. Claws appeared on his fingers. Gaining strength in her hand, Sori swung toward the crocodile and slapped it in the face. The crocodile recoiled from this onslaught, and the little girl accompanied her blows with obscene words. It wasn't enough that she took a good whack at her opponent. Anger boiled up in her veins, and the girl pounced on the crocodile with renewed fury. The blows were so powerful they tore through the beast's tough skin. Blood mixed with frosty energy and flew in different directions. Finally, she kicked the carcass with all her might and the monster flew away from her. The carcass of the beast scythed across the swamp until Sehai's foot slowed it down. The guy looked at the mangled body of the crocodile with some sadness. He didn't have anything to say, he just stared at him. He then shifted his gaze to the little girl. Her hands were stained with blood. The girl's eyes sparkled with blue energy. But after a moment, her mood changed and Sori showed her partner her tongue. Fath didn't know how to react to all of this even now. He only had one last step to take, raising his blade above the crocodile, energy surging around him. Memories of the beast hit Sehai with a cold wave. Once upon a time, this Sanshin was held captive, but he was given a mission to settle in this river and kill all living things, but he was forbidden to touch humans. When Sehai finished devouring the beast's energy, the crocodile shrank in size by several times. He had a hard time believing the memories he had just witnessed. Did someone purposely let Sanshin into the river? He looked in the direction where the group of hunters huddled. The guys speculated that it might have something to do with these people. The commander looked at everything and couldn't believe his eyes. He had just seen something unimaginable and it gave him a real shock. But quickly coming to his senses, he began giving orders to his men in a commanding voice. Sehai was still watching as people began to hustle amongst themselves, shouting something and regrouping. The guy pondered who these people even were and whose goals they were pursuing, but he was more concerned now that those didn't find out more about him than they should. He turned back to the girl, who had crouched back in the thick of the reeds and covered herself with her arms. Sori waved her head in the direction where the hunters were crowded and quietly asked if they had left. When the guy informed her that they were still here, her body shuddered involuntarily. Such a reaction was strange, for just that she had demonstrated incredible strength and was able to overpower the strong Sanshin by herself. Yet she trembled at the sight of ordinary people. Slipping the blade back into its scabbard, Sehai glanced toward the crowd once more. When the guy asked her if Sori wanted to ride the turtle, the girl's eyes shone with excitement. Of course, she wanted to. The commander twirled around and kept giving orders. He didn't want to lose the opportunity and miss Hwamori. Sehai tossed the little girl upwards with force and the girl flew toward the river. He himself jogged the same way and dived into the water, leaving behind him only mule tracks and a great splash. The hunters drew their bows and rushed after the boys. Time passed, but no one emerged from the water. The commander even had the thought that they might have drowned. The man scrutinized the water intently, waiting to see if they were about to reveal themselves. But he certainly didn't expect to see them on the other side of the river. A multitude of questions visited his head at that moment. Sehai looked at the puzzled people crowded on the other side of the river. He knew the lack of boats would give them more time to escape. Koncharu's head appeared out of the water. Sehai thanked the turtle for helping him swim across the river to the other side. The boy was pleased with himself, and also glad that after everything he was still alive. Sehai didn't like sentimental goodbyes, so he simply turned away from the kid and was ready to move on his way. Koncharu called out to him. Waving his webbed hand, the turtle asked to wait a bit. He had something for Sehai and wanted to give it to him. He was surprised, as he couldn't even roughly think of what the turtle could have given him. The little girl happily threw her arms up in the air, thinking they were about to ride the turtle again. Sai immediately cut off any desires she might have had. The indignant Sori let steam out of her nose in anger. Koncharu threw something ashore from the water. It was something that flew by the guy. Sehai picked up his traveling bag. It was a much appreciated gesture and he was really grateful to the turtle for finding him and returning him. After saying goodbye to the turtle boy, Sehai and Sori headed further down the road. The girl waved goodbye to him for a long time and he waved back. Koncharu lay down on the water and exposed his belly to the sun. He rejoiced in life and was unspeakably glad to be alive. On a dark night, when the moon was high in the sky, somewhere on a mountain path a boy was crying exhaustedly. He had someone's leg in his hands and he was running as fast as he could. Leaping out of the thick of the bushes, the boy found himself panting and stumbling on a wide, bumpy path. He was running. He couldn't stop. Tears flooded his face and his pulse pounded rhythmically in his temples. Literally seconds later, someone popped up on the same path just like that. He was being chased by a scary dead man who had no leg, but even that didn't stop him from moving almost as fast as the boy. The monster demanded his leg, his red eyes glaring in the darkness, tongue lolling out of his dried up mouth. Because of tears, the boy did not see where he was running. The most important thing for him was just to run, and it became a fatal mistake. He felt the ground from under his feet and the child began to fall. He flew somersaulting down the cliff, picking up speed. The foot he was carrying flew off to the side. Even his slippers started flying off his feet. He grabbed his head, trying to keep it from hitting her. The landing was not the most pleasant. With annoyance, he put a hand to the bruised area on his head. It was only at that moment that he realized the emptiness in his hands. The leg he was holding tightly disappeared somewhere. The boy fidgeted and began to dash from side to side, trying to find what was missing. He was lucky the limb didn't fall out of his hands too far. He saw it a couple of meters away from him. The terrifying voice reminded itself, the monster demanding its leg back. He picked up his foot again and started running. He couldn't stop or the monster would catch up with him. Running behind a wide rock, he rested his back against it, clutching the limb tightly to him. It was hard to breathe as the baby tried not to make loud noises. The moment the boy opened his eyes, he saw another face in front of him. Sori stared intently and too closely at the bawling child. The boy was so badly frightened that he jumped to his feet, crying his eyes out. They looked at each other and began to recognize whose name was and what they were even doing here. Sori wondered who the boy was hiding from and stood up to peer out from behind a rock. Dihin was more than a little scared and grabbed the little girl to hide her back behind the rock. At the same time, Sehai was already dealing with the dead man who was stalking the child, but he didn't see it yet, so he asked the little girl to sit with him and head together. Deacon marveled at little Sori's courage. Lost in the dark forest, she wasn't even crying or afraid. He started wiping his tears. Sori had set a good example for him. The boy didn't even get lost but cried like a little baby. The boy got on all fours, still hiding from his pursuer. Holding his foot in his other hand, he promised the little girl he would take her home. Sori looked out from behind the rock. She saw Sehai had already dealt with a dead man and was heading toward the rock. He saw the little girl and couldn't figure out what she was doing there. Half of Sori's head sticking out from behind a rock. She waved her hand at him. Sehai stared at her uneasily, not understanding her cues. The children crawled on all fours through the dark forest, illuminated in places by the light of the moon. Feeling that they had broken away from their pursuer, Deacon suggested that Sori get to his feet, for that way they could get to the village faster. The leg was still in his hands. The little girl was interested in what he was carrying. The boy reported that it was medicine. Sori stared at him in surprise. It was the first time she had heard such a recipe for medicine. Sori then concluded that the deacon standing in front of her was an ogre. He jumped at the unexpected suggestion and refuted her guess. Despite everything, the boy desperately wanted to save his mother and went to such an act. At one point, the boy stopped abruptly and bulged his eyes. He stared puzzledly somewhere deep into the woods. He was sure they would come out to the wooden bridge now, but it was nowhere to be seen. Dihin began to swivel his head around, peering into the darkness of the forest. He was already seeing various ghosts that the night of the forest concealed. When the boy decided to tell Sori that they were lost, he discovered that the girl had disappeared somewhere. Just now, she was at his back, and now she was gone, as if she hadn't been there at all. He was left alone with his thoughts and fears, assuming that the ghost had managed to catch up with them after all and had grabbed the girl. And it was at this point that various forest sounds began to reach him, sounds that evoked terror and fear. Every rustle caused him to have a panic attack. Tears came out of his eyes again. Dahan held his leg tightly. He needs to make an immediate decision on what to do next. Run and try to find a way out, or rush off to find Sori. Suddenly, the missing girl jumped out from behind the bushes. Startled, Dahan shrieked. It turned out that Sori wasn't missing at all. She just hadn't warned him that she was going to the bushes to go to the bathroom. At a time like this, the boy didn't even think about such things. They headed in the direction from whence they had recently come. Since the children had lost their way, it would be better to go back and start looking for the right road again. Together they continued walking and discussing different topics. The boy felt sad when he found out that Sori didn't have a home and parents. In front of them lay a log that connected the two banks between the dangerous current of the river. Dahan began to tell her about the dangers of the place, but at the same time assured the girl that if she walked carefully she would be fine. But when he turned back to her, she had once again disappeared from his sight. Sori, without waiting for him as fast as possible, spreading her arms out to the sides for balance, ran down the log. It was quite a shock for Dahan. This little girl amazed him more and more each time. He was afraid that she might slip off the log and wanted to run to catch her. Because of such excitement, the boy completely forgot that he was holding his leg. Due to his inattention, his foot flew down straight into the bubbling river. Desperate and in tears, he crossed the river over a log without even worrying that it could be dangerous. The only thing he thought salvation for his mother, only that was lost through his fault. Sori looked at Dahan. Noticing that he was already without his leg roll, he looked sad and depressed. After gathering his thoughts and realizing that the leg was unlikely to have saved his mother, the boy had one more thing left to finish. He felt he was now responsible for Sori and held out his hand to walk her home. The girl put her hand in his and they went on their way. The boy talked a lot about his father, who passed away from the hard work and illness that afflicted him, then switched to farming. Noticing that for years the village had suffered from poor harvests. Still holding hands, they continued to advance through the dark forest. It was evident that the boy, over the talk of his village, was no longer so afraid and was more courageous. He was a good kid from a poor family with small but so significant dreams. In a moment of unrestrained chatter, Sori pulled out a bundle from somewhere and held it out to the boy. He stared at the wrapped piece of cloth in bewilderment and wanted to ask what was in it, but there was a voice shouting his name. Turning around, he saw a woman running toward him. The boy recognized her as his mother. She spread her arms and with tears on her face she sped away. They hugged each other tightly and both cried, so similar to each other and equally sentimental. The woman was very frightened when she didn't find her baby in the house. Dahan pulled away from her and only now realized that she had managed to get this far from home. Although it used to be hard for her to even get out of bed, she began to tell him a strange story that had recently happened to her. After realizing that her son was not home, the woman went out into the yard trying to see him nearby, but instead of her son, she saw a man approaching who knew from somewhere that her child's name was Dahan. Terrified that the Reaper had already come for her, she trembled and still managed to confirm that she was the boy's mother. The shadow concealed the man and it was hard to see him. He asked permission to wait for the boy in the courtyard, and when the woman gave the okay, he went in. The man noticed an oddity in the woman's cough and asked to give him his hand to measure her pulse. She looked at him apprehensively and with a trembling voice refused to extend her hand to him, for she was a widow and he was a stranger. Dahan's mom sat on the doorstep and was shocked at how deftly the boy handled his gadgets. He finished and started putting the tools in a baggie. The woman clearly felt better. She slowly began to rise to her feet and she didn't have the discomfort she had every time. She walked across the yard, stretched, and all of these movements were done with an incredible ease that she hadn't been able to experience in so long. Of course, Sehai didn't cure her, but he helped her. He left a handful of coins so she could buy food and eat normally for a while at least. It would allow her to get better sooner. The woman was so happy with her improvement that she didn't even have time to notice when the man said goodbye to her and went back to where he came from. Turning around one last time, he gave her a few more hints, and only now did she consider the beauty of his face. The boy looked at his mom, eyes wide open. He couldn't believe that such a sick mom could now stand in front of him and feel good. The boy remembered the girl he had promised to take home and looked around, but behind his back there was emptiness again. The girl just as before disappeared from his sight without a word. While Dahan was peering deep into the dark woods trying to see the girl, his mom saw a bundle on the ground and picked it up. Unfolding the cloth, a plant appeared in front of her, a dense and full root from which a small red flower grew on a thin stem. The woman stared at the plant. She recognized it and was shocked at where her son was able to get such a rare herb from. The boy stood in a stupor, and his mother began to list in a low voice the sums that could be obtained for the sale of wild ginseng. Realizing what a costly gift Sori had given him, he ran back down the path, hoping he could catch up with her. The girl wasn't in much of a hurry and the boy managed to see her. Out of breath, he shouted her name. The little girl turned around and looked with her clear eyes at Dehen running up to her. After saying goodbye to him, she took one leap and dashed off somewhere far away, leaving the guy in shock and speculation. He would likely never see her again, but to himself, Dean promised that he would live a righteous life and everything would be okay with him and his mom. Sori turned back to the guy waiting for her. He crouched on a small knoll. He looked at the girl intently, but without reproach, and reminded her of the pursuers who had gone nowhere and would continue to trail them. Sai sat and looked at the blazing fire. It crackled quietly, creating a light melody. The flames warmed the boy's skin pleasantly. Black Tiger's voice rang out in the guy's head. He was unhappy with what was happening and didn't understand Sai's actions. Compulsively, he pressured the guy to eat the girl. There was plenty of chance. By the looks of it, the guy seemed calm and relaxed, but what was going on in his head was terrifying. The Black Tiger did not back down from his ideals. He wanted the guy to stop stalling and do already what he should have done long ago. Even now was the right moment to end it and eat Sori. The girl was sleeping so peacefully that she could never have resisted him. The Black Tiger reminded him of all the failures and obstacles that came his way. He felt the guy's inaction would ruin him. Sehai was only looking for excuses and nothing more. The Black Tiger continued to press him and thus tried to remind him of his goal. Eventually, the angry beast uttered what the guy most didn't want to hear. His face was no longer so calm. Hearing some extraneous sound, the boy opened his eyes. The tiger's voice disappeared from his head. Rising to his feet, Sehai reached for his blade. He was ready to reach for it to attack at any second. There was a cat looking down at him from above. The guy saw it and drew his blade. It took him one moment to jump to where the cat was and dissect its body, but all he could do was part the air. The cat appeared to be a shadow, which meant it had a master somewhere. Pushing himself off the ground, Sehai rushed down the trail in the direction the shadow might have gone. He saw the cat again, already sitting on the rock. It was like he was waiting for Sehai. The guy crouched on a branch like a predator, dark energy flowing from his blade, eyes blazing. He was preparing for another jump, chasing after the cat. He pursued the shadow relentlessly, jumping from branch to branch, but still couldn't catch up. It was still as if the cat was taunting Sehai and was in plain sight, yet out of reach. The boy managed to sweat a bit chasing the shadow, though the cat himself wasn't that fast. Sehai slanted his eyes thoughtfully to the side. He needed to decide what to do next, but a strange sound caught his attention. A sleepy and yawning Sori was walking towards him. The girl's saliva hadn't even dried from her chin. She didn't yet realize what was happening, but she hurried over to him. In her hands, the girl carried all his belongings, his hat and traveling bag. Continuing to follow the cat, Sehai noted that when they lost sight of him, he would stop and wait expectantly, but once they found him, the cat would continue to run away. Sori followed the guy and the cat like a ghost. She still hadn't opened her eyes. Sehai noticed something and stopped abruptly, looking in front of him. The girl, who was still asleep and moving more by inertia, didn't notice that the guy had stopped and she flew face first into his bag. The guy didn't move and stared straight ahead, the little girl rubbing her nose and peering out from behind him, trying to figure out what had caused him to slow down so abruptly. What she saw surprised her so much that the dream evaporated as if it had never happened. It was hard to see anything ahead. The fog was so thick that once you entered it you could be lost forever. Even the ever so always bold Sehai was a bit puzzled. Without the Black Tiger's vision, he can't see farther than his nose. Besides, he was sure that Sanshin was hiding in the fog, and despite his misgivings, he and the girl walked toward the fog. They entered the thick fog, walking slowly as they could no longer see anything. Even the path under their feet was covered with a thick veil. Only their footsteps could be heard, some dead silence surrounding the place. But they continued onward into the unknown. Sehai began to twist his head around, trying to get a glimpse of anything around him. Sori did the same, but she saw nothing but a thick whitish veil. The guys came almost right up to some gates. The girl saw a closed fence with talismans taped on it. Her face changed in a second. Cold sweat broke out on her body and a slight shiver ran down her skin. That fright was so intense that she couldn't stand the fear. She grabbed onto Sehai, hugging him tightly. The boy looked back at the girl puzzled. He watched how scared she was, her whole body shuddering with fear. She was afraid to even open her eyes, still holding on tightly to the guy. Sehai looked in the direction that Sori had recoiled from. The boy noticed the talismans and recognized the exercising power in them. He informed her that they were not dangerous to her and she had nothing to fear. Despite his words, she still continued to hug him. Then he recalled how she had recently slew Sanshin with her bare hands, and some talismans had had caused her to have an anxiety attack. Sehai started to ask her to move away, but no sooner had he finished his sentence than he saw something strange. A window in one of the houses opened with a slight creak. From the crack of the open window, someone's half face showed. The man's appearance was frightened and worried, but just a couple seconds later, the window slammed shut with a bang. The girl heard something and pulled away from Sehai's back to look in the direction the sounds were coming from. Several shadows ran not far from them. One would assume that it was the children who ran, looking like a boy and a girl. The supposed child stopped and looked in their direction. It was hard to see his face through the fog, but the redness of his eyes shone through the thick veil. A closer look revealed the child's eerie face, an ominous red glow shining through its eyes and mouth. Sori stared curiously at these strange children. One of them started beckoning her with his hand and beckoned her over to him. 3 such children looked in their direction and called little Sori to them, asking her to play with them. To them came the quiet giggling of children. Sehai watched these kids and noted that these were no ordinary kids and something was clearly wrong with them. But for Sori, they were just great company for a walk. Her eyes glazed over with excitement that someone wanted to play with her. The kids continued to run somewhere while the latter was still inviting Sori to join their game. Completely absorbed in the fun, Sori forgot about everything and took off in the direction of the fleeing children. Sehai wanted to stop her, but his hand caught only a void in the fog. He looked at his empty fist and began to ponder what could have happened here and the reason they were so eager to be separated. A happy Sori ran with all her legs to her new friends, anticipating the grand fun they would have for her. In the distance, she saw many childlike silhouettes enveloped by the local fog. One by one, with sinister smiles on their faces, they invited the girl to join their game. They were going to play catch up. The rules were simple. Whoever gets caught will catch up with the others. One of them turned his back to the trunk of a tree, covering his eyes with his hands. He began counting down. As soon as one of them started his count, the rest of the children ran in different directions away from him. Sori swiveled her head, trying to keep track of everyone who was here. A girl in a red dress ran past her. She reminded the girl of the rules and that it was time to run away or she would be caught. The girl had the same creepy face, red eyes, and an overly wide mouth. The sounds of giggles hovered around them. The girl continued to stand still. She was in no hurry to run and hide. The boy by the tree had finished his count and was ready to start looking for everyone who had hidden. He turned backward, his head tilted unnaturally to the side. He noticed that Sori didn't have time to hide, so without thinking long, he ran in her direction with his arms stretched forward. He ran toward the girl with the intention of catching her. The little girl put her hand out in front of her and indicated that she was not comfortable with such a game and would not participate. The child who ran toward her so swiftly no longer seemed amusing to her. For a moment, his face transformed, his mouth wide open as if he were some kind of beast and wanted to devour the girl. The child monster clamped his teeth into Sori's outstretched forward arm. The girl felt a sharp pain from his teeth. With force, she slapped him and pushed him farther away from her. The girl looked at her arm. The fabric on her clothes was torn and blood was oozing from her arm. The wound throbbed searingly. There is a new rule in the game. Whoever is caught will be eaten. The child kept repeating this phrase without ceasing, laughter coming from everywhere, as if hundreds of children were surrounding them and laughing. And so it was, the girl began to be surrounded on all sides by strange and evil children. She didn't feel like playing with them at all anymore. Faces appeared and disappeared in the fog. An ominous red glow flickered around the girl and their voices echoed around the area. Each of them wanted a bite of the tidbit. They have waited for their long-awaited victim and will not let her go. Realizing that the game was gone and she was in danger, Sori activated her frost power. Her hair stood up with energy, her eyes sparkling with a clear blue. It was as if the monsters were bewitched. They repeated the same thing over and over again as if they knew no other words. The ugly and terrifying monster children rushed toward the girl, wanting to eat her flesh and tear her into small pieces. Sori's energy was already enveloping her body. She was ready for the attack that was rushing around her. Picking her first target, she rushed in with an attack on one of them. The power was so strong that they flew a great distance away from the group of other monsters. The girl was so much furious with these freaks, who did not give her a chance to have fun. Her rage knew no bounds, and the first attacker, she blew his head off his shoulders. The anger was truly strong in the little girl's soul. She was all sparkly with energy bubbling in her veins. But that didn't stop the rest of the monsters in the slightest. They didn't care about her capabilities, the fact that just that they had lost one of their own people. Without a second thought, the monsters once again ran toward the girl. Anger raged within her. annoyed that these monsters were picking on her when she had made it clear that she had no intention of playing their stupid games. But at some point, something happened to her. The girl staggered. She was clearly not feeling well. The energy evaporated from her body. Sori became dizzy, her body sluggish and unruly. Staggering and stumbling, she began to fall, not realizing what was happening to her. The monsters were already too close, sharp claws reaching for her body. A couple more meters and they would grab her frail body. Dark energy cut through the air, cutting them off from the falling Sori. Sehai was already there with his blade in hand. He released his energy to save the little girl by attacking the monsters. One blow was enough to chop up 3 of them in one fell swoop. Their half-bodies rumbled to the ground. The other monsters noticed the new power and turned toward the guy in a friendly manner. Sai had an intimidating appearance, energy enveloping him from head to toe, ready to obey his master at any moment and launch a fatal attack on his enemies. The power of the black tiger shone in the guy's eyes. A new wave of energy erupted from the blade and rained down on the monster running towards him. Then another and another. Sehai swung his blade over and over, the energy hitting its target and destroying the bodies of his enemies, shredding them into several pieces. There were so many more and more monsters that the guy lost count of how many he had managed to destroy. Body parts were flying in different directions, then a head, then an arm, then another half of the body. It finally dawned on the remaining monster that it was no longer worth trying to attack. It deftly turned in the opposite direction and began to run away from Sehai. The dark energy released from the blade carried swiftly towards the enemy, catching up with him. She eventually reached him and slammed into the monster's back, whipping it with all her might. All this time, not a single monster had been able to approach the girl, but she didn't look healthy. Her head was spinning. She had settled to the ground and was unable to comprehend anything. Sehai walked over to her. She barely opened her eyes. Sora felt completely sick, cold sweat running down her face. Taking a seat next to her, the guy demanded to see his bitten hand. After assessing the condition of the bite, Sehai assumed that poison had been introduced into the girl's body through the bite. The only thing he could think of right now was to neutralize the poison sooner rather than later. He was distracted by strange clicking noises that began to sound behind his back. The monster's body slowly crept toward the head that had been blown off its shoulders not too long ago. Suddenly, the body picked up the lost head and inserted it back into the body. It's crooked. The monster's head twisted fearfully on its body as if a fan was spinning. Sehai watched silently. The same sounds began to fill the area where he had finished off so many monsters. The mutilated bodies began to crawl up their lost limbs, the monsters connecting them to each other as best they could. Some bodies began to struggle for the lost limb. Apparently they didn't have to look for their own body part. Any that came their way would do. It was all too suspicious. The guy didn't want to linger in this place, especially when Sora needed help. He picked up the girl and started to walk away from the place. The girl complained of dizziness. She had never felt this bad before. Sehai was her support right now. They needed to get out of here and fast. Wobbly Sori muttered about how she didn't like these kids at all. Sehai agreed with her. He didn't like them either. They walked in a different direction long enough, but eventually the same tree showed up near where the game had started and Sori was bitten. Sehai paused. He was tense by this fact, staring intently into the distance and wondering if he had imagined it. The little girl was complaining. She was getting worse. She wanted to know if they had reached safety. Laughter erupted around them with renewed vigor. In the thick fog, the terrible red glare of the eyes shone again, and horrible faces flashed everywhere. Guessing the trap that had been set for them, Sehai was already preparing for another battle, but Sori's voice distracted him. The girl informed the guy that she had gotten much worse and now she could not see anything at all. Sehai held the girl tightly to him. He led her slowly but surely, trying to find a way out of the situation. The monster children paced behind them and giggled ominously. The same words came out about eating the one caught. The boy looked around carefully, trying to see the danger and react quickly. Sehai swung his blade crushingly at the monster that came too close. A wave of dark energy descended upon the enemy. The energy shimmered and tore the monster's body into several pieces. The monster once again lay scattered on the ground, and he didn't move for a while, but no sooner had a few minutes passed than his hands began to search the body that had recently been whole. After another time, the monster had already fully assembled his body parts into a single piece and was assembled like a constructor. Sehai glanced at the freak unhappily. He didn't like what he saw. At this rate, he's not going to get rid of them. After a time, they came out again to the same lonely tree from which they had left not long ago. No matter how many times they passed, this is where they came back. Whichever way they go, It will lead the boys to this tree. The girl was getting worse, complaining of dizziness and was quite weak. In a very gentle voice, he asked her to be patient. They need to get out of here and then she can rest. The boy chastised himself for being inattentive and thoughtless. They went so deep without even figuring out what was going on here. Now to get out of here, he needed to find the hearth and destroy it. He made the decision to walk towards the tree rather than away from it and headed in its direction. The boy heard a monster creeping up nearby. The blade shredded him once more, throwing his limbs far away. While Sehai was busy with one of them, the others were biding their time to attack the defenseless little girl. The guy was faster than the monsters, so the energy hit their bodies, crushing the enemy once again. The girl was unharmed, but didn't realize what was happening. Sehai darted from side to side, keeping his calm and sober head. Every move he made was precise and deadly. A new batch of monsters were coming in his direction. He looked back sharply in their direction. The fog became too thick again, and Sehai was lost in space. When he heard a long meow, he swung his blade in the direction the sound came from. There was a kitty cat sitting on the wall. He was the most ordinary and unremarkable. Definitely not the cat that brought them to this den. Sehai grinned irritably. But despite her condition, Sori was happy to see the cute cat. Satisfied with such an encounter, she flew to the side, falling into unconsciousness. Sehai bent over the girl who had passed out. She was breathing heavily and had stopped responding to outside factors. The guy put his palm to her forehead. It was too hot. The girl was in a fever. He no longer doubted that she'd gotten poison in her bloodstream when she'd been bitten on the arm. The boy stared at the girl and thought feverishly about how he could help her. But what can he do when he doesn't even know what poison she was poisoned with? The kitty who had been watching them meowed again. Sehai looked away from the girl and looked in his direction. After walking a little further, the kitty stopped and looked back at the guy, checking to see if he was following him or not. The monsters had already gathered their limbs and began thrusting toward them once more. The kitty was calmly walking along the top of the fence and kept glancing sideways at the guy. The guy picked up the girl and decided to follow this cat. By the looks of it, the cat knew where to go and was confident in his actions. Sehai followed him with his blade at the ready and Sori in his arms. Sehai reflected on the fact that they had entered the village the same way, following the cat. He knew he was walking into a trap and he walked anyway. The monsters continued to follow them. He stopped in surprise, the black tiger's strength flickering in his eyes. Now he was already determinedly following the cat, who was leading them in an unknown direction. He just didn't see any other choice. The kitty stopped at the fence with a warm light behind it and continued to meow long as if beckoning Sehai to hurry up. They approached a house that had light coming from the windows, which meant someone was there. Kotick entered the courtyard. Sehai found it odd to have such a low fence when there were ghosts scurrying around. Everything he saw was suspicious and strange, but looking at the suffering Sori, he could find no other choice. Looking around, the guy noticed that the courtyard was quite cozy and clean. Satisfied kiddies, one black and the other the one who had just helped them get to this place, were stationed outside the house. Someone's silhouette could be seen from behind a window. The voice was soft and quiet, and a meow could be heard. The window of the house opened and a very sweet and beautiful girl appeared in it. She politely invited the travelers to come inside the house. Sehai hesitated. This whole situation was strange and incomprehensible to him. The girl asked him to lock the wicket as tightly as possible. When the guy looked around, he heard the voices of monsters, as well as the fog that for some reason didn't penetrate that fence. The girl once more invited the travelers to enter the house. Then she could explain everything to them. The boy still hesitated, but when the girl addressed him by a name she was not supposed to know, he turned and stared at her with alarm. All the time her eyes were closed, but she seemed to see more than a person with her eyes open. She introduced herself, and just as she knew she was facing the black tiger, night changed to day. The sunshine brightened the dark areas and chased away the anxiety and fears. They sat up in a small room. Sori was put to bed and given a cold compress. The girl was pouring tea, and Sehai sat like a statue, waiting to see what would happen next. The guy told her the cat brought them here. Now the kitty was resting contentedly on the roof of the house. Remembering what had happened in the forest, he decided to see if the girl had heard of the strange panther he had met that had led them straight to this village. The girl thought about it and was even a little surprised to hear about the panther. There were no such beasts in these parts. Sori was lying in bed. She had a high fever. She was given first aid, but neither Sehai nor the girl who had taken them into her home were healers. There was a look of disbelief on the guy's face at everything that was going on here, but he tried to hide it. The girl acted as calmly as possible, as if she had expected him to be so distrustful but didn't pay attention to it. He tried to elicit the truth from her and still remained polite. Still, if it hadn't been for this house, who knows what might have happened to them and whether they would have been able to get out of this village and the thick of the fog at all. The girl answered him calmly, not taking offense at such obvious distrust in his voice. She took the hot teapot in her hand and picked it up, with the fingers of her other hand lightly holding the lid. She tilted the teapot. From the spout poured a fragrant drink into one of the cups on the tray. After finishing the ritual of making and pouring the tea, the girl took one of the cups in her hands. The warmth of the ceramic warmed his hands. Her whole body expressed the skill of her demeanor, the straight back, the manner in which she sat and spoke. All this she did without seeing anything. Even the boyfriend noticed that she was doing well despite her ailment, but she pointed out to him that if he moved even an inch of any object, it would be a tragedy for her. Turns out what she was pouring into the cups wasn't tea at all, it was medicine. She held out her hands to the guy and offered him to drink it. Sai didn't much understand why he would drink the medicine if he wasn't being bitten. The girl reported that there was poison in the mist as well and it might work on him soon. He took the cup doubtfully and looked into its contents, as if setting an example for him. She took a sip first. Relying on her sightlessness, Sehai brought the cup to his mouth and made a sip-like sound without his lips touching the liquid. He asked her to explain what was going on in that village. But was there any point in her explaining anything to him when he didn't trust the girl? Looking at her, he hesitated at her sightlessness. She said things that only a person who would stare at him absent-mindedly could notice. Yet despite his disbelief, she decided to tell the guy the story. A memory of that gnarled, dry tree that had been swallowed up in the mist and stood alone in the midst of an empty field flashed before the lad's eyes. A month ago, a tree that used to be vibrant and leafy became this. When this happened, a fog descended on the village and the tree took everyone touched by the poison. All those protective talismans that Sehai and Sori had forked earlier were made by this girl to help keep the villagers safe. People were isolated and they were having a hard time. Anyone who broke the isolation of the dolls was taken to a tree and no more people were seen. The people in isolation watched as the travelers entered the village, but never dared to warn them of the danger that awaited them in the fog. The guy guessed that people were just disappearing. They were being killed. The girl nodded sadly to him and lowered her head. She knew there were few people left alive in the village. The guy's hand was actually resting on the blade, not releasing the hilt. To him, it served to further doubt that she was only pretending to be unsighted. Sehai was still holding the cup. He didn't set it aside, but he didn't drink from it either. The boy looked intently at the girl, puzzled. Despite trying to read Sehai, all she could see was a dark shroud and that his life should have been cut short a long time ago. Finishing this conversation, Sehai tipped the entire contents of the cup into his mouth. In one gulp he drank it all down. With a clatter, he set the cup on the floor and promised he'd be back soon. He stood up abruptly and the girl asked him in surprise where he was going. Since he had no other way to pay the girl back, he decided to handle a few things for her. The baby was still lying helplessly in bed with a fever, and the guy and the girl kept talking. He still couldn't fully trust her, but even so he was willing to take the risk. The girl almost choked on his words. She thought he was cruel or just someone who had bad jokes. She held out her hand in which a jade bead lay in it. It dimly illuminated with its green glow. This bead will be able to help him not get lost in the fog and find his way out of the village. Clutching the rope with the jade bead in his hands, the boy promised himself that he would stop this fog and the tree. The effect of this bead impressed him. He no longer wandered around the outskirts of the village, but was able to quickly reach the place he was interested in. Even now, he had his doubts about the girl's words. Sehai approached the huge tree point blank, an impenetrable fog hovering around them, through which nothing could still be seen. Taking up the threads, he tied the jade bead around his neck. All the time his thoughts were only of that tree and various speculations as to what might have affected his condition. The healthy and green tree could have grown for hundreds more years, protecting the village, but something destroyed it. Still in his thoughts, he began to draw his blade from its sheath, slowly listening for that sound. Wooden monster dolls, it didn't take long for them to show up. They began peering out from around corners, laughter filling the space. The monsters were getting bigger and bigger. They sensed their prey and were waiting for the moment when they could attack and devour him. It was still the same story, their red eyes flickering in a thick fog, their voices ringing around. All the while they wanted to play, but the game was so scary that a normal person would have just gone crazy. Sehai listened to their voices in silence, blade already ready for battle. Energy began to flow from the blade, wrapping itself around his body. He didn't mind playing with them, but changing the rules a bit. A mad smile distorted his lips. The hunt for the monster begins right now. Dolls were gathering behind his back, and he was biding his time until there were more of them. Dark energy poured out of the blade like this. His leap was lightning fast, precise, and stabbing. He easily managed to dissect several monsters at once. Their bodies flew in different directions. The monsters were already rushing behind him, each wanting to snatch a tidbit from the guy. Clawed hands reached for him, trying to catch him in their tenacious claws. But the guy was faster, more agile, and had a mind. Before the monsters even realized what was happening, he had already disappeared from their sight and his blade split the air. The monsters rained down like rain from the neem, chopped to pieces. The guy's energy hovered in the air, proving that there were still plenty of enemies nearby. The dolls kept coming up. There were many of them, and it wouldn't be long before they would also begin to gather their limbs and attack him again. He walked back to the tree, raising his head once more to examine it. It was the tree that was his real target. If you destroy the source, everything else disappears too. If it had been an ordinary tree, the guy wouldn't have had the strength to cut it down. But if he's been taken over by a ghost, it'll have to work. He got into position to attack the tree. Sehai took a strong swing with his blade. Energy burst from the weapon and raced toward the tree. Like a thin blade, the energy cut through the tree trunk, leaving only a thick stump with deep-set roots. Despite all his actions, he realized that just cutting down the tree wasn't enough. There were many factors that pointed to this. Turning around, Sehai saw the monster puppets still wandering around in the fog, looking for prey. And the fog itself hasn't gone anywhere. A voice came from the stump. You couldn't see who was speaking, but it only meant that Sanchin was still alive and needed to be finished off. Sehai peered into the trimmed tree, but saw nothing. Apparently Sanchin was hiding somewhere deeper and didn't risk going cold turkey. Behind the guy's back, something began to happen again. The monster puppets fidgeted, the sounds from their wooden bodies reaching the guy's ears. The dolls strangely began to climb out on top of each other, landing on the neck of the bottom doll. Their crazed faces were terrifying. Clanking nasty sounds accompanied their every action. A dozen of them came out, and now they had the appearance of a huge centipede with many legs, several times Seh's height. Their figure began to move closer to him, looming over him intimidatingly. The boy looked up, examining the lined tower of doll bodies. They gagged intimidatingly and were ready to attack him at any moment. Sehai slanted a glance at the talking stump. He was already being followed at full speed by the assembled centipede puppets. They were relentlessly taunting the guy with their threats. He shifted his gaze to that puppet monster. Mad faces began to shout out the new rules of the game one by one. The moment they became one, their faces took on even more sinister features. Sehai heard the same voice from the wood coming from the dolls. He knew that someone more powerful was capable of such a thing, which meant that the Sanchin had been given the power. Without hiding the secret, one of the heads spoke the name of the one who bestowed the power. That name alerted the guy that he didn't even believe what he had just heard. The millipede puppet no longer wished to prattle on about nothing. Without warning, she tore toward the guy, revealing her horrible fangs. The guy reacted quickly and bounced out of his seat. The monster's head crashed into the ground where it had been standing a second ago. Without giving him pause, the millipede surged upwards and rushed towards him once more. Sehai bounced again, his blade exuding dark energy. He prepared to attack as he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. The creature slashed through his arm, blood spurting through the torn fabric. The millipede stopped for a moment. She turned her head to the guy and continued to boast about her Takon-given power. After telling the guy that he was only a pathetic fake and not the real black tiger, the millipede once again rushed to attack him. Sehai prepared to repel the attack without fear. He swung his blade and tore toward the monster. He managed to blow the top off the doll, chopping it into pieces. The bottom doll didn't even seem to feel the loss, and after a second, it began to transform into the main head of a millipede. Sinister fangs emerged from her body. Her mouth turned in different directions, exposing her insides. She attacked the guy with renewed vigor. Her speed was incredible, but Sehai dodged in time despite everything and kept the same pace. After a while, he could clearly feel that the monster's speed had gotten faster and strength had increased. While he was fighting the indestructible millipede, the monster doll he had demolished and chopped up had, in the meantime, managed to gather its limbs into one pile and reattach everything in place. Sehai was distracted from the fight, watching the monster he had recently defeated, and in the meantime the millipede was already rushing at him with a new attack. Before she could finish speaking, the blade had unleashed its fury upon her head. Black energy streaked across the top doll. The boy gripped the blade tighter with both hands and made another lunge, releasing the energy of the weapon towards the enemy. The blade once again sliced through the air, and with it another doll, its half separated from its body, finished with another top. The guy had a little time until a new millipede had formed there. He turned around from the monster in the other direction. Sahai looked up at the tree. The guy realized that he couldn't fight the millipede indefinitely, and the only way out was to destroy the tree that started it all. He walked right up to him, pulled out his blade, and aimed for a strike. The energy struck straight into the core of the stump. Like smoke, a dark force dispersed from the place of impact. The stump split in two, forming a huge crack down the middle. Hearing the millipede moving behind him, the boy was puzzled, for he thought that if he destroyed the tree, the enchantment would disappear. But something wasn't right here. Suddenly the ground was gone from under his feet and Sahai flew downward, his breath caught from such a surprise. He didn't have the best time. Somewhere deep in some cave, the blade was still in his hands, and energy continued to flow from it. During the fall, he bumped his head and was now slightly dizzy. An ingratiating female voice sounded not far away. She watched as the guy tried to recover from such a fall. The face he had been talking to while he was upstairs came into view. Sanson stood before him, her blood-colored hair tied back in bizarre ponytails, her teeth curved like tendrils sticking out of her mouth. Red lines stretched across his skin. In her hands, she held an exquisite smoking pipe. She had a human face, even beautiful for a monster, but her body was disgusting and made it hard to forget who she was. Up to her waist, she was a normal girl, but below that, she was a monster from nightmares. Not surprisingly, her dolls took the shape of centipedes since she herself was half centipede. She looked up at the guy without an ounce of fear or doubt. He was no more to her now than an amusement caught in her subterranean domain. Sahai rose to his feet and his power surged through his body. Dark energy darted from side to side, ready to attack the monster at any second. The girl began to move away from the boy into the depths of her domain, while she smoked relentlessly, and it felt like the fog around her was coming from her pipe. Only the distant sound of clawed paws reached Sa. She was in no hurry to get into a duel with the black tiger. Despite the black tiger's keen eyesight, the guy could barely see anything in this thick fog. At some point, the monster disappeared from sight in the depths of its cave. Sahai couldn't let her escape. He needed to finish what he started and devour this thing. He rushed in the direction the centipede had just fled. An excited heart beat a rhythm in his chest. Stopping abruptly around the corner, he found emptiness. The creature was moving too fast and was in its own territory. It cost her nothing to get lost among the many cavernous corridors. He spotted the girl rush into a new passage of the cave. Only her tail flashed and was out of sight in the same second. Coming to the place where she had just been, the guy stopped abruptly. He was ready to unleash the power of the black tiger on her at any second. His eyes saw something that took his breath away. This was something he definitely didn't expect and was shocked. There was dead silence and many passageways opened up before him. One could easily get lost here and never find their way back again. In this silence, only his pants made the sound of rustling against each other. Since the trail broke off right here, the guy didn't know where to go next. Slowing down, looking for the next road, it only now reached him that he was out of breath. Breathing was harder than ever. Sweat began to drip off his forehead. The jade bead around his neck continued to shine brightly. His thought was cut short when he heard a foreign sound. The guy turned sharply in the direction from which he was coming. The puppet centipede he had recently fought was rushing towards him with wild speed. The force rained down on the monster, straight into the center of its head, penetrating deeper into its skull. But the monster's onslaught was too strong. The boy intercepted his blade and gripped it tightly. Swinging around, he took a wide swing from his head all the way to the ground. A single black streak of energy burst out from the blade and flew towards the enemy. Sahai was finding it increasingly difficult to breathe. In these 3 years he had spent with the black tiger, he had never once had to use his powers for so long. The points of the tentacles hovered over him. The tentacle came down sharply and crossed over to where he stood, the guy managing to lower himself sharply below and dodge the deadly attack. Relentlessly, the tentacles continued their attacks, but he managed to bounce and dodge in time. Turns out those deadly tentacles were the girl's hair. She had a knack for controlling them and could attack at any moment. The centipede grinned and warned the guy that he would soon fall asleep, as he had been in the poisonous fog for too long already. She was pleased with herself. Letting the noxious fumes of mist out of her mouth, she proceeded to tell Sa her plans for him. We just have to wait for the poison to take over his body. Breathing heavily, but not broken, the guy glared angrily at her. He couldn't let some poison break him. She only squinted her eyes and took another drag from her pipe, which she kept in her hand. Bright red lights flashed in her eyes. Smoke was constantly coming out of her pipe. She yowled at him in a wimpy voice, trying to get the guy emotional so he'd make a mistake. The conversation came up again about Takon. The guy was interested in him and decided to offer to let her take take him to see him. Cold beads of sweat continued to drip off his body. The monster squinted her eyes and looked at Sehai carefully. She clamped the tube between her lips thoughtfully and decided to put forward the terms of her bargain. The words flowed from her lips like poison, suggesting that he leave the village and forget everything that had happened here. Her dolls began to come to life and quietly mew. She kept betting on the poison that would soon enslave his body. Letting out another cloud of smoke, she prepared to lavish mercy on him and lead him out of the cave, but she couldn't finish her sentence. Dark energy rushed in her direction, hitting the walls of the cave, and the girl took off sharply down the tunnel. After a couple seconds, she peeked out of hiding, her eyes brimming with surprise, her lips folded into a tube, and her pigtails wiggling lightly on her head. Energy hovered around after such an attack, dissipating into the air. The guy stood like a rock. He would not go along with her and believe her false promises. The girl understood this attack as a rejection of her deal and threatened him once again. Sehai crouched down. He watched the creature from under his forehead, gathering strength for more attacks. Every minute he breathed in this fog, it was getting harder and harder for him to be here. He could feel the poison harming his body. The girl's voice came from different corners of the cave, and she moved through it quickly, changing her trajectory each time. The guy all this time had only slowly turned his head at her voice. He knew that the more movements he made, the faster the poison would spread through his body, and he tried to conserve bits of energy. Her teasing voice continued to whisper various barbs, and meanwhile, the monster doll was already at full strength, assembling her limbs into one piece. The guy didn't wait for the one to reassemble her body and become stronger. He crushed the monster's head with his foot. Covering his nose with his sleeve, he looked around intently. He had to hurry up and kill Senshin or it would be a bad business. The centipede girl had a plan she wanted to follow. All that was left was to wait for the poison to finally work on the boy, and then she could present it to Takon as a gift. She need only take cover and wait for the fog to break it. She was racing down the corridor of one of the caves, her hair flying in different directions from the speed she was traveling, her pipe still in her hand. Hearing something wrong, she turned around behind her back and saw what she didn't expect most. The black tiger stalked her as if the poison really didn't do him any harm. Sai rushed after the monster, eager to kill her and devour her. The jade bead shone brightly around his neck, preventing him from losing himself in this thick fog. The girl screamed in frenzy, unable to believe that her enchantments had failed in their task of throwing him off the path. Despite all the obstacles in his way, the boy clutched his blade tightly, rushing after Sanshin with the sole desire to kill her. Energy surged from his blade, heading straight for the ruler of the poisonous mist. The weapon points mixed with the black tiger's strength pierced through the centipede's body. The creature screamed shrilly, searing pain hitting its body. That didn't stop Sehai. He only grew heated from such an attack and continued his assault with another stabbing blow toward the girl. Turning away from him and not making contact, she rushed to flee from his spearhead and the force that ruthlessly wounded her body. Desperate and fearing for her life, the centipede was ready to give away Takon's whereabouts. She hoped that this information would influence the guy to stop for even a moment. But Sehai didn't need that information. By killing the monster and eating it, he would get the memories that belonged to her. Getting as close as possible to the enemy with Sehai, something happened. My eyes swam in front of me and my head spun mercilessly. The girl was terrified of saying goodbye to her life and still trying to escape his onslaught. A jolt of energy flew at her, clasping her eyes and feeling primal fear. She was already prepared for her death. But the guy missed. The dark energy failed to reach its target. The monster didn't think for long, realized that the poison was starting to affect him and immediately struck back at him. Her hair whipped up and like two needles flew and struck Sehai in the chest. But even though she was dizzy and disoriented, the guy was able to grab her head. She tried to stop Sehai by grabbing his arms with her hair and tried to restrain his movements. The monster wanted to live and therefore was too dodgy. She hurriedly regained her balance and popped her pipe into her mouth, clenching it tightly with her teeth. They landed on opposite sides of the cave, the guy keeping his eyes on her as the girl watched his every move. He didn't wait for her to catch her breath and rushed at her with another attack. He was serious about ending her here and now. Seeing him running straight towards her, taking a drag on her pipe, the monster let out a whitish smoke in his direction. Through the impenetrable shroud, she let her sharp size come toward him, which managed to get as close to his body as possible. The guy spotted them a few centimeters away. Despite all the speed and the dizziness that wouldn't go away, with one swing of his blade, he managed to cut off those braids. With a shriek, the monster recoiled from him. Another strong swing, but the blade crashed into the doll that had come to stand in defense of its mistress. The monster smirked smugly, The doll was very useful at this point and would be able to wear the guy down, letting the poison finish its job. She continued to smoke her pipe. It felt like they were one with her. The dark energy slamming into the doll easily threw it away from the guy, and with the same onslaught, Sehai delivered a fist punch right into the girl's face. The impact was so strong that she was thrown back several meters. The monster's face twisted in pain. With a violent rumble, her entire body hit the stone surface of the cave. One of the dolls was too close to the blade that lay on the cold stony ground of the cave. Dark energy continued to bubble out of the weapon even though the guy wasn't holding it. The blade was dangerously close to the enemy. Seeing this, the guy immediately arched back to his blade. His strength was running out. He didn't know how much longer he could hold out. The dolls, sensing his ailment, activated with renewed vigor, and one of them was already rushing towards him. He managed to land a blow on one of the monsters. It flew off somewhere to the side. The distance between the blade and the creature increased significantly. There was still a little bit left to get to his gun. The guy stretched out his arm, his whole body tense and working at the end of its strength. Cold sweat poured down his face and his eyes sparkled with moonlit blue. Separated from the blade by only a couple meters, Sehai felt someone's hands on his body. They grabbed him, pulling him backward and preventing him from reaching for his weapon. All those puppets that had grabbed him at once sank their sharp teeth into the guy's body. Of course he expected something like this to happen, but he still hoped the creatures wouldn't all pounce on him at once. The body triggered the machine. Sehai pressed one of the dolls against the wall, freeing his hand. He acted on instinct. Releasing his hand from one mouth, he grabbed the other doll by the head and pulled that one away from him, squeezing his head tightly. The power of the fist blow was so strong that the mask shattered into small pieces in different directions. After freeing himself from the monsters, he continued toward the blade that was still lying on the stony ground. There was still a bit left to grab his blade and finish off the centipede already. But at some point the darkness fell upon him. The monsters continued to fill the cave. Coming out of the tunnels of the cave, those that Sehai was able to destroy diligently continued to pick up their remains and mold them into their former forms. Centipede watched gleefully. She could taste the victory on her lips. Booing predatorily, she watched his last attempts to do something, waiting for that final moment when she could finally enslave the black tiger and bring it as a gift to tack on. The boy couldn't move, and the dolls flew toward him again to feast on human flesh. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the cave, one that hadn't been here before. Centipede stared in bewilderment at the direction the voice had come from. She didn't expect to see anyone else here, and a second later, an icy energy flew into her face with such force that it knocked her smoking pipe out of her mouth. The tube flew away from the girl and skittered like a toad across the stone ground. Sehai felt a frosty wind hitting his back. It was as if it had awakened the boy from a terrible dream. His hair stood up and his eyes went wide. He recognized the feeling but couldn't believe it was happening for real. He needed to make sure this wasn't a play of his imagination, but really what he was thinking. Because quickly, for as long as he could at that moment, the guy looked around. Not far from him, a little girl landed, shrouded in snow power. Her energy sparkled and shimmered, was cold and searing. Sori rose to her full height. The girl looked alert, but flecks of sweat gave away the fatigue and sickness that had recently enslaved her body. Sehai still couldn't believe that Sori had woken up from her fever and was even able to get here and find him. Of course, the poison isn't all out of her body yet. The girl swayed slightly, but despite everything, it came to his aid. Sehai was also in a bad way and almost fell to the ground. As his fingers touched the object so familiar to him, it was the hilt of his blade, which in 3 years had never once failed him. The sensation of the cold material stirred the boy's body. Sori managed to pick up his blade and graciously gave it to him in her hand. He marveled again at her resourcefulness and foresight, and the girl was pleased that she was able to help him. Sehai gripped the hilt more comfortably and motioned for the girl to let go of the blade. His face was hidden in the shadows of his hair. Sori obediently let go of the blade. As soon as her fingers pulled away from the blade, the dark energy surged out and was more powerful than before. The impenetrable darkness flared up like the flames of a campfire. Centipede watched in silence. She saw the girl hand the weapon to the boy and the energy bubbling up in him again. Quietly, she began to back away, trying not to draw much attention to herself. Black tiger energy flickered in her red pupils, the very silhouette of the beast bursting out of the blade. She saw his grinning face and groaned at the terror that was about to overtake her. The black tiger lashed out. Sehai no longer restrained himself and walked straight at the girl. Before finishing off the centipede, he got distracted and glanced to the side. He was so preoccupied with the battle that he didn't even notice how many human bones were lying around the cave walls. How many people that thing has eaten? There could be no doubt either way. away, he raised the blade imbued with energy over the monster. She pleaded before him, begging for mercy, looking very frightened and realizing that this was her end. Still, she cherished the hope that he would stop if she told him about Takon. Sai was undeterred. As he had said earlier, he didn't need her story. He didn't negotiate with her. That's where it ends. The tip of his weapon entered the centipede's tail, energy surging, and the monster wailed in pain and horror at her death. As he devoured his victim, memories of her came flooding back at him. Some girl caught a little centipede. This girl decided that the insect could become sentient. She made a deal with the centipede. She will give it power, a village to destroy it. This was a test for the centipede. She was given freedom in her actions. In the palm of her hand she held a black worm, with which centipede could control small animals and gave her the idea of dolls. She was allowed to devour livestock, and that's what she did. Saw a cow, devoured it. Saw a dog and devoured it just as mercilessly. The centipede grew and became too willful. As a result, it took over the village, enveloped it in a poisonous fog, and lured not only livestock, but also people into its traps. Sehai was shocked at what he saw. The face of that girl who had ordered the Sansons to destroy the cattle surfaced again in the memory. He'd seen this before when he devoured a crocodile. After being devoured, the centipede shrank to its normal size and was no longer a threat. The blade came out of her body with a slimy slime. When it was over, the guy approached the girl. The look on her face was the same as his. Exhausted and tired. They were both barely on their feet. It was as if the girl was in a delirium, her head starting to spin after using the power. Apparently, she spent more energy than she had at the time. After killing the centipede, the bodies of the dolls began to vaporize and were no longer possessed by the enchantments. Picking Sori up in his arms, the boy walked down the corridor of the cave looking for an exit, suspecting that there might still be poison in the air here. They needed to find a way outside sooner rather than later. He called out to the girl, but her words were incoherent and unintelligible. She was getting worse again. When the black tiger's power left the lad's body, his vision became human again and defenseless to the poison that could still hover in the cave. He was heading for the light from the tunnel, but that didn't guarantee that he would come out. The only hope left was the jade bead Tang En had given him. A prolonged meow sounded not far from them. The black kitty sat in the darkness of the cave and caught the boy's attention. Squinting his eyes, Sehai tried to make sense of what he saw. That predator they had met in the woods, or was it the same cat that had led them to the fortune teller's house? Energy surged in his body once again, filling him with the power of the black tiger. Replenished with energy, he was already rushing after the cat leading him. The girl closed her eyes from fatigue and clung to him tighter. The cat moved around the cave as if he were its inhabitant. Deftly wagging in turns, he led people to the exit. In the guy's mind, the puzzle of the whole story began to take shape. Feeling a gust of fresh air, he realized the exit was near and rushed with all his might towards the light from the tunnel. After bringing the boys to where the guy had fallen into this cave, the cat meowed loudly, turning around to them. Then it slowly started to become transparent. Having accomplished its mission, the cat disappeared. Taking advantage of the black tiger's strength, the guy leaped out of the cave, flying through his stump split in half to freedom. Near the rift where the tree used to be, Tang En sat, waiting for Sehai and Sori. Just at that moment, the boys flew out of the cave. The guy and the girl landed right in front of the girl. Forgetting that he had Sori on his back, the boy let go of his hands and pulled his blade from its sheath. He already knew that the girl in front of him was no ordinary fortune teller. Energy bubbled up in the blade, surging outward, and he only reacted that way in for dissension. This time Tang Yen was with her eyes open. The girl saw clearly and distinctly, and also she had something to hide. Then when he got to her house, bright yellow eyes, narrow pupils like a cat's, and fangs protruding slightly from under his upper lip. It had all the features of a cat. Her real name was Tai Nang. The girl was pleased that the boy had gotten out in one piece from the clutches of the bloodthirsty centipede. But Sehai himself was of the opposite opinion. His anger was bursting out. He was angry that the girl had circled him and was ready to devour her right now. Except that after a couple seconds he staggered, the blade falling out of his hand, dizziness overwhelming him. The guy collapsed unconscious next to Sori, who was already lying on the ground without memory while he was still trying to do something. The girl rose to her feet and looked at the guy. Through the shroud of sleep, the boy heard voices. Closing his eyes, he tried to realize where he was and what was going on. Abruptly opening his eyes, he remembered everything that had happened until he fell off his feet into the abyss of a dark and empty dream. Sehai was in a small room, lying on a futon, covered with a warm blanket. He turned sharply to look for his blade, frightened that it might be in the clutches of an enemy. A pleasant sensation ran through him as he grasped his weapon with his hand. It was close by. It was as if someone knew the first thing he would be on the look out for was this and had thoughtfully left the blade by his futon. At that moment the door to his room opened and a girl appeared there, carrying a tray with various bowls on it. Her voice sounded as if nothing had happened. She closed her eyes again and the small fangs were hidden. Sehai jumped up from the futon and crouched in a defensive stance, ready to attack the enemy at any moment. But the girl paid no attention to it. She quietly closed the door behind her and walked to the inside of the room, holding the tray in her hands. Tanyang crouched down, placing the tray table on the floor, informing the guy that there could still be poison in his body. She offered him a drink of water before consuming the food. The guy was watching her every move. He also reminded her that he already knew she could see everything and there was no need to pretend. The girl behaved calmly enough without being defiant. She didn't need to open her eyes to see. She just knew and also knew that with her powers she couldn't escape the black tiger. The guy continued to look at her and listen to her words. She had no fear of death at his hand and was ready to submit to fate if he saw fit to devour her. A resonance of questions raged in the boy's mind. He didn't understand her, and just as he couldn't understand why she had saved him even though she knew she would be in danger from his hand. She could have killed him at any moment while he was unconscious, but for some reason unknown to him, she didn't, despite being a Sanshin herself, and yet he continued to be troubled by the matter of her eyes. Tanyang explained the reason why she keeps her eyes closed. He continued to glare at her, but she continued to be calm and even sweet, courteous. The girl reminded him of the food and swept her hand toward the bowls on the tray. At this moment, an enthusiastic Sori appeared. She was hanging upside down from the roof. The girl looked rested, fully healthy and alert. Tanyang reminded her that she had recently eaten, but the little girl loved the food too much to refuse another serving. Tanyang was slightly puzzled, being unprepared for such a voracious guest, especially when she recently ate 3 bowls. Sori jumped off the roof. The guy was silently watching everything, and Tanayan was already about to head out to get an extra portion of rice. The little girl hovered over the bowls that were offered to Sai. She looked at the food with such gusto that her mouth was drooling. The meal was over, the empty plates standing lonely on the table in the room. A guy and a girl were sitting on the veranda talking. It wasn't the first time Sehai had seen Sanshin living among humans. He became curious about her story, how come? But the story was simple. The girl was a cat living with a fortune teller. Under the quiet conversation between them, she busied herself with little Sori's hair. The girl sat obediently at her feet, enjoying the moment. The kiddies were warming their pelts, lying on barrels under the warm rays of a sunny day and listening to what people were talking about. There used to be a generation of fortune tellers living in the house, each of whom was cohabiting with a cat. The girl didn't call them mistresses. After the death of the older housemate, there were 2 of them left, and she, being always there for the girls. In the end, there was only 1 girl and a cat left. Until one day, the cat was left completely alone, sitting on this veranda without her housemates. Since the last fortune teller died without leaving behind any descendants, the cat was left alone in the house. She did not abandon this place and care for this house. Such was the will of the female fortune teller. She finished telling her story of how she changed from a cat to Sanson and why she stayed here and continued to take care of this house. The boy listened to her intently. Sori waited for her to finish with her hair. The girl had almost finished the braid. She wanted to ask a question and asked Saha for permission to do so. The little girl with the new hairstyle saw something that excited her too much. That something turned out to be a spotted kitty she wanted to catch and cuddle, promising him she'd do it very gently. She ran in his direction, trying to catch him, and then she couldn't hold back her emotions any longer and swooped down on the kitty with all her love. Something happened that caused the girl to freeze in place, and the kitty wagged her tail and walked away. To avoid being caught and tortured, the kitty was able to show her that it was best to stay away from him, leaving a few scratches on her face. This became a fatal mistake for him, and in anger, the little girl began chasing the boy all over the yard. The adults continued to talk about their own while watching the mayhem that Sori was creating around them. Sehai asked her a question and put it to her. If she gave him the answer, he would spare her. Despite all the threats hanging over her head, she still acted calm and composed. One of the seal approached the girl and began to touch her lightly with his paw, attracting Tanyang's attention. She was trying to convey her wisdom to the guy, with the conversation being quite difficult. The guy continued to stand his ground and somewhere looked flat at the situation. The girl, having received another threat in her address, just gently stroked the attention-seeking cat on the muzzle he affectionately tucked into her palm. Remembering how much blood he had on his hands, He knew well who he was and what he was. The Black Tiger was the hunter of the Sansons, and there's no changing that. The guy viciously grabbed Ta Nyan by the neck and pointed his blade at her. It all happened too fast. Frightened, the kitty jumped out of the girl's arms. He threatened her, demanding that she give him Sanshin in exchange for her life. Black Tiger energy flickered in his eyes. Even so, she was in no hurry to obey his threats. Of course, she didn't like his tone and actions, and yet she didn't change her character. The anger in her face showed. The first time in all the time they'd been together. Ta Nyan opened her eyes. Yellow with thin pupils, she stared absent-mindedly at Sehai and was ready to die but would not betray the Sanshins she knew. The guy stared intently into her face, deciding what move he would make next. The blade was a few centimeters away from her face. Even so, the girl didn't avert her gaze and looked the guy in the eyes. The cats became agitated at what was happening. Their tails went up and their eyes got too big. Even Sori took her eyes off the kitty she'd finally managed to catch and stared in their direction. The hand clutching the girl's neck gradually loosened its grip. She sensed this and looked at her with incomprehension. Sehai let go of the girl, put his blade away, turned away from her and acknowledged Ta Nyan's victory. He was ready to leave her house, picked up his things and walked toward the exit of the yard. The girl called out to him, asking him to stay a little longer, assuring him that their strength had not yet fully recovered. But seeing the guy's steadfastness, she proposed to him. Like a cat, she started licking her hand while continuing to say that she could tell him about one Sanshin. This interested him, and he continued to listen. Ta Nyan continued to catnap and told her that the coveted Sanshin was on Mount Banwan. Hearing the cherished words about Sanshin's whereabouts, the boy beckoned Sori to follow him. The girl hadn't expected that they would have to leave this place so soon. She really liked to hear. The kitty jumped out of her arms. Before leaving this house, the guy stopped and threw Ta Nyan a warning on behalf of Black Tiger that she better not get in his face or it would be their last encounter. But on his own behalf, he thanked the girl for her help and bowed to her. Ta Nyan responded to his gratitude and informed him that this house would always be open to them. Sori turned around and waved goodbye for a long time, yet Sehai, on the other hand, didn't turn around again. They walked through the still empty streets of the village toward their new goal. The guy's mind was spinning with the last words the girl had said to him before she left. They left the village on a forest path and moved on. Somewhere in a distant snowy valley was a rock surrounded by many trees. On a rock sat a woman dressed in a red outfit. Her clothes contrasted too much with the general surroundings and seemed like a drop of blood on the white fabric. She sat with her eyes closed in meditation, immersed in her subconscious. The crunch of snow was heard, coming closer with each step toward her. A hunter approached her and greeted the woman. Opening one eye, she stared at him indignantly, as she had given him orders not too long ago that no one was to disturb her. But when she saw exactly who had approached her, her voice immediately changed and softened. The man obediently bowed his head to his mistress, worried about her well-being. She had been out in the cold too long. The woman remembered the letter she had received from him. The man reiterated his words that Hwimori had been released, and his guess was that the girl was headed for these parts. The shamaness changed in her face in an instant. The fires of anger and hatred flashed in her eyes, and her smile spoke of the imminent pleasure she would experience when the girl was caught again. Red energy flowed through her body just from the memory of Hwimori. The woman put her hand out in front of her. She was clutching something tightly in her fists. Closing her eyes, Shamanka thought about something that was bothering her. Hanshik managed to report to her about the guy who was with Hwimori and his suspicious blade. That information is what got her interested. The man once again recounted how Hwimori had single-handedly killed Sanshin before his eyes. He also told how he saw that after the sword came into contact with the crocodile shrank in size. He then reported on the fight between the lad and Chilson, in which there was nothing unusual worth noticing. The shamaness was pleased with the report, as well as suggesting that Sansons often, upon death, assume their primary form, and what happened to the crocodile by the river could have been a perfectly normal reaction to death. She raised her fist up and rubbed her hand together, predicting that she sensed no danger from this guy and that he wouldn't be able to give them any trouble. Sehai and Sori made it to a beautiful view of a snow-covered mountain. She was very tall. Something twitched in the shamaness mind. She turned sharply in the other direction, away from the man. The one was disturbed by this abrupt change in his mistress. I mean, she felt something. Her hunt had borne fruit. Hanshik put 2 fingers to his mouth and blew a long whistle. His men at a signal immediately appeared from behind the snowdrifts. There were quite a few of them and all armed and trained. He began giving his men orders, dividing them into 2 groups. She was content. Hanshik's command. The man couldn't stop fawning over her and bowed out several times, only to have this woman praise him some more. more. The man was curious as to what the master of Mount Hwanami was supposed to look like, so he asked the shamaness this question, but the woman took her time answering, giving him a chance to fantasize. He began to suggest options, but the woman rejected them, reporting a mistaken opinion on the matter. All this time they were walking somewhere. Finally she nodded somewhere in the distance. He obediently looked in that direction. The rest of the warriors stepped a little behind them. They had a view of snowy expanses, distant mountains, and cold winds. On the white snow sat the trapped Sanshin girl, her blood drenched all around her. The sharp teeth of the trap stuck into her legs. Blood poured from the wound. The girl was in unbearable pain. She could not help herself and escape. The woman stepped closer to her and greeted her, a smile on her face, the kind of smile that looked like they had met by chance somewhere on the road. She was not at all embarrassed by Snow Rose's suffering. Sanshin knew the sneeze of this case and who had left such a cruel trap here. The only question she cared about was why she had done this to her. The woman looked down at the suffering girl with a high-pitched look. Covering herself with the order from above, she justified her act. Snow Rose looked up at her. She didn't believe her words as she knew the shamaness was free to do what she wanted. Sanshin still dared to ask to be let go, saying of the calamity that would happen. The woman listened to her. Hanchik standing a little farther away and his men even farther away. Everyone waited humbly for an order from the shamaness. The man felt a strange desire that he hadn't felt until he heard Snow Rose's voice. It was as if he had become so small and Sanshin was wrapping her arms around him. The impact of the charms in the girl's voice was immense. Guilt overcame the man in front of her. The woman, like a predator, circled around the girl. Apparently her charms did not work on the mind of the shamaness. She approached her from behind, gently placed her hands on her shoulders and leaned into her ear. Red energy surged, enveloping the shamaness body. Her intentions were not at all bona fide. Sensing something amiss, the woman gave orders to the commander to prepare for battle. Hearing the address of his mistress, the man shuddered, as if he had awakened from an unknown dream into which he had been plunged by the voice of the Snow Row. Abruptly he turned to his men, who, like him, seemed to have just come to their senses and twitched at this change of reality. A torrent of snow rushed into their ranks, so unexpectedly that they didn't even have time to react. Hanchik became frightened and started giving orders, and his men scattered in different directions. A black bear appeared out of nowhere. It swung its paws aggressively, demolishing enemies in its path. The warriors spread out and got into position, assessing the situation. The bear was full of anger. A menacing growl erupted from his grinning mouth, red sparks burning in his eyes. Dropping several warriors to their deaths, he charged at the remaining Hanchik's men. Snow Row begged him in a pleading voice to stop and stay out of it. She was too worried about him, but his mind was clouded by a fierce anger. Dodal roared furiously. He couldn't let these people bully Snow Row. He's come to protect her, and he won't back down. The bear roared with all its speed toward the humans. Its power was so powerful that it scattered the snow and the people along with it in a wave. But he did not linger on his enemies, but ran toward a definite goal. His target was the shamaness, and he ran hard at her, wanting to tear at this evil woman who dared to mutilate Snow Row. The shamaness had expected this outcome and was fully armed. She took out a golden talisman. Dodal rose to his paws and swung around to get the woman, a menacing growl escaping his throat. But at the moment when he attacked, the shamaness managed to dodge and put the talisman to his forehead. Now that the mascot was on the bear, the woman didn't worry about her life. She was still sharing her thoughts cheerfully as she looked at the Dodal frozen in place. The Snow Row begged before her, begging her to let the bear go, her heart splitting into pieces at the sight of his suffering. The shamaness, on the other hand, was enjoying what was happening. She was pleased that the bear had come to the girl's rescue and now she had another valuable prey in her hands. She turned to Hanchik and ordered him to deal with the bear on the spot. She needed his insides for her own purposes. It didn't take long for the warriors to start following the woman's orders right away. Several people simultaneously impaled the bear with their weapons. Blood rushed from his body in different directions. A sharp and unending pain struck the beast. The Snow Row couldn't believe what was happening. She screamed. Tears were pouring from her eyes. Despite the pain, she started to crawl towards him. The woman continued to ponder aloud on her next steps. The mutilated bear sat unmoving, bleeding. As she continued her monologue, the beast's eyes opened glowing red. Very slowly he began to rise, so that no one present noticed his movement. Dodal swung his paw sharply. The woman stopped and eyed the beast suspiciously, checking to see if she had imagined it. There was a bleeding wound where the talisman had been. The bear's movements were too fast and abrupt. The beast brought its paw down on the woman with force and she flew aside, crashing into one of the warriors. With a single jerk, he clawed at the people standing near him, and they scattered in different directions, their bodies spurting crimson fountains of blood. The woman raised her head in anger, the red mark of Doddle's blow blossoming on her face. The bear was able to peel off her talisman along with her own skin and thus freed herself. Even without looking at all the injuries he had suffered, he moved fiercely and ruthlessly. Doddle wasted no time in rushing towards Snow Row, still sweeping everyone in his path. The woman shouted orders, but who could stand up to such a huge beast? The bear reached the girl, picking up the chain from the snare in its teeth. Snow Row begged him to leave her and get away while he had the chance, but he couldn't afford to leave her. The chain was imbued with the shamanist spell. Doddle did his best to bite through the steel. Red energy scattered from the chain, inflicting wounds on the beast's muzzle. He managed to bite through the chain, the bear's blood mixed with sinister energy. Doddle picked Snow Row up on his paws. She warned him of the danger they would both face if he didn't leave her. But the beast had its own plans for that. He wasn't going to leave with her. Setting the girl down, he told her to be careful and took a swing. She didn't yet understand what he was up to, but she was concerned. The beast threw the girl violently into the distance, away from this place, giving her a chance to escape the shamanist's tenacious clutches. She turned toward Doddle, who stood on the dais from where he had recently left her. She couldn't believe he had done that, saving her. The bear had sacrificed himself. There was a gulf between them. The girl couldn't come back to his aid, and he knew he was doing the right thing. As he did so, he hurried her to run away, and he himself would do his best to delay the shamanist's men. The wounded Doddle waved a paw at her. Behind him, the warriors had already gathered information. After a while, the fight was over. The humans managed to defeat the beast, which fought ferociously to save Snow Row. His entire body and clothes were soaked in blood, with many arrows sticking out of his hide. Doddle no longer moved, and the warriors walked around, checking to see if he was definitely dead. Hanchik reacted to his mistress's voice. All the warriors bowed before her, reporting the death of the beast and that it would no longer cause trouble. The woman was furious after the bear's recent antics. She was incredulous at the warriors' words. The woman was still applying the bandage to her wounded face. Despite the death of the beast, the woman could not quell her rage and the humiliation it had caused her. She pulled out another golden talisman. Fire surged out of the air, burning through the dead Doddle's body. The flames were fierce and all-consuming. The shamanist turned away from the flaming beast and ordered the rest of the soldiers to leave. As the woman left, the commander began giving orders as to their next course of action. He divided the men into 3 groups and sent them off in different directions. Their goal was to catch the escaped Snowy Rotidae. Sahai informed the girl that they were almost to Mount Hwanami and wanted to see if she remembered anything. Sori lifted her head with her little nose and began to sniff the air around them. Sahai expected it to help her remember something, but she only pointed toward the village they had come to from the thick of the forest. After the long drive, the boys were hungry and missed the delicious food. The table was set with various viands. The little one munched contentedly on her portion of soup. Her mood was good and her belly was full. Sitting across from the girl, the guy watched her and asked her questions about her memories. It seemed to him that when they got closer to where she was from, she might be able to remember something at least. The boy's disbelief at her words slipped through. He thought back to last night, when they had made a night's rest and had gone to bed. To the sound of the crackling fire, the girl rose from her seat and went quietly somewhere. The boy's sleep was always sensitive, so she had not been able to hide her departure from him. Concerned, he got up and followed the girl. Moonlight illuminated their path. The little girl came to a cliff that offered a marvelous view of the distant mountains. Hot tears flowed from her eyes. She stared into the distance without closing her eyes. Seeing Sori crying, he moved closer and wanted to understand what had awakened such emotions in her. The girl immediately began wiping her face. Suddenly, she ran up to Sahai and hugged him tightly. He hadn't expected such a reaction and was caught off guard. For a moment, he gave in to his feelings and was about to stroke her head and comfort her, but his hand stopped halfway to her. Instead of the show of affection that had been his first impulse, he gave the little girl a light flick. He turned away from her and walked back toward their camp, advising her to get as much rest before tomorrow's hard day. Now he watched her as she acted as if nothing had happened last night. Sori munched on the food with gusto and was happy in this moment. Interrupting his thoughts, the girl jumped to her feet and informed him of the need she suddenly had. He pensively began to look around, searching for the right place. She didn't wait to go anywhere. Sori quickly began to run out the gate of the courtyard where they were having lunch. Satisfied that she had managed it, the girl staggered toward where Sahai was waiting for her. She heard someone growl behind her back and stopped. Several wolves came out to her and looked in her direction, continuing to make growling noises. A few seconds later, more wolves came out to her. surrounding the girl on all sides. Their growls filled the air around them. One of them approached her. Sori crouched down and gently stroked the wolf's head. He accepted her caress without resistance. But before he could be around much longer, the wolf bounced away from her and she stared in surprise at his footsteps. They started running somewhere and looked back in her direction. Frozen in place, she looked around. There was no one else around. Sahai didn't respond, and there was no sign of him. She stood still for a moment longer, looking toward the village where he had stayed, awaiting her return. The girl patted herself on the head in annoyance, copying the guy's voice, turned in the direction the wolves had run. At the beginning, she was still hesitant, but a little later she was satisfied with her decision and ran without hesitation. When they caught up with the pack of wolves, they ran happily together somewhere, their noses parting the air. At this point, she was incredibly happy to be in their company. She made it to some unremarkable cave. The girl cautiously and slowly moved closer to the entrance and peered inside. The haystack lay against the stony wall. There wasn't much room in the cave. She ran headlong into the cave and leaped onto the haystack as if she were flying to the softest bed she had ever seen. With pleasure, she pressed herself against the hay, closing her eyes in pleasure. The guy was still sitting at the table waiting for Sori to return, but she had been gone for a long time and it struck him as odd. He had already started to get up to go in search of her. A strange sound caught his attention and he froze. Not far from the courtyard where they were dining, a buffalo-drawn wagon was driving down the street. A multitude of warriors in uniforms familiar to him accompanied the wagon. 1,818 carried something square, a white cloth hiding the contents. Emotionless people slowly walked side by side. Sahai recognized them at once. Therefore, he pulled his hat lower over his face. There was no way they were going to recognize him. In doing so, he continued to observe. He mingled with the crowd, who similarly stopped to let the wagon and warriors pass. Some of the villagers began to gossip, while others just watched in silence. One of the gawkers watching the scene uttered a few words that piqued Sahai's interest. Reluctantly, he turned to him to find out more details that the man knew. He began to tell him about a story that had happened not too long ago, about how a rich man once found a little girl on a mountain. He took her into his home, giving her shelter over his head and food, wanting to raise a child. But one night, something happened to the girl, and she ruthlessly killed everyone in the house, including a rich man and his family. That's when a woman like the shamaness came along and caged this child, and now the warriors were carrying the same cage as then. Maybe they managed to catch Mori. The boy listened intently to the man's entire narrative. The guy immediately thought of Sori. He held back his anger and tried not to draw attention to himself. Sahai thought back to Uncle who had given him this assignment. The man who had told him the story about Mori asked Sahai about the little girl who was with him. The boy staggered a bit, but quickly found something to answer. The man's face changed in a moment, warning the lad that there were too many wolves in these environs and letting the little girl go alone was extremely reckless. The man was called by his fellow villagers and he had already forgotten about the boy and went in their direction. One of the warriors held his gaze on Sahai for too long. The guy needed to get out of here soon. He was worried that he suspected something. One of the warriors turned to his commander, reporting that everything was ready. The man kept his gaze on the departing boy. The commander was angered by the warrior's words. He advised him to be careful with his expressions, especially when there were too many people around. But even that didn't stop the warrior's torrent of discontent. He spoke for all of his coworkers and felt it was unfair to be appointed to the command of the Hanchik. This fact also made his commander angry, but he could not do anything about it, but only hide his anger and obey orders. He remembered the moment when Hanchik appeared in front of him with news that discouraged him. The girl was being led back by someone. This information exalted him in the face of the shamanka. Besides, he was the only one who saw that man and remembered him. He didn't think it was fair that Hanchik was put in charge. His anger was fierce, but for now he would save it for a better occasion. As he continued to watch the suspicious guy, whom he had never seen before, he only thought that he had to do something or he would lose the power he had been given. A trail of blood stretched across the white snow. The crunch of limping footsteps could be heard. Snow Row hurried with all her remaining strength. Her breathing had long since hitched, her pulse pounding in her temples, but she kept going. Hanchik's men continued to pursue her following a trail of blood. He felt they were getting close. It was incredibly hard for the girl to move, beads of sweat dripping down her skin. She kept going for Dawdle, who sacrificed himself to save her. The woman was angry. She thought it would go smoothly, but the bear proved too dodgy and managed to disrupt her plans. The warriors ran, sensing that their prey was already too close. The girl kept looking back, checking to see if her pursuers had caught up with her. Not noticing a rock in her path, she stumbled with her wounded foot, which still had the snare on it. She stretched out flat on the snow, unable to fail any longer. The colossal loss of blood was taking her strength with it. The girl wept bitterly. The hopelessness of the situation was so obvious. At the same moment Sori sensed something. The girl opened her eyes wide. Her heart clenched painfully. An intense anxiety came over her. She jumped up from her haystack, was too excited and scared. She looked around, trying to figure out what she should do. With a shout and a sense of overwhelming need, she sprang from her cave and rushed with all her legs to the place from which she thought the call for help was coming. Sori stopped abruptly, remembering something important. She glanced toward the village, which was visible from where she was now. The girl thought about Sai, who hadn't known where she was or what was wrong with her for a long time. Her desire to go to him was torn with the desire to go to the call she felt inside her soul. Clenching her fists tightly, trying to calm herself down, she made a decision. The boy wasn't in danger, so he didn't need her presence right now, but the mom calling her was clearly in trouble and the solution was obvious. She continued running without a drop of regret, hoping for his understanding in the direction her heart was leading her. The boy stepped out of the village and turned around, casting his gaze into the distance. It was as if he heard his name somewhere hovering in the air. Turning back around, the warrior who had been following him too closely in the village had already appeared in front of him. The man got straight to the point. He had no doubts about the guy being involved with Hwamori. Slowly he began to draw his blade from its sheath. Sori had already entered the snowy area. She was running with a group of wolves. Noticing a small cave-like shelter and an extended trail, the girl stopped. She asked the wolves to wait for her here. The wolves obediently stayed in place waiting. Sori, on the other hand, ran to check the place she thought was suspicious. The girl cautiously peered inside the cave. The snow roe, still wounded by the trap in her leg, was huddled in the deepest part of the cave, trembling, her head down. The little girl stepped closer to her and held out her hand to the girl. She was still shuddering uncontrollably. The girl opened her clear eyes and called out to Snow Roe, calling her her mommy. The girl jumped up on the spot, staring at her child. She couldn't believe what she saw in front of her. Tears naughtily began to run from their eyes. The girl reached for her. She still couldn't believe if it was a dream or reality. Her baby girl was here, alive. The girl felt her hand on her cheek. It was so soft and warm. The tears kept pouring out of happiness that she had found her. Emotions took over and crying, they pressed against each other in a tight hug. Taking his blade out of its sheath, Yensak did so a little too abruptly and sprawlingly. Sai ducked, but the man's blade still managed to reach the boy's face, leaving a shallow scratch on his cheek. He touched the spot where the specks of blood had protruded, surprised at such harsh treatment. Yensak had no intention of playing games. He asked him to his face why he was asking the tavern owner about Hwamori, with his blade pointed dangerously at the guy. Despite all this, Sehai remained calm and gave no sign of worry. The warrior waved his blade around, a sense of superiority radiating from him. He had little doubt about the guy, too similar to the description he'd been given. Sehai fit all the parameters that had been described by the other warriors who had seen him with Hwamori. He grinned ominously and wanted the man to bear his blade. Sehai was still trying to be calm and poised, while realizing that words would not get around this meeting. Yensak was so consumed by the lust for promotion that he didn't even care that he might have actually mislabeled himself and killed an innocent man. He was also confident in his abilities, so he didn't bring reinforcements and recklessly gave this information to the guy. Sehai raised his blade, a puzzled look on his face. Yensak's lunge was so fast and swift, but the lad was just as quick and managed to pull his blade from its sheath and take the first blow. The blades met each other with a clang. Snow Roe held Sori tightly against her chest. She cried bitterly and was happy that the girl was alive and could be found. The little girl missed her mom a lot. She couldn't remember the past for so long, but today she remembered everything and came to her. Despite all the desire to be near her child, Snow Roe remembered everything that had happened. She pulled the little girl away from her and began to ask the girl to leave as soon as possible. Sori looked at her with incomprehension. The girl told her about evil people who could harm her and she could suffer at their hands. These words did not frighten the girl at all. She hit herself with her fist in her chest and proudly announced that she could protect them and deal with their enemies. Only now did did the little girl see the snare that clutched Snow Rose's leg tightly. The girl reached for him with her hand and made the decision to free her leg from its shackles. Snowy energy surrounded the little girl's hands and she grasped the bloody metal tenaciously, trying to pull the prongs in different directions. Red energy poured from the trap right into the girl's face. The energy surged out and slammed into the girl with force, throwing her aside and preventing her from helping the girl. The trap closed with force on Snow Rose's leg, puncturing her leg in new places. This pain was so intense, but she was able to endure it almost without crying out. Sori went back to her mom and with tears in her eyes started apologizing. She acted too rashly and didn't heed the girl's words, for which the girl suffered even more. The people chasing her were already too close. She looked at the girl excitedly. Snow Rose started begging the girl to leave and hurry up, but Sori was undeterred. She couldn't leave her mom in that cave all the more injured. The girl realized that the girl's resistance could not be broken through by her pleas and all she had to do was agree and accept her help. The little girl bravely ran outside and decided she would carry the girl. The Snow Rose crept crawling and too slowly out of the cave. Hearing extraneous voices and footsteps, the girl froze and looked into the distance. Her heart thudded in her chest when she saw a woman emerge from behind a snowdrift. Sori recognized her. Even though she was still a fair distance away, the girl was able to recognize that scary woman. This was the same woman who had caught her once and put her in a cage with many sealing talismans. As she did, she also remembered her sinister face and the last words that had been thrown to her. Her body shuddered at those terrible memories and her heart skipped a few beats in her chest. Sweat dripped off the boy's face. He was having trouble breathing, and yet he wondered if the story going around the village about Hwamori was true. The man had mercifully decided to tell him the truth, and it was different from what Sehai had recently heard. The girl was too scared at the time and was just protecting herself. She was eventually caught and caged. The man looked up at the guy. He didn't look exhausted at all after his battle with him. Sehai was covered in wounds, blood oozing through his clothes, but the anger he felt at what he had heard he could no longer hide. The man was surprised to see such resilience from the guy. He used techniques that only a commander could learn and he was able to fend off all of his attacks. Sehai slowly began to remove his hat from his head. The warrior had begun to worry greatly about his resilience and now he looked at him as if they had only done a warm-up before the real battle. The man was confident in his strength. In the Tanchan residence, he was the strongest besides mentor Ohensok. The warrior began to doubt whether he could handle this guy alone. He generously told him everything he knew because he was stalling for time, hoping that his men would hear the ringing of swords and come to his aid. But there was silence behind him and no one was around. It had been his idea to attack the guy outside the village, but now he was beginning to wonder if he had fallen for the trap set by this traveler. When Sehai learned that this warrior belonged to the Tanton residence, his doubts about the assassination immediately fell away. The warrior beheld the moment the guy lost sight of him and decided to take advantage of it. He launched himself at the guy with a technique he had only recently begun to master and it wasn't yet honed to perfection. Sehai stood calmly with his blade raised and glared at his opponent. He also noticed that the technique he used was ineptly executed in his execution. The man angrily cursed at him, though Sehai wasn't sure of himself, for he had mostly only dealt with Sanshin for the past 3 years. He had now seen all the moves of his enemy. Even considering that the man was really good in combat, his problem was his fixation on the form of techniques. The guy had never learned this style, and yet he was still able to fend off his opponent's attacks with ease. He relied on movement and rhythm, fending off attack after attack from the enemy. He batted the warrior's hand away. The man hadn't expected such a turn and stared distractedly, and then delivered a hard blow to the man's head, crushing him with his strength. Yensak recoiled, blood trickling from his head down his skewed face. Finished, Sehai swung his blade and turned around in the direction he had originally gone. The man collapsed to the ground, unable to do anything else. His blade lay beneath him, the warrior himself sitting on his knees, his head down, a pool of blood spreading beneath his body. Sehai picked up his hat from the ground and put it back on his head, turning away from his opponent who would no longer give him any trouble. The Snow Rose called out to the girl so sharply that she jumped on the spot. She became so fixated on the people who appeared on the horizon that she forgot all that was required of her. The girl drew Sori's attention to herself. She spoke quickly and confidently. She needed to deliver information and a plan of action. At this time, the shamanist men, seeing their prey, began to run towards them, bearing their blades. Snow Rose took the girl's head in her palms and moved closer to her so that she could only see her eyes and not those who were already approaching them. Though the shamanist was standing far away from Snow Rose, she could see that there was someone else near her. The woman called out to the commander, Catching his attention, the man turned to her with misunderstanding. The rest of the warriors ran towards the cave. Snow concentrated and folded her hands with her palms toward the sky. Her eyes were closed, and through the raging pain in her leg, she tried to concentrate on her strength. Sori watched her silently and waited for her command. A strong gust of wind howled around her, ruffling the girl's hair. Her voice changed beyond recognition, becoming so low, accompanied by a multi-voiced echo. She exercised her power over Mount Hwanami. The order was given, and in that very second, the mountain answered her call. A thunderous roar sounded from the very top of the mountain. The snowy ground shuddered. One would assume that the mountain itself treads this valley. The warriors were reached by these sounds and the trembling underfoot. Many began to stop and look around for an explanation for this change. The shamaness also felt the tremors in the ground and the sounds that accompanied the wind. She looked back toward the mountain, suspecting the sounds were coming from there, and then her eyes flew open at what she saw, terror and surprise engulfing her body for a couple of seconds, making her mistress freeze and realize what was happening. The snow avalanche that had come down from Mount Hwanami was hurtling toward them. Its scale was so large that it could easily bury an entire village under its snow cover. The girl called out to Sori, who was staring at the scene with her eyes bulging, but quickly responded to her mom's call. The shamaness had gone feral, imminent death looming over them if she did nothing. Because of that, she snatched her talisman and ordered the rest of the warriors to stand behind her back. Sori scooped the girl up onto her back. She was very worried about her leg. All she had to do was believe her and run. The girl gathered her thoughts and ran. The snow avalanche her mother had summoned would not only harm the shamaness people, but could destroy them themselves. Now the elements were uncontrollable. Realizing the full horror that lay ahead, the shamaness acted feverishly and hoped for her abilities. She bit her finger, letting the blood out. With a bloody finger, the woman swiped at her talismans, leaving red streaks on the golden leaves. The shamaness threw forward the talismans filled with her power, and the bloody energy swirled and came to life. The woman folded her hands into a certain symbol. She began to shout loudly the words that had power over her energy. Red flames poured out of it. The 3 talismans that hovered in the air ignited, scorching fire rising up around her, forming into the semblance of a barricade. Her energy swirled around her until the woman had absorbed enough power to be able to concentrate it in one place. A wall of fire appeared in front of her. Blazing heat mottled everything around them. It was her only hope of stopping the inexorable element that was bearing down on them. Snow crashed into the wall of fire, 2 completely different energies converging at the same point. The warriors huddled behind the shamaness back, hoping for her strength. Sori, with Snow in her arms, raced away from this calamity as fast as her legs could allow. She saw a small rock in the path. The girl jumped over him and landed behind him. The snow avalanche was just picking up its speed, and they had no choice but to take cover behind such shelter. Sori pinned her mom to her stalk and ordered her not to move away from her, and a few seconds later they felt a strong jolt. The moment when the snow avalanche collapsed against this rock, but with the snow flanking them. The girl covered Snow with her back, trying to protect her from the snow disaster. Sehai walked out to Mount Hwanami. He looked up at its great peak and pondered the girl. He wondered if she had gained her memories, and sweat fled without a word to him. He squawked in indecision to go any further, feeling so indecisive for the first time. Turning around, he still decided to drop everything and go on his way. He had somewhat fulfilled his promise to bring Sori home, and just as he was ready to leave, the voice of the black tiger arose in his mind. He was not happy with this decision. He didn't like that he decided to let her go and didn't gobble her up like he should have. The tiger's words penetrated deeper and deeper into the boy's mind, and it became hard for him to resist his desires. Sehai abruptly turned back toward the mountain upon hearing the strange sounds. Just at that moment, an avalanche came down from Mount Hwanami. He saw the disaster firsthand. He suggested that avalanches are quite common during this time period. His thoughts were distracted by a beastly growl that grew closer and stronger. The guy began to be surrounded on all sides by a pack of wolves, continuing to emit low growls. He reached for his blade and grasped the hilt. The wolves came closer and closer with their heads slightly ducked as if they were about to leap toward him. But something changed his mind and he released the blade, taking his hand away from the weapon. The beast's muzzle seemed friendly to him. They weren't attacking, just trying to get his attention. Reluctantly, the guide decided to ask a question, which was answered with nods. It was as strange as possible for him, especially since the beasts were nothing like the Sansons. Still, curiosity won out and he agreed to follow them. The wolves immediately sprinted, glancing back at Sahai as if to see if he was following them. The boy of course ran where he was led. The snow row was covered in snow. The little girl kept calling for her. The girl opened her eyes and turned at Sori's voice. She was happy that the girl had managed to survive such an invasion of the snow avalanche. The little girl smiled the width of all her teeth, just as happy to be able to pull her mom out of the clutches of her pursuers and away from the snow avalanche. Picking the girl up on her back again, they walked on. The girl pestered her about her well-being. Snow Row was amazingly resilient and asked the little girl not to worry about her. Sori began to talk about her friend Sahai, who had saved her and brought her here. She spoke of him with enthusiasm. She remembered his kindness and sternness and found it hard to describe him in one word. After all, he was both good and evil and scary. Snow Row listened attentively and with interest to the adventures of her little girl. Snow Row, sensing the deterioration of her condition, suggested to Sori that she take a rest and pointed her finger in the distance. There was a spot there that seemed suitable for her. The little girl didn't quite understand why they needed to take a break since she wasn't tired yet. A little annoyed, the girl still insisted on her decision. Once inside the cave, Sori sat the girl against the far wall and herself walked to the exit and looked around carefully to see if the evil men were catching up with them. She wanted to make sure they would be safe now. It could be seen that Snow Row was getting worse. She had lost too much blood during this time and now looked bad. Her leg continued to bleed, the teeth of the snare keeping her mind off the unbearable pain. With every movement of my foot, those dug in harder and deeper. Out of her last strength, she wanted to tell Sori something important, something that she needed to learn and remember. The first words were spoken as if the girl was saying goodbye to a child. Sori's face stretched. She felt those notes in her voice. The girl was already struggling to speak. Her voice weakened considerably. The beads of cold sweat running down her face only confirmed her guess. The little girl couldn't stand it and screamed at Snow Row. She was too scared of losing her and couldn't believe that the girl was already willing to give up so easily. The girl began to describe Arigasha, who turned out to be Sori's father, his fame and how respected he was among great men. She went on to tell of a child that Arigashi had found and taken for himself, thinking her to be an abomination, but she turned out to be a human child. The child was growing up and he had become so attached to the child that he couldn't leave her. When the girl blossomed, they fell in love and the fruit of that love was Sori. Unfortunately, Sori's real mom is badly ill. This was a big blow to Arigashi. Since Sori was just a baby, she didn't understand what was going on and couldn't remember her real mom. Then Arigashi made a request to Snow Row. At first the girl was against such a request. She couldn't give the love that Sori deserved and was afraid she couldn't handle such a responsibility. It was a difficult decision for Arigashi, but he saw no other choice. Even then the little girl did not understand what was happening and that very soon she would not see her mom or dad. She was a happy child, full of joy, and did not yet know anxiety. Snow Row took the child to her, and Arigashi was forced to go into battle with a monster he couldn't handle alone. The girl asked him to wait, but he wouldn't. The stakes were too high, he couldn't take that risk. The girl called out to him then, "A strong man." The fearless Sanshin flinched only at his daughter's thin voice. His heart was being torn to pieces by the pain of leaving her. Unable to stand it, he turned to her. Hot tears were streaming down his face. The little girl looked up at him with big clear eyes as she listened to his final admonitions. The only thing he wanted for her was for the little girl to grow up happily and know no sorrow. Even through the bitter tears of separation, he smiled the kindest smile for her. But time was inexorably catching up with him and he couldn't stay any longer. Sori called out to him and wanted to run after him, but Snow Row held the girl back and Arigashi walked away with a shattered soul. At that moment, the little girl saw the clouds raging over the mountains in which the monsters with long necks and fiery eyes were peering, and there were too many of them. The terrifying monsters with flaming mouths, sharp teeth, and burning eyes wanted to destroy everything in their path. The only one who was able to resist these creatures was Arigashi. He went out to the battlefield. Arigashi was the protector of Mount Hwanami. Snow Row's last words were that little Sori would henceforth become the mistress of Mount Hwanami. Saying this, the girl closed her eyes and couldn't open them again. Tears came to the girl's eyes. She couldn't believe what was happening and kept calling for her mom, hoping that it was all just a dream and she would wake up now. Her face contorted with the grief and pain she was feeling. As the avalanche passed and settled down the valley, A woman's hand emerged from the snow, making its way out. The shamaness shuffled the snow around her and managed to free herself from the snow shackles that surrounded her. Her rage knew no bounds. She certainly hadn't expected her whole wonderful plan to go this way. She turned to the warriors who were shoveling themselves out of the snow drifts, her voice high-pitched and nasty. Sai rushed after the pack. They were moving too fast. The wolves looked worried and led him toward the mountain. The guy noticed that the further he ran, the harder it became to breathe. For a moment, he felt a strange change. The life force of the mountain had changed, and because of that, he had a bad feeling. When they all stopped, Sahai looked over the beasts once more, hoping to catch a glimpse of sentient in someone. But the wolves looked like the most ordinary animals. If anyone was sentient, he would have been able to utilize the black tiger's power, but the ridiculousness of such thoughts came to him. The animals in front of him were clearly ordinary animals. The guy dropped the extra weight so that running would be easier and nothing distracting. The hat and travel bag flew to the snow-covered grass. Sori-laid snow rode down on a cold stone in the cave. Her bitter sobs echoed. The little girl's soul was torn with grief and sadness for her mother's snow row. After her story, the girl remembered everything in her father and her real mother. She also remembered the day when the girl had given her final instructions and wished that Sori had a different fate. At that time, she had not yet understood such important words, but today she remembered them and they sounded different to her than they did then. So intent on her grief, she didn't even hear the footsteps coming from behind her. Suddenly, the whip she threw tied around her leg and pulled her sharply toward the exit of the cave. She turned around fearfully, but in the bright light she couldn't see who the man was. She was forcibly pulled from her hiding place, shuffling painfully against the ground. Sori fell straight into the hands of the angry shamaness. The woman grabbed the girl and pulled her closer to her. The woman's anger sparked in her eyes, yet she was pleased with this capture. Her hand held the girl's throat, squeezing tightly. Sori kicked, her strength sapped out, small sharp teeth showing from behind her lips, snowy energy shining in her eyes. The woman squeezed her throat harder and the girl froze in utter shock. Tight ropes were thrown over her arms, restraining them tightly. In the same way, the shamaness also bound the girl's feet, preventing her from escaping. Pulling on the rope, she stepped on her back, slamming her face into the ground with force. All of the shamaness movements were imbued with anger and irritability. Without turning to the warrior, she demanded a report on Snow Row. The warrior who had checked the cave began to report to her. Snow Row was dead and no longer had the ability to defend herself or Sori. The woman was dumbfounded by such news. 1,000 thoughts immediately popped into her head about what could have gone wrong. Hearing the shamaness words, Sori rebelled. She was disgusted that these people would touch her mom's body. She started screaming and kicking desperately, but other than that there was nothing she could do. The woman stepped on the girl's head with force, once again knocking her to the ground. A sharp pain pierced Sori, and she cried out. Thus she quickly pacified the kicking girl. Pulling the ropes tighter, the woman threatened the girl, reminding her of the iron cage. She continued to kick her, doing it harder and harder time after time. In a weary voice, Sori uttered only one name, and asked very quietly for help. The woman stopped and stared at her questioningly. It was a name she was not yet familiar with. She turned to Commander Hanchaku, demanding clarification about the man the girl had called. On second thought, Hanchik speculated that it could have been the guy he saw on the river when the girl killed the crocodile. All of a sudden, she heard an incomprehensible sound from above. Raising her head, the woman managed to see someone flying straight at her from somewhere high up. The shamaness managed to bounce off and slumped to the ground. The guy swung his blade but couldn't get her. The commander immediately rushed to the aid of his mistress, banging his weapon, but Seta's actions were too fast and he was already prepared to repel this attack. The guy immediately attacked the man with a U-turn and he was thrown aside. The warrior fell on his back and drove backwards a couple more meters. The rest of the warriors saw the sudden attack and rushed to help. Sehai crouched beside the girl, assessing her condition and the ropes on her body. He ordered her to grit her teeth tighter. Without explaining anything, he tossed her into the air as far and as long as he had the strength to do so. The little one flew into the unknown like that. The shamaness got to her feet and didn't know which way to look. The girl was taken right out of her arms. She saw Hwamori get picked up by the wolves on her back and run in the other direction. The guy didn't linger either and rushed off with all his legs away from them, and the shamaness continued to be perplexed and was even at a loss for words. Her head was tossing from side to side as she tried to follow and figure out what had even happened. Unable to endure such an outrage, her mouth opened in a wild shriek with orders to grab and kill this guy. One of the warriors approached his commander, worried whether he was in one piece or not. The one held his head, but answered gruffly for the others to go in pursuit. The shamaness decided to divide her forces to catch the fugitives. She decided to take care of Mori on her own, but the warriors would go after the guy. Her men ran down the trail left by Sehai and she took a deep breath. She should have calmed down and concentrated on catching Mori. The woman stood in front of the footprints left behind. Her anger was still bubbling in her veins. Sehai ran without stopping, the snow crunching deafeningly beneath his feet. It was harder for him to run on such a surface as he was not used to such conditions. The warriors swarmed in his wake. He could already hear their voices, which meant the enemies were already near. No matter how fast Sehai was, they were catching up to him. He ran and berated himself for what he had done. Still, he considered his act rather foolish and unconsidered. As he watched from the top, it seemed to him that everything would come out smooth and easy. He wanted to jump off the top and bring his blade down on the head of the shamaness, thus knocking out the most important one, and then the others would be weaker. Sori would then activate her Sanshin power and Sehai would be able to tap into the Black Tiger's energy. Sehai beckoned to the wolves with his hand, drawing the animals' attention to himself. The wolves looked at the lad intently, waiting for his command. He tried to explain his plan and gesticulated very vigorously for better understanding. After listening to the boy, the wolves rushed to the place indicated to them to wait for a further signal. At that moment, he wasn't sure if he could get his point across to the animals, but he sincerely hoped that the wolves understood him and would do what he described so vividly. Now he thought back on what had happened and wished he had thought better of it. Plus, he too underestimated the shamaness, who was able to fend off his blade rather than fall from it as was his fantasy. He also had to notice that the warriors chasing him were faster and more agile than he would have liked. Suddenly, a blade slashed across his cheek. He managed to react in time, but not as quickly, because the bright red streak on his cheek stung painfully. A warrior just appeared out of nowhere and took a wide swing of his blade. The one stood there looking down at the guy, counting on a quick and easy victory over him. Sehai jerked his blade from its sheath. No wonder they were able to catch up with him so quickly. These men hunted Snowy Row for months through the snowy mountains. They were too used to this weather. Their blades came together with a clang that echoed across the open ground. As he fought off another attack, he thought about the other warriors who were already very close to him. Infuriated that his opponent was distracted by his blade, the warrior rushed at him with a desire to stab him through and earn respect from the other warriors. The boy was able to repel this attack with incredible accuracy, which caused the warrior to stagger. He clearly did not expect such a reaction and strength. Receiving a generous slap, Ushik fell to his knees holding his head with his hand. The warriors had already reached the place where the skirmish had just taken place, and the guy kept running. He needed to get away. The other two warriors of the shamaness had already caught up to Sehai. They shouted various curses and swung their blades to get him. Their blades cut through the air without hitting their target. The boy deftly managed to dodge and twisted towards them, attacking opponents with his blade. The first lunge hit right on target, knocking the life out of one warrior. The other continued his attack, bringing his blade behind his head. Despite all his training and precision of attack, the lad was able to dodge this blow as well, managing to make a sharp turn and hit the second warrior's legs with his blade. Bringing the attack to an end, he managed to knock the second warrior down. The one fell with a lurch into drifts of snow. The guy kept going. He was not to be delayed. It was easier to deal with the warriors when they caught up with him a couple at a time than with the crowd at once. A new encounter, a new attack, and Sehai once again managed to get his blade up in time to defend himself. The huge man, seeing how he deftly repulsed all the lunges, went to other measures and pounced on the guy from above, pinning his body. Now they were being carried as if on a sled down the slope. His goal was to smash the guy's head against a tree trunk standing not that far away. The man directed their movement straight toward the tree. He succeeded in his plan. The man raised his blade over the boy lying beneath him. Even in such a situation, Sah's reaction was excellent and he deftly dodged the blade before bringing his weapon up and hitting the target. The man flew away from the guy a few meters to the side. The guy figured one punch wouldn't be enough, so he added another one right in his face. The rest of the warriors running after only to find the victims of the guy's sword. Sehai continued to run, the thought that there was no way he should slow down rattling his temples. Suddenly someone's spade flew into the trunk of a tree in front of his nose. It went into the tree with a crack. Blowing his eyes out, he stared at her. Another second and his head could have been there. The warrior drew his weapon from the wood and pointed the point towards Sah. Pike attacks were different from blade attacks. This weapon could go much deeper and hit much farther than a normal blade. The warrior masterfully handled the stick. The guy only had time to repel all the lunges. Taking a good whack at the long hilt, Sehai bounced aside to a safer distance. But two more warriors were already waiting behind him, swinging their blades in his direction. Turning sharply, he managed to repel these attacks as well. The soldiers continued to pile on the guy, not giving him a chance to even breathe. Fighting back, Sehai assessed their abilities and realized they were trained far better than normal warriors. There was a sudden change in the behavior of the warriors. For some reason, they stopped, causing the guy to misunderstand and what the reason was for such an abrupt change of mood. Sehai managed to dodge such a sudden attack from the back. Someone bounced off of him. The warrior commander towered in front of him with a blade in his hands. He was glaring wryly. Sehai felt his back as he began to be surrounded by the warriors who had been running after him all this time. It was already hard for him to breathe. Too much energy had been expended running through the snow, which inexorably drew strength, plowing his feet through drifts. And now it was a bad case. To make matters worse, Hanchik had managed to wound the guy, a deep and long wound dissecting his back. The wolves led the girl to safety and helped remove the restraining ropes from her arms and legs. Sori looked at them sadly, but then she was glad that these animals came to rescue her and helped her escape. She hugged one of the wolves tightly. The girl stepped forward, the snow crunching under her feet, the cold not burning her body. She felt comfortable in this environment. She wanted to know her real name. Was the name Sehai had given her real? Could she call herself that? Or did she have a different name that she had forgotten or just didn't recognize yet? The wind swirled around Sori. She raised her head to the sky and as if she was about ready to call her name, but she didn't have time. A shamaness came out not far from them, and she was the one who distracted the girl. All the wolves looked at the woman who had come. Seeing the scarlet robes of the shamaness, the girl involuntarily trembled. Memories she hadn't lost again filled her soul with fear. The wolves bared their jaws and growled menacingly, encircling Sori. The woman pulled out a dagger, her look insane and eager for vengeance. Too much trouble she'd been in today. Hanchik was actually surprised to see Sehai alive in front of him, since he remembered the shamaness prophecy and that she had assured him of the lad's demise. But apparently not all divinations were accurate. The guy immediately knew who he was talking about. He behaved cautiously and kept an eye on each warrior. Hanchik started to suggest that Sehai make a deal. If he didn't resist and interfere with Sanshin's capture, they would mercifully let the guy go. Sehai stared intently at his blade, mulling over what he had heard. At the same moment, he was assaulted. Clearly, there was no deal in question. He was just trying to distract him into making a mistake. There were still a few unfortunate lunges made, which the guy repelled or dodged in time. Even without looking at his injured back, he still moved nimbly and even injured other warriors. Sehai was contemplating a new plan of action. If he delayed any longer, more of this commander's henchmen would soon arrive. Gathering his thoughts, he went from defense to attack. Quickly and decisively, he picked his first targets and rushed towards these warriors. Snow flurried up. The clang of metal against metal sounded, a few perfect lunges and swings of weapons. The first target has been eliminated. The boy was able to intercept his opponent's blade and caught it with his own hand. Wielding two blades, he headed for his next target. He moved like he was dancing, fast and precise. The warrior forged a technique and the guy read his rhythm, with which he could easily anticipate his actions. One of the blades entered the warrior's throat. The other man swung and with the attack toward him. By being able to react in time, the guy was able to fend off this attack. Intercepting the blade, he punched the warrior squarely in the face with a fist, the bones crunching unpleasantly. Just as he began to gain momentum for his attacks, suddenly someone's blade entered his chest. A sharp pain coursed through his body. That blade appeared too suddenly in his path. The weapon that pierced the guy was held by none other than Hanchik. He smiled smugly, realizing that he had hit the target and the guy would soon be finished. Despite such a wound, Sehai swung his blade. Hanchik dodged just in time as he continued to pierce the guy's chest. The blade slipped from the guy's body, blood gushing from the open wound. Sehai crouched down against the tree behind him. He could feel the strength in his body leaving him. The wound was deep and fatal. Hanchik was pleased with himself. He grinned and stroked his weapon affectionately, as if he was human and had done something good. He glanced victoriously in the guy's direction. Not much left and the guy would die. Sehai braced himself against the tree trunk and breathed heavily as he listened to his opponent's words. Sori continued to stare at the woman in scarlet with fear. The wolves continued to growl and glare angrily at the shamaness. They felt its sinister power. The girl turned and ran in the other direction, and the wolves on the contrary rushed toward the shamaness. Realizing this, the little girl stopped. She looked back at the fearless wolves running, ready to defend their mate. The woman took out several talismans. They spread out in front of her face in a fan. With one wave of her hand, she released the talismans into the air and the fire elemental rained down on the beasts that rushed to protect Sori. The shamaness easily dealt with wolves. Though they were ferocious beasts, they could do nothing against the fire element and still ran into the flames just to get the enemy. The girl saw her standing being destroyed in the flames. Her tears rushed from her eyes, her heart clenched with unrelenting pain. The woman picked up one of the wolves by the throat. She managed to seriously wound it with her dagger. The flames enveloped them, but the woman felt no heat. The girl's anger was unraveling. Energy began to bubble up in her body and burst out. She was frustrated by her own fear and helplessness. She was the one who should have stood up for the pack, not the other way around. She was the one with the power, not them. The guy's clothes were already completely soaked in blood and slimy. He felt an unbearable pain in his back. Just like that, he clasped his hand over his side, which had just been pierced. These wounds were fatal. Despite the hellish pain, he was still thinking about eliminating his enemies. He was breathing harder, sweat running down his face in clumps. The newly arrived warriors called out to their commander. The one turned around to those who had called out to him. These were the warriors who were with Yensak in the bamboo village. They reported to the commander that Yensak had been found dead on the road out of the village. Hanchik glanced in the guy's direction, surprised that he was able to handle Yensak. He ordered this group of warriors to join his group, expecting to quickly finish business here and travel together to Bamboo Village. By this time, another group of warriors had arrived. Sai leaned away from the tree, his blade clutched tightly in his hand. Hanchik marveled that the man could still move. Sai swooped down on his opponent from the last of his strength. Hanchik fended off his attack. With the last of his strength, Sai tore toward the commander. The guy was not afraid of death. Therefore, his movements were as desperate as possible, only to do as much damage as possible to his opponent. The warriors, seeing such a sudden movement, fussed, and Hanchik has adopted a defensive stance. Like music, the clang of steel filled the space around them. Without thinking long, Hanchik went on the attack, taking advantage of the strong technique. His attack, the guy fought back, and it was a big shock to the commander. Sai recognized the technique. Not too long ago, Yensak had run at him with the same technique, but he didn't do it skillfully enough and was defeated. Taking advantage of Hanchik's confusion, the guy made the decisive hit. It landed in the area of the man's head. The impact was so strong, the sound of a cracking skull echoed around the neighborhood. With bulging eyes, Hanchik couldn't believe that his skull had been fractured. The wound was incompatible with life, and it was his last breath. Blood squirting from the split in his head, he slumped to the ground dead. Sahai was pleased with himself. He had succeeded in doing what he had set out to do. Though he doubted his strength to the last, the strength of his arms had not yet left him. Even so, he was now barely on his feet and might fall at any moment. His body slumped naughtily to the ground. He leaned on his blade, trying not to fall any lower. Even if he were to die today, it would still be a death by the opponent's blade, and such a death would not be so miserable. And even in this situation, he thought of the little girl and hoped that she had managed to escape. The soldiers stood like kites behind his back and watched. The shamaness held the bloody wolf in her hands and watched the little girl gather the winter energy around her. Anger reflected on Sori's face, her eyes shining with the snowy expanse and a winter blizzard swirling around her small body. Even the voice changed a lot and became more mature. The shamaness, seeing the girl's changes, decided to play along and obediently tossed the mutilated wolf away from her. In flight, she kicked the wolf's body with all her might from her foot, thus distracting the girl for further attack. The girl growled, seeing such ruthless treatment of the beast. The woman threw her dagger towards Sori. It flew straight at her face, but the girl reacted quickly and dodged the attack. The weapon flew somewhere behind her back. As it turned out, the dagger was enchanted. In the air, it abruptly changed its trajectory and began to return toward the girl. The woman could easily control the movements of the dagger from a distance without much effort. Her movements were woozy and her face was somewhat bored. The little girl deftly dodged this attack as well, the dagger flying back into her mistress' hand. The woman was amazed at how the little girl had grown up before her eyes. It wasn't long before she was terrified of Shamanka's techniques and offered no resistance. But today the girl was really different. She wasn't scared. She was walking towards the enemy, furious for everyone she lost today. The girl snapped out of her seat and rushed at the woman, accompanied by her wintry energy. Without thinking long, the shamaness activated the fire elemental again to defend herself against it. The little girl crashed into the fiery barrier. Some couple of meters separated her from her target, but that fire didn't allow her to get too close. The deeper she tried to penetrate the wall of fire, the more her body burned, and at some point the pain became unbearable for Sori. With a blast wave, the girl was thrown somewhere away from the woman who couldn't care less about the fire. The woman pulled out another talisman, ready to use it on the girl and show her the true horror she had never seen before. He glanced at the warriors, who never approached him or took any action. This inaction puzzled Sehai. The men continued to stand and didn't even show any emotion, even though their commander had just been killed, and it was like they didn't care. The blood-soaked commander rose to his feet beside the boy. He was holding his head tightly, but could talk and reason. Sehai stared at the man in surprise. He didn't fully understand how he had managed to survive, for he knew for a fact that he had fractured his skull and it had been fatal. Hanchik was satisfied. He had managed to test his body's strength, and even death couldn't take him away. Sehai questioned him. He had no idea the situation could turn this way. The man mocked the boy's assumption, starting to tell him about Takon's incredible power. It was a name Sehai had heard before from the centipede. Hanchik boasted of his strength. Of course, the man wanted to avoid using this power, but now he would not restrain himself. His eyes flashed scarlet. The woman began throwing spheres of fire at the girl. The sphere was originally small and didn't look that dangerous, but as it approached the victim it exploded, blasting Sori with fiery energy. The girl flew into a drift of snow, hitting her back painfully. Her body was covered in burn wounds. She had never felt such searing pain and such fierce fire before. She was scared and in great pain. Right now she was beyond terrified of what was happening. The shamaness raised her hand, over which several more such spheres formed. She didn't take her eyes off the girl. Several such spheres flew toward Sori again. There was nothing they could do and nowhere to take cover. Jumping to her feet, she tried maneuvering to run away from those scary lights that were causing so much pain. A few exploded behind her back, only slightly hitting the girl, but the last one was dangerously close to her. The fire sphere still caught up with her and unleashed its sizzling heat on little Sori's body. The woman hurled threats in the girl's direction while she began to cut the talisman, preparing for her next attack. The fire was like a whip hitting the girl's body, mercilessly and fiercely, leaving painful wounds on her body. Sori fell to the ground, covering her head with her hands. In that moment she wanted to disappear, only to never experience this hellish agony again. The fire was rushing over her head and ramming into every part of her body. The shamaness would have liked to play with the girl longer, but her talismans were running out, which meant it was time for her to be done with her as well. Sori glared menacingly and angrily at the woman, trying to evade her attacks. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Sori jumped high above the shamaness' head. She thought the girl was just trying to get away from her, but the little girl landed right behind her. A strong blow fell on the woman. She lost her balance and fell on her back. Sori didn't stop, running towards her for her next attack. The shamaness extended her hand forward. The arrest talismans soared into the air and ignited with fairy energy. The woman was glad she had thought to prepare them and take them with her. Her wound opened and blood began to ooze through the fabric of her clothing again. She was tired of playing with the girl, and the woman now wanted only one thing: her death. The dagger rose into the air and aimed towards Sori. The bloodied Hanchik hovered over the boy and smirked evilly. Sehai decided to clarify about his speculation and question the black worm the centipede had spoken of. The man, believing that victory was in his hands, kindly began to answer his questions without hiding the truth. As Sehai sensed Hanchik's tendency to boast about his position and feel superior, he continued to ask him questions. By ferreting out valuable information, Sehai continued to ask leading questions, suggesting that such power was not given to just anyone and not even every commander could achieve it. And then he asked the most important question that bothered the guy the most. Was he the only one here with that kind of power? Hanchik too hastily answered him with the truth, confirming that among all the warriors, he was the only one with Sanshin's strength. A grin now appeared on Sehai's lips. He recognized everything he wanted to know. Dark energy began to fill his body and surround the guy. The man was a little puzzled by the guy's reaction, thinking that he had already lost his mind and stopped understanding what was going on. Hanchik drew his blade and swung it, pointing it toward the guy. Sehai still sat motionless, leaning towards his weapon, dark energy flowing lightly from his body. The commander's blade came down on the guy, but he managed to stop it with his bare hand. The dark energy began to spread stronger. Energy sparked from the guy's eyes. He grinned and continued to hold the cold iron in his hand. Fingers clenched forcefully on the steel, shattering his opponent's blade to shreds. Sehai began to rise to his feet. The energy continued to flow, surrounding him. Hanchik frightenedly recoiled from him, not realizing what had just happened and what this sudden change was. The black tiger's muzzle reflected in the dark energy, the guy's intimidating grin, and the power that permeated his body, he was incredibly glad that Hanchik had become a spirit. All of Sori's attempts to attack the shaman failed. She was once again lying on the ground. The girl felt pain not only for herself, but for all the people of Mount Hwanami. With a trembling body, she tried to let herself down. A new wave of attacks from the woman was already flying in her direction. The little girl caught the red-hot dagger with her hand right in front of her face. Shamanka's words prompted anger in the girl's soul. She didn't consider herself a monster, and she certainly didn't consider herself an ogre. But Hwamori's words mattered little to the woman. Nothing would change her mind about using her power to destroy the girl. The girl continued to hold the dagger that vibrated in her hand, trying to rush further and pierce her body. The woman continued to push with her strength, giving no respite. She wanted to destroy the girl, and then all life on Mount Hwanami would die as well. Sori couldn't die. She couldn't leave everyone behind. The fire scorched her body, but despite this, the girl continued to hold firm. Through the shroud of fire, Sori saw her memory of sitting in her father's arms as they gazed at the Hwanami mountains. It was then that he told her about their mission, and that one day she would have to defend these places. She'll realize that the day she can find her name on her own. The memories she had just seen gave her strength, reminded her of the responsibility and trust her father had placed in her. The girl's anger boiled over, and she clenched the dagger so hard that it shattered in small pieces. She rose to her feet, energy swirling around the girl, extinguishing the flames that had recently burned her skin mercilessly. It felt like Snow Ro had not left her side and was now ready to help and support the girl. The shamaness covered herself with the sleeve of her outfit. A too-cold gust of wind mixed with the girl's energy hit her side. At that very moment, believing in herself and her strength, realizing who she was and remembering all the loved ones who believed in her, the girl learned her name. A wind of snow. As soon as the dark energy burst out from the guy's blade, it immediately enveloped his body, and all of his mortal wounds healed in a matter of seconds. Hanchik stared at him, not believing that the guy had the same power as him. Sehai only laughed at such an assumption, because what stood before the commander was not some spirit, but one of the strongest Sansons. Hearing those words, Hanchik even bounced farther away from Sa, his black tiger energy darting around him intimidatingly. He stood up to his men, the others awaiting his command. Sahai didn't wait any longer. He burst into the crowd of warriors. Those stirred and got into position, raising their blades. Hanchik shouted a command and thrust his stumpy blade forward. The boy stood and waited for the warriors to approach him on their own, those rushing mindlessly to attack Sahai. He only needed one swing of his blade filled with black tiger energy to take down a crowd of warriors. Like rag dolls, people scattered about, torn by the almighty force. Sahai turned in the other direction where another group of warriors stood. One more swing of the blade and the force like a blade swept towards the enemy. Hanchik watched in horror as some guy single-handedly massacred his men without leaving them alive. One of Hanchik's men risked attacking Sahai from behind. He was able to get close enough and was ready to bring his weapon down on the guy's head. Except he didn't succeed. Sai grabbed the attacker's face and squeezed it hard. The man's eyes bulged with surprise and pain. He threw the warrior as far away from him as he could, not caring if he was alive or no longer. All his attention was only on Hanchik. A few more warriors stood in his way. They didn't know how to approach him. The sweep of the blade unleashed its wrath upon them in a form of dark energy that whiplashed them. Only Hanchik remained. It was clear from the look on his face that he felt fear of such power. The black tiger's muzzle was once again displayed from the dark energy. It glared at its prey with a grin. Seeing the full power of this guy with his own eyes, the commander who had lost all his men began to tremble with fear. Sehai saw no point in telling such a lowlife who he was, much less giving his name. He deemed him unworthy for this, and besides, he was about to die. The boy took a swing with his blade. Before the force rained down on Hanchik's body, he pitifully begged for mercy, but even if the guy could stop his power, pleading for mercy wouldn't help him. The dark energy destroyed Hanchik with his spirit. Sai turned away from the battlefield, the energy still hovering around him. The girl exuded a completely different energy that was strikingly different from what she had before. The shamaness sensed this and froze, thinking over her actions. It seemed to her that right now she might not be able to stand up to the girl. The woman remembered Mrs. Sang Mai and how she had invited her to her place before she went out to catch Snow Row. She then told her a few facts about the Snow Row and that she would be able to catch it easily. The shamaness listened intently to the girl, but the main reason she called her was to warn her that when Jai Wul sensed danger, she should gather her pride into a fist and run. The shamaness sensed that this was most likely the moment to turn and run. The girl's power pulsed and wouldn't stop. Before fleeing, she threw her hand out in front of several talismans surging into the air. She activated them with her power. The fire energy erupted in scarlet flames. She created a chain of talismans, each one complementing the previous one, then added a few more and prepared them to attack towards Hwamori. Her voice activated the charms and the talismans obediently fulfilled the will of the mistress. The fiery spheres raced toward the girl at an incredible speed. She watched as Hwamori was trapped by her unique combination of talismans. A loud explosion was heard at that moment. Sori was the only one who had made it out of this horror unscathed and was charging towards the shaman, her eyes glittering with anger and the energy that poured out of her. Sori landed right in front of the woman, who recoiled in surprise. Something strange happened at that moment. The woman seemed to feel a touch on her neck but had no time to do anything. Everything was too fast. The baby was already at her back, and the shamaness stood still, unable to move. Sori didn't even look in the direction of the shamaness, but the woman just had her head on her neck, and a second later it was gone. The girl was able to blow her head off without much difficulty. She was too sad that it had taken her so long to learn her name and gain that power, that her mother Snow Row had died and the girl had not had time to protect her. The heartache was unbearable. She howled with grief like a wolf, and her pack, feeling her pain, howled along with her. Sehai found little Sori. He could see that the girl had changed a lot. Her strength had increased, and that only meant one thing. She found her name. The Black Tiger also saw all these changes in the girl. He insisted that Sehai stop procrastinating and devour her. Sehai continued to look at her and even spoke to her. The Black Tiger's power was unable to fully heal Sehai's wounds. The boy clutched the blade tightly in his hand. He kept looking at the girl and wondering if he could resist her power. The Black Tiger continued to whisper his beliefs to him, reminding him of the promises he had made. Sehai had convinced him himself that he would devour her when Sori found his name, and now the moment has come. Sehai remembered what he was doing all this for. Confronting Takon was his only desire, and that takes incredible strength. He took another look at his blade. The Black Tiger never stopped whispering to him about the reasons he had picked up this weapon. The wolves surrounded the girl, and she prepared to run toward the guy. He was ready to make his move, but it was as if his body was petrified, and to the last the guy didn't budge. Sori was picking up speed and was about to get very close. Sehai raised his blade above his head, ready to deliver a crushing blow. An unwelcome memory surfaced in his mind, that moment when Tanayan had told him that Sehai would not do evil for his own gain. Last night flashed before his eyes, that moment when Sori had hugged him. Then he stopped his hand and didn't let his feelings show. But what he really wanted then was to pet her, to cheer her up and hug her. The guy got too attached to this girl, and now he brought his blade above her, and she flew toward him at full speed. One more moment, and something irreparable would happen. The girl was already very close. Sehai clamped his eyes shut to the last without lowering his arms. When he opened his eyes, he didn't feel any pain in his body or anything. He saw the little girl hugging him tightly and snuggling up to him like he was someone too familiar. She hugged him and cried and talked about her parents. There was so much pain and bitterness in her voice. Sehai looked at her in surprise and continued to listen as she talked about the death of her parents and being all alone in the world. Sori sought comfort in the familiar man, that he could help her cope and not leave her alone. Black Tiger's voice continued to pound on the boy's temples, ordering him to do what they had already been going to for 3 years. But Sehai couldn't allow that to happen. He thought it was wrong. The Black Tiger's persistence pierced through Sehai. Each time he let the man remember what he was doing all this for and what was at stake. It was also a reminder that he may never have that opportunity again. Sehai resisted the beast to the last and tried to stand his ground and not go against his own feelings. The dark energy took the form of the guy himself. He looked at himself and the energy spoke to him. Sehai, created from energy, grabbed the real guy's pics and remembered the words he had once spoken to him and vowed revenge even if he had to kill all the Sanchons. It also reminded him of the day that became the point and changed the guy's fate irrevocably and forever. Another memory stirred in the lad's mind again. He remembered himself from 3 years ago. the feeling he had gotten when he walked onto the field and saw something terrible. The whole valley was strewn with the corpses of people he knew. Every last one of them was brutally slaughtered. The way the girl ran in his direction and begged him to run away, that he wasn't allowed to be here. How desperate his voice was when he saw her. How they ran toward each other through the tall grass. And the way the moment they almost made contact, Takon slumped to the ground and the guy never saw the girl again forever. Those memories were too strong. Sehai of the dark energy knew what to push for and remembered well what it was all for. If he doesn't do what he must, then the black tiger's power will leave him and he will return to his days of unbearable despair and weakness. The hand raised the blade higher, aiming its sharp end into the girl's body. The little girl raised her clear and crying eyes to him, looking straight at him and not understanding why he was silent. His hand and blade slid downward. In that moment it seemed to the guy that his weapon weighed more than ever. Eyes wide open, Sori looked at him in surprise and horror. She caught her breath. She recoiled from the guy. Her clothes were stained with blood. There was blood on her hands as well. She looked at it all and couldn't understand why Sehai would do this to her. Her small body began to stagger. In a trembling voice, she asked him time after time what was her fault and why he had done this to her. The girl settled to the ground as she continued to stare at her bloodied hands. The boy was silent, a deep shadow on his face. The only thing he could say then was the word "I'm sorry." One snowy day a boy came to the slope. His white robes were being developed by the cold winter wind. A warm scarf was wrapped around the young man's neck, keeping him warm in this winter cold. The young man named Bottle was called out by Master Avon, who approached. An older man with long gray hair stared intently at the boy. He came to see the dragon's ascension. That's why he was here so long. The man smoothed his beard and continued to watch this child, wondering what the reason was that the Almighty had sent it to him. The boy was incredibly talented and could even get a position as a statesman or even a close king. But he became a shaman. Bottle called out to Master Avon, pointing his head in the direction he had kept his gaze on for so long. An incredibly strong snow whirlwind rose to the sky, such a strong wind they had never seen before. The young man raised his head to the sky, watching this miracle. At last his dream would come true, to see for himself the dragon ascension he had waited so long for. The master told the boy that it was a water serpent that was able to eat Iju, with which he was able to become a dragon and ascend to heaven. All this time Bottle kept his eyes on the beautiful apparition. This dragon will no longer descend to earth and will roam the heavens. The two continued to watch as the dragon ascended toward the sky. The boy's tears flowed, which couldn't be kept from his master. He cried not because he was sad, but because of what a miracle Bottle had seen. To him, it was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. The man was surprised at this display of his emotions, as there appeared to be something else lurking behind the peacefulness. Suddenly, the black tiger appeared from the other side of the slope. It was in all its glory, black with an incredible blue shimmer. Dark energy flowed from his body. Master Evan could see the beast and tensed. He recognized it as the black tiger. Suddenly, the tiger leaped toward the dragon that was ascending to the sky and closed its sharp fangs on its body. Hot blood spurted from the bite site, filling the tiger's mouth with its flavor. The dragon began to wriggle in the air, but there was nothing he could do. The wind whipped up with renewed vigor. The boy, along with the master, continued to stand on the slope and watched what was happening. This moment came as a shock to Battle, anger beginning to fill him. The black tiger clenched its maw harder and harder on the dragon's body, biting deeper and deeper into its flesh. The dragon began to lose altitude and swiftly flew downward back toward the ground. A violent rumbling sounded nearby. The dragon's body collapsed from a great height. Master Avon stood in a complete daze, not understanding how this could even happen. He turned to the boy, but when he realized what the boy was up to, it was too late to stop him. In his side vision, he only noticed his shadow flicker. The young man was already rushing down the slope. He couldn't leave it like this. He had to do something. The old man began to reprimand him that it was impossible to go down there, but all was in vain. Bottle was already running toward the place where the dragon had fallen. Along the way, he began to see signs of the fall, broken trees, and a sea of blood. The boy began to look around the area, but other than bloody footprints, he couldn't find anything. The entire area was drenched in blood, as if a river had risen out of its banks and flowed in this place. By this time, Master Avon had managed to catch up with the boy with shouts and warnings for him to stop. The old man froze and couldn't even continue to reprimand the boy for such disobedience. Bottle didn't fully realize what could have frightened the old man so much. The black tiger himself walked along the bloody river, his energy flowing in thin streams as if the coloring had come off his hide and was hovering beside him. The beast roared loudly and looked toward the humans. There wasn't much distance between them. A second would be enough for the black tiger to get to the humans and one jump in another second to kill them. But he felt no visible threat from these two. With another glance at them, the tiger began to turn around in the other direction, until he turned away from them completely and walked away. Badal fell on his backside straight into a bloody mess. All of his clothes were immediately drenched in scarlet color. Master Ivan approached the boy, not understanding what had happened to him or why he had settled to the ground. Badal raised his hands full of blood and his body trembled treacherously. He berated himself for doing nothing. The old man didn't quite understand what he was talking about now. His anxiety was all too apparent, and the boy continued to stare at the blood. Looking up at the sky and reaching up with his hand, Badal made a promise to himself that he would avenge the black tiger for this terrible act. Back in our day, Badal was far from being a little boy anymore. He had grown older and taller by several heads. The monk observed the boy's strange actions and therefore asked him if everything was all right. Embarrassed that the man had to watch this, the guy replied that it was fine and it was time to get started. Badal took hold of the handle on the door, but the monk wasn't sure he should be in such a hurry. The guy looked cheerful and confident, but the monk who accompanied him was overly concerned. The guy's throwaway joke puzzled the man even more. But for Badal it was fine. He opened the doors and stepped inside with a snide smirk. As soon as his foot crossed the threshold of the room, the guy's look immediately changed from a joking kid to a serious and focused guy. Once inside the room, Badal closed the doors behind him. A foul odor immediately hit his nose that he even had to cover his face with his hand to feel less of the stench. From the threshold, there was a view of blood and broken utensils. There was someone sitting in the corner of the room, smacking noises coming from him, and he was covered in blood. Badal felt no fear whatsoever, realizing that he would be dealing not with a spirit, but with Sanshin. He put his hands to his sides and seemed even upset that his expectations weren't met. All in all, his words were accompanied by the sound of continuous chugging. Sanshin turned to the boy without interrupting his work, expecting him to run away, but he stayed and watched him fearlessly. The boy curtsied and introduced himself to him, and also wondered why Sanshin didn't squeamish about the dirty man. Sanshin was like a huge cat, his eyes shining in the darkness of the room. His muzzle and clothes were red because of the blood. He stared at the shaman and had only one question for him. Hearing the black tiger's name, everything inside the guy seemed to shatter. He concentrated even harder to make sure he didn't miss anything. After starting to talk about the black tiger, the guy discreetly took out a talisman from his bag. He prepared himself for the attack and longed to find out everything the Sanshin knew about the black tiger. The talisman in his hand shimmered with energy, and in his other hand he took a sharp dagger. Cat Sanshin watched the guy's actions and it didn't bother him in the slightest. He was confident that an ordinary person could not harm him. The guy didn't wait for the cat's actions and made his move first. The talisman filled with energy flew towards Sanshin, red sparks raining down from the golden leaf. The cat easily repelled the talisman flying at him, the red energy exploding from such a blow. But it didn't hurt him. Sanshin had only one desire: to devour the shaman. He jumped toward the guy with an attack. Badal bounced away from where the cat had landed. The beast rammed the floor with force and clacked its teeth loudly. The guy raised his hand in a certain symbol, an enigmatic smile appearing on his face. The cat looked back, feeling his paw being held back by something. The red energy tightly bound his movement. There was a strange sound coming from the talisman, and at some point the power of the talisman made itself known. The energy thread spread throughout Sanshin's body, grabbing him in a tight fetter. The cat growled in palpable pain. The cat wriggled in the captivity of the energy chain, growling and trying to break free, but the shackles were so strong that they only brought him unbearable pain. The guy wanted answers from him. He offered him a deal for information about the black tiger. He would release the spell. The cat immediately told what he knew and why he had to come down the mountain, as the black tiger was hunting the Sansins and it was too dangerous there. The chain still held the beast tightly. It was in pain, and now it promised the guy that it would never come back here again if the guy would have mercy on him and let him go. Badal folded his hands in the symbol again, whispered unknown words, then a light breeze blew and radiant energy surrounded him. The enchantment holding the cat began to dissipate, releasing her body. Gritting his teeth against the pain and feeling that he was free, the cat wanted to leave as he had promised earlier. After such charms, his body shuddered, but a sudden and sharp pain crushed his body. The cat growled loudly, his eyes wide open. Badal stood behind him, his blade entering Sanshin's body. He promised to remove the spell from him, but he didn't promise not to kill him. Because the cat had killed so many people and tasted their flesh, the guy couldn't let it go. Adel was more serious than ever. He didn't like the fact that the Sansons had started running away from the mountains to avoid coming face to face with the black tiger. He remembered Master Ivan's imminent demise, practical right after that incident when the beast had killed the dragon before their eyes. It was very hard for him to bear the old man's death. That's when he decided to find the black tiger and take revenge for everything. There was a time when he had lost track of it, but recently there were rumors that the beast had returned. Once he got on his trail and even found victims fallen by him. In one of the caves he found a Sanshin ermine killed, except there were no teeth marks on it, only punctures from a blade. So he also met Uncle, who always had information about evil spirits and Sanshinas. His uncle told him about the story of Mori, how a rich man had found a young girl in the mountains and decided to take her in. But his thoughts were not godly. The lecture caught fire with such a gimmick and wanted to use the girl in his dirty thoughts. But little Mori was able to stand up for herself and killed everyone who tried to harm her. The young man then wondered if the shaman community had caught this Mori, to which his uncle confirmed his hunch and suggested that the girl had been killed. They started arguing. The guy was sure that the girl had been moved somewhere, but the man stood his ground and claimed that she had been killed immediately. The boy could no longer argue with him. It was clear that his knowledge ended there. So, he reached into the closets of his clothes. He thanked him for the information and handed him a pouch of coins. So they also arranged for the next meeting in Dakan. Unwittingly, it came up in conversation that the man in that place was meeting his nephew, who was similarly interested in evil spirits. The boy stared at his uncle without believing his ears. It seemed to him that he had no other nephews who could be interested in such information. The man only put a hand to his sore head, hinting that they shouldn't know about each other. The guy was serious about getting to the bottom of this case. Too many different factors were popping up and he knew it could be dangerous. Adel, following the trail, came upon the tortoise Kancharu, who described to him in all colors the black tiger in the body of a lad, and also did not conceal that there was a little girl with him, telling about the girl's incredible strength, because of which even Zaru Senets himself was frightened and ran away. Kancharu drew something on the blackboard. He handed the board with the portraits of the black tiger and the girl to the guy. The drawing was too simple and would do absolutely nothing to help him recognize their features. Adel looked at these portraits and Kancharu was pleased with his work. He thought he had conveyed the most accurate view of the two men possible. The boy walked across the forest road, completely immersed in his thoughts. Suddenly someone jumped right in his path, startling him so much that he jumped and shuddered. A girl with the body of a bird appeared in front of him. It had a human head, wings instead of arms, and a long feathery tail behind its back. If it weren't for the head, it would be safe to say it's a big bird. The still terrified guy started yelling at the Soroka girl not to do that again. So Soroka snapped her fingers and immediately transformed into a very ordinary girl with human arms and legs. The guy held his head and sighed heavily. He told her what had happened and what he had been able to find out from the Sanshin he had killed. The girl wasn't too happy when she heard Black Tiger's name and the fact that he was somewhere nearby. He was interested in her opinion, but Soroka only suggested he verify the gossip himself. His face immediately became serious and he agreed with her opinion. Adel was too overexcited by the fact that the black tiger might be too close after so much searching and wandering. He sprinted, eager to find him and take him down. The girl stared at him stunned, not expecting him to rush off so quickly. She didn't think long and ran after him, asking him to wait for her for a while. One warm, sunny day, a Sanshin in the guise of a fox was picking mushrooms. The beast was pleased with his find, as he managed to find quite a few good mushrooms. Sehai watched him intently, waiting for the right moment, while the unsuspecting man continued to put his findings in the basket. Dark energy flowed from his blade, the musical babble of the fox reaching his ears. Taking advantage of the moment, the boy sprang from his hiding place and leaped toward his prey with a swing. Fox saw the hand coming towards him, but it was too late to react. The guy grabbed the beast by the scruff of the neck. The beast was very frightened. All the mushrooms the fox had collected scattered in different directions. Sehai raised his blade above the Sanshin's head. Frightened eyes looked at the weapon exuding dark energy. The beast screamed heartbreakingly, and the blade was already down almost to its target. At that very moment, the lad saw another face, so familiar and cheerful, clear winter eyes and a broad smile. It hit him so hard that he recoiled and his whole body twitched in horror. His blade lowered, energy surging all around. he continued to hold the beast by its clothing. At the very last moment, he pulled the blade away from the fox's head and it entered the ground a few centimeters from the Sanshin. The fox stared hungrily at the blade of the blade, his eyes hollow with tears and terror. He managed to break free of the guy's weakened grip and without looking back, the fox ran away from him as fast as he could. Sahai didn't even look at the fleeing victim. It was like the guy had been through the toughest fight of his life. Sweat was dripping off him and he was panting. And then it twisted so badly that his mouth filled with a bitter mass of bile. The black tiger broke into Sahai's mind. He didn't like his behavior and the way he was suffering. Sahai jumped to his feet swinging his blade. He wanted the beast in his head to shut up and not talk to him anymore. Strength was flying in different directions, but he couldn't reach the black tiger, no matter how much he wanted to right now. He growled, shouted, and waved his weapon, but it was all to no avail. The fox running away from the guy was even more frightened when he heard scary noises from where he ran away from. Unbearable pain tormented the lad's soul. He cursed everything he knew. In the dim moonlight glow sat a girl with many fox tails. Hearing the voice, the girl turned around frightened, her brown eyes looking at the one who spoke to her. Recognizing the snake as Sister Manhwa, the girl visibly relaxed and greeted her. Except the snake wasn't happy that the girl was still here. Yahello was clearly not having fun here, but defending herself. Pointing at the man who lay under the onslaught of her foot, she informed him that he dared to attack her. The snake was still coming down from the tree, its long body stretching behind it. Hair appeared on her head. She couldn't believe the man had attacked her. Sanshin took on a human form, leaving her snake form. Her face was sharp and her gaze piercing. The girl smiled wryly, and then with a pout pointed her finger at the man lying down. Supposedly he had jumped her while she was bathing. Manhwa was clearly not in the mood to listen to this nonsense. She was worried that a certain Mr. Machinil might be angry, and therefore she'd get some trouble because of this girl. The snake's energy surged in her veins. She bared her sharp teeth. But Manhwa's menacing words and appearance did not frighten the girl in the slightest. Her energy just as much sparked out of her eyes and her nails turned into long claws. The girls turned away from each other, not wanting to bicker any further. Yahello turned back to the man, who continued to lie pinned to the ground like that. The claws reappeared on her hand, her eyes glittered, and a sinister smile rose on her face. All the man's pleas for mercy were ridiculous. The woman pierced his body with her hand, blood splattering in all directions. The girl was covered in the man's blood. After devouring his excellent liver, she began to lick her fingers. At the same time, she complained with annoyance that she was forced to capture Sanshins rather than dine on humanity. Snake hurried the girl up, reminding her that they were out of time and headed on her way. Yahello exhaled and still agreed to obey the order and capture all the Sanshin who would be on Mount Banhuan. She was tensed by Manhwa's overly serious attitude, but there was nothing she could do about it. The girls set out to fulfill their assignment. Sahai clenched his fist with force. He was already calm, but emotions were bubbling in the guy's soul. He looked at his hand that always held the blade, which has always been the murder weapon, but not this time. Looking into the fire, they saw little Sori's face. She was smiling as always and looking at him with her beautiful eyes open. He was tired of these visions, his mind playing tricks on him. He continued to sit alone and hate himself. He tried to understand when and at what point things had gone wrong and why he was now suffering so much. His head filled with all the memories of her. All those days they had spent together were an unacceptable luxury. He should have killed her the moment he met her. Suddenly the boy was startled, as if he had awakened from a long sleep. On the opposite side sat a man. He was drinking something from a bowl. Sahai looked at him as if trying to figure out if he was really sitting there or if it was just a play of imagination. He didn't even notice when he approached or how long he'd been here at all. The man turned his attention to Sahai and looked him straight in the eye. Topai drew the bowl toward the boy and offered him a drink. There was alcohol in there. Sahai had been hesitant to take the cup for some time, for then he would be confronted again. Still, he took that bowl, the alcoholic liquid splashing out. He tipped the contents of the cup into his mouth, drinking to the bottom in a couple gulps. The liquid immediately scorched his throat and then continued to warm him. Tobki noticed the guy's mood and asked him about it. Of course, Sahai was in no hurry to pour out his soul and his worries to anyone. The man only shrugged and was ready to hear him out if he wanted to. Those words infuriated the guy. He didn't consider this man to be close enough to listen to him. In anger, Sahai threw the bowl and it shattered on the ground. Energy swirled around Tokbai, his eyes twinkling. He changed in his face and his sentence was unusually simple. Sahai was in no hurry to go after the man. He was in no mood to put up a fight. A small stick, about the size of a blade, flew into him. But Tok was determined and by the look of him it was hard to refuse. The man got to his feet and looked at the guy. Still, Sahai didn't even want to listen to him. but for a moment he thought about what he said. He stood up and looked at his blade, wondering if perhaps the man's words were true and all his problems were because of the blade. Sehai waved the stick in his hand, assessing its weight. It seemed too light, and he wanted to know why the Topai had chosen it as a weapon. His answer was too simple, and in his calmest voice he said it, but before he could finish his words to the end. As he spoke, Sehai had already gotten into the stance he got into whenever he sensed danger or anticipation of battle. The stick was raised, 2 hands encircling it where the hilt theoretically was. The man looked at his rack and huffed. He appraised him, starting at his heels and ending at his head. Apparently, this position was strange to the man, or not what he was used to seeing, to which he drew Sehai's own attention as well, the latter looking at Topai in bewilderment. This angered the guy. He took the stick aside and with his other hand started pointing his finger. He didn't like the dismissive tone, and Sehai felt like the man was only mocking him. Topai turned away from the boy, tossing his stick aside. For him, the fight was already over, and a grimace of disappointment froze on his face. His words and look were indeed dismissive. He didn't consider Sehai a worthy opponent and had already decided that the fight would be boring with him. Sehai stared at his back and rage rose in his body. The boy's self-esteem was hurt. He didn't like the man's attitude at all, but the man was adamant. Realizing that the man seriously believed his words and didn't see Sehai as a worthy opponent, the guy got angry. He gripped the stick tighter until his fingers ached, and a second later, he was already flying towards Topai, swinging for a punch. His face was overflowing with anger and Sehai wanted to teach him a lesson. In an instant, the man dodged the blow from his back. Making a sharp turn, he went behind Seh's back. It was all the guy could do to turn around. His gaze met the tip of the blade, right at the tip of his nose. A little more and you could have bumped into him. The man was so nimble that he easily managed to get Seh's blade and his own headed for his master. The guy continued to stare at his own weapon in silence, assessing everything that had just happened. Eventually, Sehai admitted defeat, dropping the stick from his hands. It was too easy for Topai to overpower him and to take possession of his blade as well. The man tossed the boy's blade in his hand and it twisted in the air. He caught its blade and held out the hilt to the owner. Holding out his blade, the boy only now bothered to ask the man's real name. His name was Saribai. Sehai introduced himself to him as well and getting more serious offered him a repeat of the duel. Sehai picked up a discarded stick from the ground in the shape of a practice blade, dagger sharpening it slightly to shape. Saribai was expecting him. He swung it a few times, getting used to it and assessing its capabilities. Looking at his hands that held the wooden blade, Sehai thought that he hadn't used one in a long time and had even managed to forget how to maneuver it. Saribai was already standing in a stance. All his muscles were tensed. He was now already serious about the fight. They stood facing each other. Sehai raised his apprentice blade and got into position. This time he was determined and commanded the man to attack him. Saribai didn't wait long, his muscular body immediately reacting to the guy's voice, and now he was already bearing down on him with the swing to attack. The resounding clang of 2 wooden blades echoed through the area. The blow was strong enough. The vibration reverberated in their hands. Sehai parried his attack. Each blow of the man was filled with incredible power. The guy repelled these attacks with dignity. The bout continued, the intensity building. Saribai attacked relentlessly, forcing Sehai to repel his blows time after time and stagger backward. Another lunge from the man caused Sehai's student blade to fly out of his hands. The stick whistled off to the side. Angry, the boy looked back at the stick that had flown off. He tried his best to turn around and pick up his weapon from the ground as quickly as possible and get your body back into a suitable defensive position. All of this he did rather quickly. It was a mystery to him where such power could come from in a man, probably the first person to have such a smashing attack. Sehai couldn't let him lose again. Anger took over his mind once more and he ran toward the man. Despite all the force invested, Saribai didn't particularly strain to fight it off. The trees came together in a resounding thump. Sehai tried to pierce his defenses with a leg kick to the chest of his opponent, but even that lunge was easily intercepted. Saribai kicked the guy's leg away. Sehai staggered back. This technique was clearly not successful. The guy continued to throw punches in different areas, trying to do so unpredictably, but even so, the man blocked them easily. The blows continued, uninterrupted and hard. Saribai had time to assess the guy's tactics and technique in addition to fighting back. Attack after attack, each guy's blow hit the block with no chance of penetration. Sehai couldn't believe what was happening. Continuing to punch and receiving only a hard vibration in his Hannes's blade hit his opponent's blocking weapon. The man continued to parry blow after blow without even breaking a sweat. For a moment, Sehai thought he was just hitting a huge impenetrable boulder that was immune to all his attacks. There was a loud snap, the wooden blade shattering. With a grinding sound, the scabbard was inserted into the trap holding the leg. Sehai braced himself for his actions. He was focused. The trap shattered, freeing Snow Ro's leg. A loud clanking sounded throughout the cave. The dead girl sat leaning against the wall, no longer in pain and no longer bothered by the snare that lay broken nearby. Sehai walked over to her and picked her up in his arms. Even dead, she was beautiful. He placed Snow Ro on the ground where green and varied grass grew. The warm wind blew his hair and clothes about. He held his blade in his hands and gazed at the most beautiful view of these parts. An inexorable longing was eating away at him from the inside, and the former luster in his eyes was gone. He made a promise to himself that he would come back here again. He woke up but hadn't opened his eyes yet, trying to figure out where he was and what had happened to him. Rising too abruptly, Sehai grabbed his aching head. He still didn't realize what was wrong with him and couldn't tell if last night was a dream or reality. As he did, he remembered Saribai's last words and the hard lunge he had made in his direction. Realizing that this was not a dream but reality, Sehai once again touched the bruised spot on his forehead. That last punch must have knocked him out. The boy picked up his blade, slipped his hat over his head and hooked the scabbard from his blades onto his belt. An incomprehensible feeling possessed him. He pulled his hat lower, covering his bruised forehead. Adil, along with Magpie, looked at Snow Ro's grave and tried to figure out who had done it. The boy sniffed the air surrounding the grave and reported with certainty the smell of iron hovering around. The girl stared at him in surprise, for this meant that Snow Ro had been killed by humans. She remembered the rumor she had heard and decided to share that information with Bottle. The guy was discouraged by such news. He could not believe that the community of shamans was capable of such dirty deeds. Anger overwhelmed the guy. He couldn't get it out of his head. The girl speculated that they were the ones who could do such a thing to Snow Ro, but Bottle kept to his opinion, believing that only the Black Tiger could do such a thing. Magpie was surprised at this turn of his thoughts. He began to tell me his speculation about all of this, and based on the information, people wanted a live Sanshin. Black Tiger, on the other hand, was just killing Sanshins, and he also used a blade. Bottle was 100% sure that the criminal had imitated the Black Tiger, and now they needed to think about where they should go next. The girl suggested a few options as to where they could find him. The girl changed into her bird form and was going to fly to MT Mayan, while the guy would head to MT Banwan. Sehai was shopping at a local merchant. He picked up a bag of goods and asked about the cost. The old man told him the amount, and the boy poured a handful of coins into his palm. As Sehai was about to leave, the merchant informed him of a certain story. She might have the healing herbs the guy was asking about. The guy was interested in this girl and clarified how he could find her. Sehai was a little puzzled by the fact that he would need to go to the mountain in the evening, and at that moment a woman's scream sounded behind his back. Some big guy pulled up the girl's skirt with his sword. 3 men stood behind the girl. One had a broad sword in his hand, which he allegedly used to snag the girl's skirt. They all stared at her shamelessly and laughed. The girl blushed and didn't know what to do. The merchant looked at the men fearfully. He recognized them and was very unhappy that this gang was back in the village again. Sehai watched in silence. After playing with the girl, they let her go and turned their attention to the old man, demanding last month's payment from him. The girl immediately ran away from them. The one in black clothes immediately named the exact amount of the payout. The old man kindly gave him a bag of coins and asked him to count the money elsewhere as he now had a customer. Sehai continued to watch these types. By the looks of them, they didn't remind him of state warriors, and they took the money he had just given to the merchant. One of the gang glanced in the guy's direction, not recognizing him as a familiar face. The man in black jabbed his finger at him and ordered him to come over, and he also demanded that he pay the tax for buying something in this village. Sehai was angry and glad at the same time. Glad because they were the first ones to touch him and he had no choice but to kick their asses. The boy reached for his blade and lifted it from its sheath with his fingers. But suddenly someone's foot struck one of them in the back with force. The guy stared at it, eyes wide. He certainly didn't expect this turn. The man flew to the ground from the impact. Sehai managed to bounce off just in time to keep him from crashing into him. Behind them stood the girl, still with her leg out. She was angry and using foul language. The girl stomped her foot on the ground with force. Her pretty face was full of anger. She held a stick in her hands and a torque hanging from her shoulder. The man demanding the payment of taxes continued to lie remorselessly face down in the ground. Sehai looked at the man with a start, then shifted his gaze to the girl. The fallen man's companions immediately cheered, started yelling at her and pointing fingers fingers. But apparently that didn't scare the girl at all. Without waiting for more insults, the red-haired girl slammed her fist into the skinny man's face, and the big man got his bells and whistles kicked in with his foot. That was an eerily unpleasant sound. She straightened each one out and continued to yell at them, covering the creeps with profanities. The blade of the blade was pointed into the girl's flushed face with rage. She stared at him and froze. The one she punched was already rising to his feet. The old man looked fearfully at the exposed weapon, but even the point of the blade didn't frighten her. She clenched her fists and continued to yell angrily at him. Despite the fact that the girl was unarmed, the man pounced on her with full fury and a wedge in his hands, promising to cut off her filthy tongue. At the moment when he should have taken a swing, and the blade, had it been in his hands, would have wounded the girl, the man waved an empty hand, and his weapon disappeared somewhere. Puzzled, he brought his hand closer to his eyes to make sure the blade was gone, and when he began to look around for it, he saw its tip near his face, and it was held in his hand by the guy from whom he had just demanded a tax payment for shopping goods. The boy's suggestion only elicited a chuckle from the bandit's lips. He immediately decided to let it be known that someone powerful was behind him. Those words didn't scare Sehai in the slightest. He pressed the weapon closer to the man's neck. He glanced fearfully at the blade, which could cut him with even the slightest awkward movement. The guy's calm voice turned to a quiet threat, dark eyes twinkling in the shadows of his hat. The bandit's eyes bulged as he felt the blade lightly pass across his neck, blood trickling from the fresh wound. The bag of coins that these thugs had just taken from the old man flew to the ground with a clinking sound. The bandits picked up their remnants of pride and ran far away from the place. The girl smiled at Sehai and was pleasantly surprised at how he had gotten them to hand over the stolen money. That's also how she introduced herself, and her name was Sori. Sehai also introduced himself and assumed she must be the same Sori the merchant had sent him to recently. The girl picked up the money pouch and asked the guy in surprise. A merchant intervened in the conversation and explained to her who this guy was and what he was looking for. Sori informed with a smile on her face that she had one type of herb, but the other would have to be searched for. She suggested that he find her tonight or tomorrow. The girl told Sehai how he could find her, pointing toward the mountain. As she did so, she placed a bag of money in his hand. The boy involuntarily took it, but didn't understand why. Sori announced that she was leaving to search for ginseng, and instructed her to distribute the money among the people. This caused some dissonance in Sehai's feelings, for he didn't understand why he should be the one doing this. The girl smilingly winked at him and informed him that this would be the payment for the healing herb. Sehai looked languidly at the bag of coins. He didn't like the idea, but he couldn't say no. Besides, he needed that weed for him. He walked through the forest at night, up the mountain, past the babbling river, all the while thinking about that red-haired girl. The water splashed so invitingly near the shore that he was thirsty. Walking down to the shore, he spotted a girl by the water. The girl awkwardly wrapped her arms around her roundness and greeted the traveler as if she had been waiting for him. Sehai stopped and informed her that he was not her guest. The girl sighed in annoyance. She held out her hand to him and smiled as if inviting him to come closer. Anyone who approached her already became her guest. All the clothes she was wearing beckoned and seduced. Pull one ribbon and all the beauty is revealed. Sehai didn't approach her, but she moved closer and peeked under his hat, trying to see his face in the shadows. Her voice sounded soft and sweet, as if drops of tropical fruit had fallen on her lips. She regarded him, and it was as if she saw deeper than he would have liked. Quite lightly, her hand came down on Sehai's shoulder, and her voluptuous voice continued to rumble in his ear. Except that these charms didn't work on Sehai. He grabbed the hilt sharply and pulled the blade from its sheath. The sweep of the blade lit up with dark energy. The girl bounced away from it in a single leap. She landed on a rock and was slightly surprised that her enchantments on it didn't work. There were lush fox tails poking out from under her skirt. Dark energy bubbled around the guy. His voice changed slightly. The girl listened intently to what he was talking about. When he called her name, the vixen stared at him in surprise. Dark energy gathered into a single figure, displaying the black tiger's muzzle, thus showing Gassel, who now stood before her. Totally unafraid, she splashed her hands and her eyes lit up with delight. She recognized the Sanson hunter immediately. The vixen laughed guiltily, as if she had revealed a terrible secret. The guy missed it and pointed a finger to the side, demanding an answer. Off to the side lay the corpses of mangled men in a pool of blood. The girl reacted without an ounce of pity. Embarrassed as if he had seen something intimate rather than horrible, she squirmed and squinted playfully. Except it wasn't a game for Sehai. The black tiger's energy was raging around him, the rage in his body building up. Since the guy left her no choice, she still licked her lips playfully, but her nails grew several times their size, turning into sharp claws. Without warning, Sehai leapt towards her with a swing for an attack. The blade, due to the dark energy, could not be seen. The girl crouched down ready. She bounced off the blow just in time, and the guy missed. He immediately attacked her with his next lunge. Dodging his attacks, she was still as ignorant of the fear of him. Another swift dark energy attack, and another equally incredible dodge. Gasol was flexible and agile. The vixen played with him, dodging and dodging his strength. Her laughter echoed around the grounds. The guy stopped and she headed toward him. At that very moment, the memory of little Sori surfaced in his mind. The way her blood poured, her tears, and her lack of understanding of what had so wronged her in front of him and why he had done such a thing. That image knocked the spirit out of him, and when consciousness returned it was too late. Gasol struck him hard with her sharp claws. Her loud laughter pressed into his ears, and a searing pain rained down on the lad's chest. Sai immediately assessed the depth of the wound, relieved of as it wasn't deep. Stopping with his foot, he drove a few more meters, breaking and regaining his balance. He swung his blade again, energy bursting from the weapon, and the girl managed to duck. Gasol slid under his arm, managing to graze his body and inflict another wound. Her movements were fearless and assertive. She was like a madman, throwing herself at her prey and playing with it. Here she is already behind his back, attacking him again, tearing his skin with her claws. Bloody fires burn in her eyes. Sehai was too slow to react. He lacked the speed to keep up with such a dodgy vixen. The girl moved again with incredible speed, and even at this moment she managed to look flirtatious. Another attack, and once again she managed to wound Sehai. The guy's face twisted in sharp pain, and he swung his blade, driving the girl away from him. Gasol bounced off the dark energy. The girl landed back on the rock. Her tails flopped out, and she looked upset that the famous black tiger was so weak. Sehai was on one knee and breathing heavily, his body bruised, all places searingly sore. Dark energy continued to hover around him. His clothes were torn and cuts were visible on his chest. The leg was in the same deplorable condition, all wounded and bleeding. Gasol sucked her fingers with gusto, tasting the boy's blood. She had expected that it would be hard for her to grapple with the black tiger himself, but as it turned out, all worries were in vain. She had clearly hurt Seh's ego, her words causing him to feel incredibly angry. A blue glow streamed from her eyes. The vixen looked at her opponent with bloodthirsty gusto. Licking her lips, she snapped her claws, and then jumping off the rock, the girl flew fiercely toward Seha, her mouth wide open, sharp teeth gleaming in the moonlight. The boy looked through his fingers at the fox flying towards him. He needed to get a grip on himself sooner rather than later and focus only on her. Scarlet blood trickled from the mutilation inflicted by the clawed hands. The girl was slicing the guy's body relentlessly. She was pleased with herself. She liked the way her actions brought pain to the black tiger. After receiving several more severe wounds, it was as if Sehai was only now waking up from a terrible dream. He looked at the fox with a concentrated gaze, a lust for devouring it frozen in his eyes. There was no escaping that look from Gasol. She felt that aura and tensed for the first time ever. The guy leaned on his arm and twisted in the air. Black tiger energy surged from him and flew towards the enemy in a dark streak. The girl was in the air at this moment. Dodging such an attack was extremely difficult. With all her might she tried to do so, but her foot caught and a prolonged cry of pain was heard. Sai had to seize this moment while the fox was squirming in pain. He jumped up high with his blade filled with dark energy. Suddenly the boy felt a sharp pain. He looked at his hand, and there were the fangs of a snake sinking into his flesh. She held him tenaciously, biting deeper and deeper into his body. Sehai landed on the ground and a long snake body descended not far from him. He glanced in her direction with anger, realizing he was now dealing with two Sanshinas at once. The snake began its transformation. Its neck began to shorten and it began to wear clothes. After a while, the scaly skin disappeared and there was long hair running down his back. A woman's face turned toward him, too pointed and thin. The girl's look did not bode well. Miwa reached out for the vixen while reminding her how to act in such situations. The latter was breathing heavily. Gasol batted her hand away, unwilling to accept her help. The vixen was clearly no longer set up for games, her whole gut blazing with rage and humiliation that she had been able to be touched and harmed. Red energy flowed from her body. A blue aura emanates from him. Unbridled rage burst out of the guy. The snake's name rang out like thunder throughout the neighborhood. The black tiger's energy stirred the space, surging outwards more and more. A strong gust of wind hit the standing Sanshians. The power from the dark energy was simply staggering in its immense strength. The girls stopped watching him, Manhwa marveled that such a creature could walk this earth. She couldn't believe she was seeing the black tiger in the body of some boy with a blade. Sanshin stood still, waiting for the guy's next move. He only looked at the snake he recognized, and it was this encounter that triggered such a surge of energy. As he continued to look in their direction, he noticed that the picture in front of his eyes began to swim. The familiar shapes began to dissolve. He tried to concentrate, but the realization of what was happening reached him sooner. The same bite the snake had left on his arm. Apparently it had put poison into his bloodstream. There could be no doubt his blood was poisoned. Despite the effects of the poison, Sehai made the decision to destroy them faster than the poison spread throughout his body. Suddenly, Manhwa turned around and walked in the other direction away from the guy. The vixen, not realizing what was going on, stared at her. After all, she was so eager to savor his liver. Snake assured her not to worry, since the effects of the poison will do all the work for them in a couple hours and he'll die of a heart attack. Of course, Gasol was not so pleased with this course of events, but she did not contradict her friend. Sehai only had time to see them simultaneously gallop away from him in an unknown direction. It was a shock to him that the two Sanshin just turned around and walked away, leaving him without finishing the fight. He shudderingly slid his blade back into its scabbard, contemplating what to do next. Looking around, he stared at the view from this spot. Small lights stretched toward the top of the mountain. That's when he remembered the merchant telling him how to find Sori, and those lights were a guide. It was a chance for the boy to get the antidote out. He believed that Edhead would be able to give him at least first aid. Taking advantage of the black tiger's strength that had yet to disappear, he headed in the direction where the lights were burning. He moved as fast as he could and as far as he could go. Sehai needed to get there as soon as possible or it might be too late. The power of the poison was inexorably acting on his body. He was already visibly starting to feel ill. My head was spinning and my body was beginning to weaken. He caught on a bough and went flying, hitting painfully his back, head, and heel, and finally he flattened on the ground with his face down. Lifting his head from the ground, he made a pain sound. His whole body ached and whined terribly. He didn't have that far to go to the last point. The energy in the blade resumed its effect and slowly spread out. Through the pain and the not-so-nice feeling, the guy let himself up on his feet. Just as Sehai had assumed, the girls were following him. The vixen immediately sensed that the guy had stopped, which meant the poison was still spreading. Gasping, the boy leaned against the nearest tree. Every step he took was with great difficulty. He cursed everything and inwardly freaked out that he was so helpless right now. The guy's body stopped obeying him. He slumped to the ground and couldn't get up again. The red-haired Sori stepped out onto the path where he lay, surrounded by similarly red-haired foxes. Sehai jumped up sharply on a futon. His body was bandaged and his wounds treated. At that moment, he experienced a frighteningly intense fright. Looking around, he saw his blade, his hiking bag, and was generally in a small room. Only now did he notice the bandages on his body. From behind the door came a babble that sounded like singing. Opening the door a little, he peered out with one eye to look around. A fox face with bright blue eyes stared back at him, and when he shifted his gaze further, he noticed that the whole yard was covered in red foxes and they were all looking at him. Meanwhile, a girl named Sori was hanging laundry. He opened the doors wider and started to speak, but the words cut himself short. The girl turned around and saw him, not at all surprised that he was awake at all. Sehai immediately asked if she had saved him, to which the girl replied that she had reacted to the fox's restless behavior and went to check what was wrong. Realizing that it was dangerous for him to stay here, the guy immediately informed her that it was time for him to leave. But the girl stopped him too quickly and ran into another room of the house. Her strange exclamations came from there, which put Sehai in a stupor. He looked over there with interest. There was a bowl of whole chicken on the table. The spicy smell hit my nose, the aroma spreading throughout the room. It looked like it had just been taken out of the roaster. The girl placed the bowl on the table and invited Sehai to taste the food. She broke off a piece of chicken leg and held it out to him, forcing her to try it. Not knowing how to politely decline, he accepted the food. Taking a bite, his mouth filled with an incredible flavor he had never experienced before. Bending over the table, Sori vigorously began to talk about the herbs she used to marinate the chicken and that even the emperor himself had not had the opportunity to taste such a lovely meal. She looked a little mad, overwhelmed with emotion and happy that the guy liked her food. She also noticed that it took a lot of expensive medication to treat his shoulder. From such an abundance of information, the guy got a little embarrassed and decided to find out how much he had to pay for all this. But his words did not on a joke made the girl angry. She did not want money from him. especially for saving her life. It made him even more confused, and then he didn't know how he could pay for such a generous care of him, to which the girl winked and jabbed her finger at him, informing him that payback would be his body. The job was that he needed to help her bandage the roof. Sehai sat on top and pulled the ropes tight. He decided once again to clarify if that would be enough of a thank you. The girl watched his work with rapt attention, and it was quite enough for her, since it was the kind of work she had difficulty doing on her own. Sehai was fine with that. It wasn't too hard for him to do it, and in addition, he was able to thank her for saving his life. A strong wind hit the guy's back, whipping up his long black hair. An uneasiness rose in his chest. Sehai's face creased, worried that staying here for too long might put the girl in danger. The guy jumped off the roof, the girl standing in front of him. He reported that he had done everything. The girl looked at him worriedly, informing him of the length of time it would take for him to heal completely. Totally unexpectedly, Sori's face changed. She jabbed her finger at Sehai and started screaming. The boy became overwhelmed at this sudden change of mood. Feeling incredibly uncomfortable, he continued to stare at her finger, which was getting closer to him with each passing second. The girl turned purple. She really didn't like the fact that the guy decided to leave so quickly, and after all, the medicine she spent on his cure was too expensive. Sehai held on from the last of his strength and still urged that he had to leave. Only it was all in vain. The red-haired fury could not be persuaded. The girl grabbed him by his shirt and pulled him in an unknown direction. She was incredibly strong. A small room opened up in front of them. There were many sacks hanging from the ceiling, as well as sacks of different sizes in the corners. As it turned out, it was a storage room for healing herbs. The girl wanted Sehai to help her sort through the herbs. The boy looked sullenly at all this abundance and realized that he could not refuse. Exhaling heavily, he bowed his head and agreed. He had no other choice. Sori watched the boy's perfect work with rapt attention. He was fast and did it like he'd been doing it all his life. Sehai wielded the knife deftly. The girl never ceased to marvel at his skill. When he was done with it, he immediately asked what he should do next. She pointed to the next phase of the work. The girl cringed when she said the prefix miss, which Sehai added every time he addressed her. The boy wondered perplexedly how he should address her then. The girl was getting nervous. After all, she had a name and it would be good if he only called her by her first name. But apparently it was a matter of principle to him, and he turned her down. In doing so, he obediently did the work she gave him. Tying up another sack, he asked where to put them. The girl didn't expect him to be so categorical, and she shuddered. So she suggested calling each other with a prefix that softened their names. The guy was still holding the bag in his hands, and the girl rolled on the floor laughing so hard you could bust a belly. Tears splashed from her eyes with laughter, and she gently wiped her eyes with her finger. It was only now beginning to dawn on Sehai that the girl was mocking him, but she denied it. Sehai turned away from her, pulling the bag over to the far corner. The sun was hurriedly sinking below the horizon. The day passed unnoticed at work. Sori was getting ready to set the table, but the guy wanted to stop her, but never finished the sentence. By evening, he was really hungry and thought about how he would definitely be traveling further afield after dinner. The girl was soon back in the room. In her hand, she was holding a small tray table on which food was set. Sehai complimented the food, but except his answer didn't satisfy the girl. She clearly wasn't talking about food. Sori rustled her skirt and spun around a few times in front of him. She looked too cute at this point. Sehai looked sincere as he told her that the new outfit really suited her. Satisfied with the praise, the girl sat down across from him, placing a tray table between them. The guys sat across from each other. The food was done. Soft light illuminated the dark corners of the room. Sehai dared to ask the girl a question. The girl looked at him curiously. Sehai asked a question that had been bothering him for a long time. Did the girl know about the Sanshians that dwelt on this mountain? Sori scratched the back of her head. Her answer was vague and lacked any informative value. Then he asked a second question about why she lived so far away, and was hoping to get a more detailed answer this time. As the girl talked about how people had nicknamed her, she wondered if Sehai thought she was like that. She even made a grimace and really did look like a fox. At this point, the guy laughed and didn't quite get the joke right. The girl immediately cowered, restraining her body with her hands as if the guy was already directly molesting her. The realization that the joke had failed made him blush. There was an awkward pause. They looked at each other in complete silence. Then Sori approached him so sharply Sehai recoiled in surprise. She touched her hand to his scar, determining that it was old. She wondered where he got that scar from. Awkwardly, Sehai pulled away from her hand, his gaze wandering to the ceiling. And yet he answered from where he got it. The girl continued to shamelessly scrutinize his face, and the guy, drenched in blush, couldn't find his place. The girl continued to study his face, still at an obscenely close distance to him. She looked straight into his eyes, and he couldn't tear them away from her. Sori leaned over him, so close, slightly towering over him. She spoke very quietly, as if she was revealing a secret to him. She said all the things she could see in his eyes. The boy listened to these words and was surprised that Sori was able to describe his condition so deeply and accurately. She put her hands on his shoulders, and the guy looked down at the girl. To her, he was an interesting enigma, not like the others. Her words were as if she was mesmerized as Sehai heeded every phrase she uttered. The girl patted the boy's head lightly with the palm of her hand. Maybe that's what he was missing, a little care and understanding, to feel kindness and affection from someone, as well as not being omnipotent to the rest of the world. The guy reached for her with his hand. Sori continued to stroke his head, closing her eyes, savoring this moment. He held her by the waist, bowing his head to the girl. Feeling incredibly relieved, Sehai thanked her profusely for her help. She didn't bother to answer him on that, nor did she need words here. But despite everything that had just happened here, he still remembered the business and the threats. So he reminded her once again of his intention to leave. The girl pulled away from him sadly. Her voice was full of sadness and even trembled slightly. Sehai refuted her words, as he really didn't think about the fact that he might not like her. The reason was something else. Hearing the words that settled her, the girl jumped up from her seat, arms at her sides, and had already made up one last job for him. Sehai was already standing in the courtyard, pulling white sheets off the clotheslines. It was late and dark. He silently continued to carry out the girl's instruction and folded the dried cloth into his hand. Once in a while he glanced toward the house and wondered if he had enough money to pay her back. He didn't even mind having a debt to Sori. Then it would be a good reason to come back here. A huge fang maw came out of nowhere. Sehai reacted lightning fast. If the guy didn't bounce off in time, the snake would bite his body again. The huge carcass burst into the yard of Sori's house. All the rags that the guy had carefully removed from the rope scattered in different directions. Sehai wanted to snatch his blade, and even his hands reached for that spot, but he was unarmed. Finding his belt empty, the guy let out a loud curse. He needed to retrieve his blade immediately as he tore towards the house as someone's hand reached for it. Gassel gripped his neck tenaciously, her red energy squeezing and binding his body. She held it up and grinned caustically. He couldn't resist her. Then the girl suggested that it might be a consequence from the poison. Such a fight was of no interest to the vixen. She shoved the guy away from her toward the snake, giving her the guy all to herself. Miwa didn't wait long, and it wasn't necessary to ask her twice. She curled around the guy in an instant and clutched his body tightly. All his bones crunched under that pressure. Sehai grinned. He couldn't even move his toe, so hard they squeezed it. But it was as if the snake was toying with him, continuing to slowly squeeze the guy, enjoying his scream. There was a scream of terror. Miwa looked away from the boy and turned her head in the direction from where the scream was heard. The red-haired Sori stepped out of the house and froze on the threshold in horror. The picture she saw in her yard really scared her. A prolonged low hiss reached the girl's ears. She felt a prickle of pain on her cheek. Gassel appeared behind Sori's back, threatening the girl in a sweet voice. Sehai tried with his last strength to convince the Sanshin not to touch the girl. His reaction only amused the vixen, and she threw a few bows at him. Gassel continued to speak affectionately to Sori and run her claws over her face. The redhead eyed those sharp peaks warily. Sehai didn't care what some Sanshin out there thought of him. He knew for a fact that he didn't want anything to happen to the girl. 3113. The snake was tired of listening to his pleas and squeezed the rings around his body even tighter. Sehai opened his mouth in a mute scream. He no longer had a chance to even inhale. Sori lowered her head while Gassel sought information from her about the other Sanshin that dwelt on this mountain. The vixen moved closer to the girl, trying to make sense of what she was saying, except that Sori had no intention of being ceremonious with her and switched to profanity, calling her names. Sori's courage was boundless. She wasn't even afraid to call the snake an eel. Her voice was calm and her former fear was gone. This stirred Gassel's mood so much that she was already anticipating how she was going to kill this cocky girl girl. Only one Mei was suspected something wrong. She turned to them and wanted to warn her friend but didn't have time to finish her sentence. The girl, who looked like a frightened bunny, squeezed her abuser's hand with just her fingers so that blood spurted. Sanjin's eyes bulged, and a moment later her shriek was heard by everyone. Sori didn't let go of Gasel's mutilated hand. She wanted to know if this girl was behind all the male deaths that had become too many lately. Gasel looked at the girl fearfully and couldn't believe that someone she thought was just an ordinary person could be just like her. Flinging the offending girl away from her, Fox tails as red as her hair peeked out from beneath Sori's dress. Sori's mystery was solved as well as her many tails. The girl could clearly stand up for herself. She turned her back to Gasel and showed all 9 of her 9 gorgeous red ponytails. Snake watched silently and tensed at how easily Sori shoved her friend away from her. And so the girl's attention turned to Manhwa. A terrifying red energy was gathering around Sori. It demanded that she let Sehai go, and it wasn't without threat. Snake's face creased. She absolutely hated the way things were unfolding. With no other option, Miwa released the guy and he flew away from her. Sehai flew a few meters and then landed painfully on his heel, driving it on the ground for some more distance. His whole body was aching and sore from the snake's asphyxiation. The snake didn't want to get involved in this fight. It turned around and started crawling away. The girl saw through her actions. She didn't like the fact that she decided to get away with it. A violent explosion sounded from the other side, drawing Sori's attention. The vixen came to her senses and apparently only became even more excited, because now in front of her was not an ordinary girl, but a Sanshin, eating which will be able to get the 9th tail and strength. Except that for Sori, such a statement was quite mocking. Gasel became even more angry at being underestimated. Her power surged out of her body. The wind surged upwards, the strongest current lifting piles of earth and dust. Her already long claws became even longer by several times. Sanshin crouched down, preparing to jump and gathering as much strength as she could. She made her move, flying toward Sori. Gasel flew above the girl's head and swung around for her attack. Red energy split the space beneath her. Sori took this blow on herself. The girl stood unmoving, but a real whirlwind went behind her back. There wasn't even a scratch on her body. This infuriated the already desperate vixen even more, so that she broke through with a shriek with another attack. They collided in impact, their bodies separated from each other. The girls froze in their seats. There was a deafening silence. Sori stood as if nothing had happened. She didn't even dignify her opponent with a glance. But Gasel flew to the ground, defeated. The redhead held her head and exhaled quietly. It was as if this duel was something ordinary and troublesome to her. She looked at the furrows in the ground left by Gasel's attack, and as she did, she saw that the roof had suffered just as much from that battle. While the duel was going on, Sehai managed to enter the house and find his blade, as well as return back to the courtyard. Energy spread from the blade. It was darker than the night itself. A guy and a girl stood opposite each other. He looked at her with different eyes and recognized her real name, Sasori. He didn't like her lies. Except it wasn't a big deal to Sasori. She just shrugged and explained why that was the case. He couldn't take her coddling anymore, ordering the girl to shut up the energy spilled out. The black tiger's silhouette showed itself in all its glory in front of Sasori. Except it couldn't confuse her either. The girl guessed that he was the black tiger, but she wasn't 100% sure. Even that threat didn't concern her. She only reminded him of their recent time together. And so memories unfolded in front of him, where an ordinary, kind, and sweet girl was courting him, as well as joking around and being so real. Still with her hands at her sides, she continued to stare at him absent-mindedly, and meanwhile her lush tails began to shrink. He watched her tails disappear and didn't understand what she was up to or why she was doing that. As soon as she started to be like a normal girl, the energy in the guy's blade, just like that, started to fade away. He slid his weapon back into its scabbard and turned away from her. Then, without a word, he headed for the exit of her courtyard. She pelted him with questions and asked him to stay the night, and then he could go wherever he wanted. Still, he turned his back on her and would not change his mind. There was something he needed to check out. The girl ran out of her courtyard gate and kept yelling at his back. But Sehai didn't respond anymore. An exhausted Sehai reached where he wanted to go just before dawn. He spent the entire night in a continuous run, changing to a quick step and running again. The boy looked at the strange statue. Something winged sat on a mountain. The girl moved closer to him. She followed him the whole way, keeping up with him. They continued to stand and stare at the menacing statue, which never moved. A fox came up to them and examined the statue in the same way. The boy glanced at his blade, but it didn't react in any way. Only now did Sehai dare to ask why she was following him so stubbornly. Sasori grinned and turned around slightly, showing off his hiking bag she had packed for him. The red fox was wary as the boy reached for his blade and grasped the hilt. Saz's face was filled with determination and was very serious. The wind played with his hair, and he was ready at any moment to snatch his blade and kill the girl. Of course this upset Sasori, since she had worked so hard gathering his things and dragging them here to give them to him. After hesitating for a while, he still grabbed his bag and pulled it towards him. Now that he had it in his hands, Sehai turned around and walked away without any explanation, except that once again, it didn't suit the girl. He did not respond to her cries and stubbornly moved on. The memories of Ta Nyan's prediction flashed before him, and frankly, the guy thought they were lies. Sasori stared after him, pouting her lips in annoyance. She thought he might make mistakes, so she had the sneaky idea to ask her younger fox friends for advice. She kept asking the animals questions, except they wouldn't give her answers, but looked at her like she was someone crazy. Perhaps she didn't even need their answer, since she had already decided everything for herself. So she jumped after Sehai without any hesitation. The snake crawled through the vine, which was framed with sharp and long thorns. After making her way out of the forbidden forest, she rose to transform into human form. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't even hear a huge beast like a huge tiger flying towards her. He swooped down on the girl and knocked her to the ground. His eyes burned with a golden cast. The maw was grinning and a row of sharp teeth glimmered. The girl was frightened and stammered as she tried to utter her master's name, as well as explain who was in front of him. The tiger recoiled slightly, golden energy continuing to flow from his eyes. The tiger's voice was husky and commanding. In size, the gray tiger was several times larger than the girl. The girl rose from his back and knelt in front of him, bowing her head. She was very excited and scared in front of him. She reported to him that she had seen a black tiger and said it with pain in her voice. Hearing the black tiger's name, Shadow roared, and his eyes shone even more golden. Miwa began to tell her master in detail all the information she had elicited, but she was a little dubious of her information. The girl fell prostrate before the shadow, her doubts immediately fading away, and she confidently confirmed the above. She also reported on the nine-tailed fox and their failure in the case. Tiger didn't care about the Sanshin's death. To him it was small things. He was more concerned about the black tiger and the nine-tailed fox. The girl continued to answer the questions posed, and even when she wasn't sure of the information, she remembered the shadow's anger and immediately spoke more confidently. Tiger roared at Mawa. He was disgusted to listen to her stupid speculation. He considered the interference of the nine-tailed fox a major oversight. The girl fell face down to the ground again, her whole body shuddering from her master's anger. Calming down, the tiger gave her instructions. She was still in the same bowed and trembling position. As if remembering something important, the shadow raised his huge muzzle to the sky. A thunderous roar erupted from his mouth. Miwo was even more frightened by surprise. A strong gust of wind swirled around them. The girl looked around frightened, not realizing what was happening. The stream carried across the field, turning into a tornado. Huge dark shadows began to appear inside the tornado. In some dark and damp place, a rat sat sniffing a human leg. The leg belonged to a man, lying on his back and trying to move, except that his body was so badly beaten that he was giving it a hard time. All of his clothes were soaked with bloodstains. He managed to sit up. He didn't understand where he was, why he was locked up, and what they were going to do to him next. He was worried about the letter that was meant for his nephews from his uncle. The man brought a hand up to his face. Everything ached and grimaced. His one eye was badly swollen from a recent blow. The man continued to examine himself and ponder what could have happened. He clutched his head in incomprehension, panic overwhelming him. The man remembered uncle's nephews, and also that he had arranged to meet each of them on different days, but had been caught early. The creak of the door triggered horrible memories in his head, of being clubbed with clubs without knowing where to hit. An unwelcome shiver appeared in his body. A bright light hit him in the face. The man clamped his eyes shut and covered them with a sore hand, which were so weaned on light that they now burned as if watered by fire. Looking closer, he saw 3 men in the doorway. The one in the middle was the lowest, but from the looks of it, he was the one with all the power. He couldn't tell if he'd ever seen these people before, but the smell of perfume he found very suspicious. The man he considered in charge turned to him and in a commanding voice demanded the name of the prisoner. Moon Sanchik kneeled down and began to crawl toward the overbearing man little by little. He wanted to be heard. At that very moment, 2 sticks were crossed in front of him, preventing him from moving even a millimeter closer. The men who held sticks in front of him were formidable, muscular, and clearly dangerous. These are the people who will go to any lengths for the safety of their master. Except that Moon's emotions took over his mind. He trembled but demanded an explanation as to the reason he had been caught and why he had been treated like that. The imperious man raised a skinny finger to his lips. A sign of silence was clear anywhere, and even the most foolish would have understood it. When his gesture worked on Moon, he offered to answer a few questions, except that he had to tell the truth, otherwise he would leave and return in 5 days, leaving the man alone in that damp dungeon with the rats. The prospect of staying here for another 5 days intimidated Moon even more, so he nodded his head obediently in agreement. The threats that came out of the overbearing man's mouth were very real, and Moon understood that. He sounded overly confident and had the look that he could have been quite comfortable with what he was talking about. The man pulled out a piece of paper and showed it to Moon. Monsanjik immediately recognized this sheet, his heart pounding frantically in his chest. After all, it was a message from Uncle for Seha. The man began to read aloud the contents of the letter. It was short and contained little information. Then he shoved that sheet practically in Moon's face, the latter staring at it with bulging eyes. He needed to find out why a certain name was in that letter. The man's visage was sinister and his eyes flickered with red reflections in the shadows. Moon looked at the man in front of him with a new look. He began to guess that Yang Juhong himself was standing in front of him. If his guess was true, he had one of the most powerful and wealthy men in front of him, and also incredibly dangerous. The prisoner began to justify himself. He spoke tearfully of not knowing the contents of the letter. Except Yang Juhong didn't believe his words. He reminded him of the 5 days that would be secured for the man if he didn't start telling the truth. Despair was setting in on the man, droplets of sweat dripping quickly down his bloodied face. He didn't know how he could prove his point. The powerful man waved his hand. Another man appeared in the doorway, and in his hands he held some kind of box. A black box was placed on the arm of the man in charge. Moon eyed her suspiciously, not knowing what to expect. When he looked inside and saw the contents, he experienced unprecedented horror. Yang Juhong demonstrated the contents of the box. Inside, 2 severed hands lay on a velvet red matting. As he reported, they belonged to the person who brought him the letter. The man continued to show off his severed hands and mentally pressured Moon. Except that the beaten man really didn't know anything about the contents of the letter and couldn't give him the information he's so weirdly trying to squeeze out of him. People scurried around the square at their own measured pace. Some just wandered around looking at the goods in the stalls. Others haggled fiercely. The street buzzed like a beehive. Sehai walked past all these people without noticing them. All his thoughts were consumed with contemplation of his upcoming meeting with his uncle. A bright and ringing voice reached his ears. He immediately realized who it belonged to. Sasori continued to follow him in the same way, her delight so genuine and partly childlike. She spun around quickly and tried to take time to look around at all the new things she hadn't come across before. Sasori called out to the boy to look at something that surprised her. He only glimpsed her with an emotionless glance. The girl, on the other hand, growled her face and realized she was acting inappropriately, but she couldn't help herself. Her delighted exclamations, oohs and ahs were all that reached the boy's ears. As Sehai was leaving Mihan village, he decided to do something as an afterthought. He still remembered about those bandits who boldly allowed themselves to rob honest people, so he made a firm decision to deal with them so that they could no longer terrorize the locals. Finding out where their base was, he headed towards it. Stopping nearby, he began to think through a plan of action. So I decided I should start by following them. Except he hadn't expected to hear the painfully familiar voice that made him freeze and was surprised. Sasori was sitting in front of him. It was as if he had been here for a long time and had been waiting for him to get here. 3293. The boy began to realize what might have happened and his eyes went wide at his own guess. Ignoring the girl, he brushed past her straight into the courtyard gate. Except that Sasori resented that the man didn't even greet her. Already from the threshold he saw a multitude of bodies, all of them unconscious. And that's when she informed him that she was going to go with him. Exhaling, the guy calmly agreed and even thanked her. Sasori stood up in surprise. She thought his reaction would be different, but it pleased her. He didn't resist, except that he was curious about her reasons. Except Sehai corrected himself a bit and added that he would be glad to have the Sanshin by his side. And his last phrase clearly did not please the girl, as she indignantly folded her lips in a bow. Somehow, she didn't take the guy's threats to heart and continued to be cheerful and excited about going on the road with him after all. Overjoyed and on her wavelength, the girl was ready to set off. The guy looked at her without hiding his surprise, and when she got ready to go without even knowing where, she completely confused the guy. That's how they ended up here in Daken. Sai studiously avoided her raptures and over-emotionalism. The boy's eyes darted over the names of shops and taverns. He needed to find Good Annie's house. Behind him, a scuffle broke out between Sasori and one of the merchants. Something so much enraged the girl that she kicked the man's table and it flew with a rumble, dumping all its contents. Sehai was still wandering the streets, turning his head in different directions, but the right shop never caught his eye. He paused, listening to the sounds and conversations behind him, wondering what the redhead could have done again. People were watching something with judgment. Sehai suspected something amiss. Unable to bear his curiosity, the boy turned his head sharply to see with his own eyes what the fox was up to, except that the girl stood at the counter and used a can of brightly colored paint and painted her lips with her little finger. The scarlet color went very much with Sasori. The girl noticed that the guy was blatantly staring at her. Then she took the powder and started applying it to her cheeks, justifying it by saying that she had to look like the people from this town. Except Sehai had a temper for some reason and devalued all her efforts. This clearly hurt the girl. She informed him that she would do it like the local women do and he was advised to be like everyone else. She held out her hands to him. Sehai recoiled from her, afraid of her next move. But Sasori ordered him to stand and not move. A couple minutes later, Sehai did indeed become more like the locals. His hair was neatly styled, revealing more of his face. The girl looked at her work with a sense of accomplishment. Would the guy know what a cute bow was tied in his hair? This seemed perfectly adequate to Sehai, and he didn't fight back. The girl was pleased with her little revenge. Still, the same continued to loom over Moon for the bulky man, keeping him at a distance. An order was given. The stump box fell to the floor and hands flew out of it. Knowing his ultimate fate, Moon stared silently at the hands that were lying right in front of him. When Yang Juhan was on his way out of the cell, Moon raised his voice very quietly and mournfully. Intrigued, the imperious man looked back to him, ready to hear his story. Almost crying for betraying his own people, the man revealed that today he was to have a meeting with the person for whom the letter was intended. It turned out that they had a couple hours before they were to meet, as well as the one gave the location they were going to see each other at. Yan Juhan ordered the man to be fed and given wine. All that remained was to confirm this information. But he was content if the man's words were true. And the last question was asked. Moon tried to avoid it and didn't say any names, but the question had been asked and there was no more way out for the man. Sasori was actively shopping. The merchant was pleased to have such a generous customer and complimented her tastes with a smile. Sehai squinted as the girl and the merchant chatted sweetly, the latter showering her with compliments while she giggled sweetly. Satisfied and happy, Sasori returned to the guy holding a weighty shopping bag. The guy figured that such a good thing could cost a lot of money, especially since they were in a city where everything was more expensive. And then the girl rounded her eyes and informed me that she had no money for such purchases. Sehai began to feel through his clothes where a pouch of coins had recently lain. He couldn't believe that a girl could do such a thing. She acted as if nothing had happened, informing the guy that she had borrowed money from him. Except Sehai really didn't like it. He grabbed her clothes hard enough. The girl stiffened and no longer laughed. Sehai was very angry with her. Her reckless behavior had taken him out completely. Male passers-by saw the scuffle between the young men and were ready to intervene to help the girl. Except she very sweetly replied that she didn't need their help. The men walked by with annoyance. They could not understand such attitudes, and Sasori went on to promise Sehai that she would pay him back every last coin. The girl looked at him with her amber eyes and said what any other simpleton in love with a man would have said. Except Sehai didn't want to hear it. He shoved the girl away from him. The guy was too angry. He picked up his blade and was ready to draw his weapon. But even that didn't stress the girl, it only annoyed her. She rested her hands on her sides and grudgingly reminded him that he was the one who had let her go with him. They continued to stand like that and further clarified their relationship. People started to turn around on them. She knew that if she didn't show her strength, the black tiger wouldn't be able to break free, and the guy might not have the strength to overpower her. This was no reason for Sehai to back down. His anger was so strong that he was even willing to die by her hand, but to try and kill her. Such a statement angered the girl. She tipped her chin up and looked at him like he was someone extraneous and insignificant. Then, absolutely silently, the girl spun around to the other side and walked in the other direction from him. Continuing to keep your hands at your sides, Sehai hadn't expected such a reaction and thus froze in place. He tried to shout to her, but Sasori didn't even turn around. She continued walking in the other direction. Abandoning the idea of killing the nine-tailed man, Sehai continued his search for good Andy's house. Bottle stood in front of the tavern entrance. The noise and music caressed his ears enticingly, inviting him to enter sooner and enjoy the wonderful evening. The lad gazed with rapt attention at this three-story building, which was completely outfitted as a beer hall. His eyes brightened at the abundance of such luxury. Everywhere he looked, everything shone and shimmered. Even the people seemed different to him. More expensive clothes, a different way of speaking. The girls were in their best outfits with colorful makeup. Some kind of leaflet was handed to him, and he looked at it with interest. The worker approached the guy and asked if he was going to place an order. The boy looked at him with round eyes. He urgently needed to gather his thoughts. Bada lowered his eyes to the menu and tried to find the item he had just been asked to order. Except when he saw the prices, he got a twitch. It was not at all what he had hoped for. After seeing the prices at this establishment, the guy placed an order for the cheapest dish that was offered at this establishment. Giving the coin to the worker, he also inquired about the cost of a night's lodging, to which he received an answer. The guy wouldn't have enough money to spend the night in this place, so he just pretended to inquire out of curiosity. The guy was just heartbroken at the prices here, and he didn't understand why his uncle had chosen such an expensive place. While he was cringing in his own thoughts, a bowl of soup and a bottle of alcohol had already been set out for him. He no longer noticed all the splendor of the place. Bottle was entirely absorbed in his own thoughts. After checking out places where Black Tiger could possibly be involved, the guy met up with Soroka. The girl excitedly began to recount what she had been able to find out. She informed the guy about the village of Takubai, which had been completely melted down. Bottle stared at her with shock in his eyes. He couldn't get her words out of his head. When he questioned her if it could have been the Black Tiger, the girl informed him that it was definitely not him. Okaki huffed. She was thinking strategically enough, going over in her ear the villages he had already been to. She tried to find the next option. They named the same village at the same time, and if the thoughts coincide, they're on the right track. But since the boy had been promised a meeting with Uncle, their paths with Soroka had diverged. Now he was here, and the girl had gone to Matenkoji. Eager to pour himself another cup of liquor, the lad took the bottle and tipped it into the bowl. Except a couple drops came out of there. He couldn't believe it was already over. I didn't even notice when I emptied the bottle. To be sure, he gave him a good rub, as if that might help him. The guy slammed his fist down on the table in frustration. The bowl jumped at the impact. Bottle turned around to see who had entered the tavern. He saw a guy being greeted by a worker. The guy's face seemed painfully familiar to him, staring at him intently. He continued to watch him. The guy was led to a table and was now ordering, and Bottle was frantically trying to remember him. He went over the many faces in his head and was sure he had known him for a very long time. He grabbed his head and ruffled his hair, trying to remember something, and at some point an epiphany came over him. It was as if he saw him at the age of a child he had known a long time ago. His happiness knew no bounds. He could even remember his name, except that the look on his face was too repulsive. It was evident that Sehai sat disgruntled and definitely not friendly. While he was contemplating the right thing to do, whether to greet him or pretend he didn't recognize him, an employee passed by with a tray and a bottle. There was no escaping this moment from the lad. He recognized this bottle and knew that such a one brought delicious Busan wine, and whoever ordered it was loaded. The worker walked over to Sehai's desk and placed this particular precious wine towards him. That's when the solution came on its own. Bottle stood up abruptly from his desk, and a moment later, he was near Sehai. With the widest of smiles, he flew up to him. Sehai recoiled, clearly not recognizing this guy, but when he looked closely at him, he mouthed his name doubtfully. Bottle was relieved to be seated at his desk on the other side. He set down his bottle and cup, continuing to smile and talk about how much Sehai had changed that he barely managed to recognize him. As he continued to enjoy this encounter, the guy turned his attention to the wine that was on the table. He immediately reached his hand toward it and took the bottle. He poured the coveted wine into his cup with a satisfied face. The boys hadn't seen each other for about 3 years, during which time they had changed and matured a lot. Bottle held out the bowl to Sehai. Sehai accepted the cup and immediately drank the contents to the bottom. Bottle watched him. Sehai had time to notice how much Bottle had changed. The guy was no longer as he remembered him. The boy was surprised that this was how Sehai saw him. He lowered his head onto his fist with some sadness. He wondered what his old friend had been up to. Had his life changed since their last meeting? So he also emphasized that he had become more confident and suspected that his strength had increased as well. Then Sehai asked about the master who had trained Bottle. The boy lowered his head sadly and looked at the table, but his gaze was unfocused. He remembered his master and bitterly reported that he had died. There was an awkward silence. For a while they sat in silence, each thinking of his own. When it came to Blue Waters, Sehai abruptly cut the conversation short. He absolutely did not want to bring it up, much less tell anyone. Bottle didn't insist. He tipped another cup of wine into his mouth. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. He even looked inside the bottle to make sure it was empty. Sehai took a deep breath in and exhaled, keeping calm. Sehai definitely hadn't expected to hear something like that. His hand shook when he heard the boy's words. Anger began to build up inside him. His face darkened and a few creases appeared between his eyebrows. That's when Bottle's tongue went loose and he began to say everything he thought and didn't think. But what was said sounded very serious and didn't sound like it was a friendly joke. For Seha to hear such words was extremely unexpected. They hadn't seen each other in so long and he figured he could tell all about him already. The boy watched his old friend with curiosity. Sehai set the bowl back down on the table, his hand shaking with anger. Pulling a blade from his belt, the guy slammed it against the table with a clang. Seh's anger was building with every passing moment. He was ready to duel with him and teach him a lesson. But the guy only laughed, scratched the back of his head, and refused such an offer. He pretended that he meant something else altogether, and that his old friend had simply misunderstood his words. Bao raised his hand and wanted to order more wine for them. Except instead of employees, they were approached by people who definitely didn't work at this tavern. A multitude of men, all as one tall and broad, surrounded the table where the boys were sitting. Bottle began to swivel his head, not realizing who these people were or what they needed from them. That's when he noticed that the tavern staff had disappeared somewhere. Sehai frowned as he watched the scene unfold. One of the men leaned over and addressed Sehai, calling him by name and politely interjecting if it was him. But the fellow immediately replied that the latter was mistaken. Then the man pulled out a piece of paper and held it out to Sehai. The boy looked at it unhappily. The piece of paper was a portrait and very detailed. Sehai looked as if he had just looked in a mirror instead of at the piece of paper. He still had no idea who these people might be, but it excited him that they knew too much about him. The one holding the portrait demanded that the guy's sword be handed over, and the other man swung his club. Bottle watched in silence at what was happening. Sehai grabbed his blade with a jerk and jumped up from his seat. Bottle picked up the bowl and tossed it with force. The blade slammed into the face of the man who held the boy's portrait, and the bowl that Bottle tossed with force crashed into the other man, smashing into his face. Bottle jumped up with his feet on the table. They got into a position that had each other's backs. The man roared at his men and ordered them to attack rather than stand pillar to post and watch. Sehai intercepted his blade and gripped the hilt tightly with both hands. He deftly dispatched those who attacked him in the front row. Each received a brutal blow with a blade. In front of him stood the next attacker with a dagger in his hand. Sehai was ready to deal with him as well. The one made a sharp lunge toward the guy, trying to reach him with his dagger. Sehai was quickly able to dodge and take a swing at the attack. Since the attacker was open, it wasn't hard for the guy to pass his blade across his belly. The one with glassy eyes wailed in pain, opening his mouth wide. Sehai stood in a circle of mutilated men. Bottle looked away from beating up one of his attackers and looked toward the boy. Toth noted that the boy was much braver now, for before he had been afraid to kill or maim people. But Sehai didn't even want to hear about it, and wouldn't admit it. They noticed that there was one more of this group left. The only thing their opinions probably agreed on was that no one should be left alive. The remaining man was trembling with fear, but still pointed his dagger in their direction and even dared to threaten them. Then Bottle decided to ask him who had sent them, and the man openly admitted whose orders it was. The boys looked among themselves, but none of them had heard the name before. This shocked the man. How did these two even dare to talk about how they didn't know who Yang Juhan was? Sehai raised his blade and demanded that he confess the reason his master had decided to attack him. The blade was dangerously close to the man's face, but he didn't know exactly what his master needed Sehai for. These men were simply following the instructions given to them. Sehai turned back to the guy, who was already actively searching his pockets for something. Two talismans flew into the air. One of them was blazing with fiery power, while the other was burning with blue flames. The man gaped at these talismans. The guy started talking about the property of the blue talisman. If used, it would pull all the memories out of the man, but there was a side effect. The red-colored talisman would burn a person to the ground if they told a falsehood. After listening to the properties of the talismans, Sehai noted that they were quite violent, except there were no other options. The man was asked to choose one of these mascots. The one trembled with fear and stared at the tip of the blade the guy pointed at him. Bottle, with the face of a madman, waved the two talismans in front of his face. Sehai continued to hold his blade at the ready. Trembling with fear, the man began to speak and stammered out the name of the man who had told them about Sehai. Sehai. Bottle grabbed the man by the collar and pulled him to him, demanding he tell him where Mun Sanchik was now. The mercenary told him everything that was known. Then Bottle turned to Sehai and wanted to understand what he had done, that Yan Juhong himself held a grudge against him, but the guy only shrugged his shoulders, as he definitely hadn't done anything yet. He didn't like this situation, especially when you hadn't done anything and they were already sending thugs after you. The boy didn't trust the man's words. He looked at him menacingly and intimidatingly, but the man repeated time after time that he didn't know anything. That's when Sehai intervened and suggested using the red amulet on him after all. Bottle supported his decision, but the man could no longer stand on his feet from the horror of what awaited him. He began to lash out and scream that he knew exactly nothing, his voice trailing off from the screams, sweat streaming down his body. Bottle activated his power in an instant. The amulet immediately responded to his call and blazed with red energy. The boy placed it on the man's forehead. The man shouted out that he was telling the truth and slumped to the floor in terror. His fear was so intense that sanity left his body. Since the one didn't ignite, meant that he was really telling the truth. Bottle was surprised. It was a rare occurrence in his practice. Sehai stepped farther away and hid his blade in its scabbard. As he attached the blade to his belt, he was curious to see if this talisman was real. Bottle proudly pointed out that fakes simply didn't exist. There were just different power levels. The darker ones had more power. In silence, the boys walked out of the tavern. Sehai turned down the street and walked to the side, and Bottle followed him. This confused Sehai a bit, and then he decided to ask the young man why he was following him. When he heard that he was going to go with him to Yangjuhong, he was angry. He didn't need help and it was none of his business. Except Bottle scratched his head and casually informed him that he needed Moon Sanchik just as much. Sehai was a little surprised that the guy might know him. When Sehai heard that Moon was Bottle's uncle, the guy had a twitch at that information. The boy interrogated him, but Bottle listened for something obscene. Then Sehai couldn't stand it any longer. He shouted and asked him the same question again, but more clearly. The young man recoiled from such an onslaught, and then it began to dawn on him that Sehai might be a nephew like himself. He knew there was another one, but they never knew about each other. Calming down, Sehai accepted the fact that the young man most likely knew about Big Uncle as well. They looked at each other and couldn't believe they were involved with the same person. Sehai didn't utter another word, spun around and walked on. Without turning around, he replied that people like Yang Juhong should have owned the biggest house. Hearing this information, Bottle snapped out of his seat and overtaking Sehai ran forward. Except the guy didn't like it. His face twisted with anger at Bottle. Sehai didn't take long to think and ran after him. Now they were racing together through the already deserted streets of the city in search of the biggest house. There were too few coins in the open red pouch. The girl shook it a couple times to make sure of that definitively. She sadly pressed the empty pouch to her chest, but she didn't know how to be sad for long. So she waved her hand and decided it wasn't worth the nerves. And just as she was convincing herself that things weren't as bad as she thought they were, someone very quickly swept right in front of her and tugged on her pouch. Before she even realized it, she felt the emptiness in her hand, and the one who had snatched it was already running through the crowd with her remaining coins. She stood in confusion, unable to believe that the pouch could have been ripped from her hands. The girl got into position very calmly for such a situation, and then as she rushed after the thief who had stolen the last of her coins, shouting fiercely that he would be a corpse when he fell into her hands, she ran with such speed that only dust rose from her running. Passing people couldn't even realize it was a girl running. The boy calmly rushed over with the red pouch she had just snatched from the girl, thinking herself the perfect villain. The girl was too careless to pull out a bag of coins like that in the middle of the street. The thief was sure that she was now sitting somewhere crying that she had been robbed, and he decided to look back as his eyes saw the girl approaching and she looked very ominous. He was scared out of his wits. From such a surprise, his legs got tangled up with each other and he lost his balance. He started falling so suddenly that Sasori overtook him. She had to brake too hard. The guy had been hit so hard that his head was splitting now. Raising his head, he saw a woman's hand extended toward him. In front of him stood the red-haired girl, the one he had just robbed, and demanded her pouch back. Something whizzed by right in front of the girl's face. She recoiled slightly. The thief started waving his knife around and threatened to scar her face. Except Sasori Bala is not a timid person. With force, she knocked the knife out of the guy's hand with her foot, then calmly snatched up her red pouch, which already had too few coins in it. The guy was still too smug and looked at the girl with a look of disapproval. And no sooner had he finished his barbed phrase than the girl's hand swiftly approached him. After a while, the guy opened his eyes. He was lying on the ground, and his cheek was burning with fire from the savory slap Sasori had given him. The girl was still by his side and leaned over him with the sweetest smile she could make. That said, her words were sharp and intimidating. The kid had nothing else to do but just agree to her demands. She was clearly a monster. He hadn't expected such ferocity and strength from a girl. While the thief was trying with dizziness to raise himself up a little, the girl continued to talk to him. As soon as he wanted to contradict her, the girl turned purple in a moment and closed his mouth with a single phrase. And so Sasori finally spoke up about what she was so concerned about. She wanted to make a fortune out of her leftover money, and she was sure that such a slippery type could know exactly how to accomplish that. At first he started mumbling something to himself, not trying too hard to think, to which the girl reminded him of the slap that could put him to sleep for a while longer. The guy's brains worked a little faster. Thinking hard, he remembered a game. Sasori mouthed the word, entering the excitement. She had forgotten that this village was famous for gambling. Seeing her interest, he started listing the games that were some of the popular ones here. The thief remembered that it was Thursday and therefore, it was possible to play Hajjan. The girl was interested in this title. Seeing her interest, he continued to tell her about this game, raising his finger meaningfully. He drew her attention to the fact that this game was too dangerous, but also profitable. It seemed that Sasori had only heard the word lucrative and before even recognizing the meaning of the game, demanded to be shown the place where it was being played. She picked up the guy by his shirt and pulled upward to get him up sooner. Sasori was so caught up in the idea of getting easy money that she couldn't think about anything else. The gambling house was full of people. Workers were passing out bags of money. Men and women sat at low tables, gambling or just watching. The room was noisy with laughter, profanity, and more. The formidable men bet not small sums of money and made their wagers. Some were satisfied with their arrangement, and some watched with envy and wished the enemy to lose. For some, emotions overwhelmed the body and fists were used. A satisfied Sasori had already seated herself at the one empty seat on the table. A wooden card lay in front of her. The thief crouched a little behind her and was overly excited. The guy couldn't think how she could have gotten such an idea, to come to such a gambling house with such a small amount of money and expect anything. But the girl looked confident enough and he was asked not to worry. The one could only nod, then gathered his thoughts and began to tell her the rules of the game. There were 12 cards in the game, each symbolizing a specific animal. Points were awarded for each card from 1 and up to 12. After the cards were dealt, you had to choose the desired pair and put money on it. Then the cards were turned over and the one who bet on the strongest pair doubled the money, and the rest lost everything. The girl listened attentively and was sure it wasn't all the rules, so she asked the guy to voice everything he knew, and he willingly agreed to do so. He also told us that there was a double tiger combination that won at any score no matter how many points the other pairs had. After hearing all the rules and figuring out the details, a gambling grin appeared on Sasori's face. She cracked her knuckles savagely. The girl acted very ambitious and ready for the big game, her eyes burning with excitement. The thief was shocked at this excitement. People roared in frustration after they announced which couple had scored the most points. Someone at the same time was rejoicing because they put their money where their mouth was. Sasori was concentrating on what was happening. She didn't hear the sounds that were blowing around the playhouse at all. All her attention was on the table. The boy got worried and decided to call out to the girl after all. Turns out the girl has missed 5 games already and hasn't even tried to join in yet. She remained silent and watched intently. While the girl was just watching the game, 2 thugs appeared behind their backs and loomed over them. This confused the thief even more, for they were not playing and taking someone else's place. One of them grabbed the boy's head, his hands so massive they could easily crush the boy's skull. The thug didn't like them sitting there idly, but the guy in a frightened voice began to assure him that the girl was about to start playing. And just at that very moment, Sasori extended her hand and made a bet. The thug looked at the table, saw the money put up. The girl put all her moments on the cow. This was a new shock to the thief. He hadn't expected her to be so reckless with her last bit of money. Unexpectedly, it was a pair of cows that won. The guy stared at the cards, not believing his eyes. Sweat began to trickle down from his excitement. The thugs, convinced that the game these people were playing had begun, silently turned around and left them. The guy wanted to offer the girl a strategy, but she didn't need his advice anymore. She had gotten into the game and didn't plan to stop. She once again put all her money on the cards of her choice. The thief was hysterical. He clutched his head. He thought the girl had acted too recklessly and didn't understand anything. Sasori, unlike him, was very calm. The girl asked not to worry him so much. The guy, on the other hand, was ready to bite his fingers in frustration. The employee voiced the winning pair of cards. The girl jumped up enthusiastically from her seat. A considerable crowd of gawkers had already gathered behind her back, determined to watch this incredible winner. The worker handed her a whole bundle of coins. Sasori held up her hands contentedly and accepted this heavy but very nice load. The thief could not believe his eyes at such incredible luck of the girl. He lost count of what kind of game it was and assumed Sasori might have been sneaky. The worker laid out a new batch of cards and invited the players to place their bets. The girl grabbed her bundle of coins and loudly announced where she was going to put her money. The men sitting next to her decided to replicate her actions and started betting on the same cards as her. The other people also picked up on this excitement and started betting with different amounts of coins, and all unanimously chose the exact pair that Sasori had bet on. The girl was surprised at this excitement. The thief, who had been watching everything, had long ago noticed how people were beginning to be attracted to her game and win-win. The worker looked silently but cautiously at the table, on which was a mountain of coins, and all were placed on just one pair. He reached out a trembling hand to the card and began to turn it over. People roared with joy. This bet worked, and everyone who bet money was a winner. The workers began to whisper among themselves. One of them headed off somewhere, while the others started calming people down and promised that money would soon be brought out and everyone would be paid. The thief was delighted with the girl. She was able to make good money out of a small amount of money with such ease. The girl had a set goal, and also she wanted to thank the guy for his help, already forgetting that not so long ago he robbed her. The thief looked up and pulled Sasori back, drawing her attention to the man who approached. Two huge thugs stood behind the girl's back. The girl looked at them questioningly. One of them asked her to come with him. His look was menacing and did not bode well. Perplexed, Sasori asked again if they were sure they needed her and reminded them of the money they still hadn't given her. The boys got up from behind the playground and decided to walk together. The man extended his hand, stopping them, and forbade the kid to go along with them. This infuriated the girl. She didn't understand the reasons for this behavior. The kid was upset that he wasn't allowed to go with the girl, calling him a thief, and the place Sasori was invited to was for VIPs. Sasori glanced sadly at the kid. She didn't like this situation either, but there was nothing she could do about it. She walked over to the gaming area and raked a good handful of coins into her hand. Then she walked over to the boy and put the coins into his hands. That was how she wanted to thank him. He hadn't expected the girl to do that and didn't know how to react. Sasori really wanted this guy's life to change so he wouldn't have to steal on the streets of the city anymore. The guy was so moved by her act that he almost let a tear fall. With the sweetest smile in her arsenal, the girl threatened him with reprisal if she found out he had gone back to stealing. Surrounded by the big guys, she seemed quite petite, once again said goodbye to the kid, waving to him. Still, a stingy male tear rolled out of his eyes, but the guy was happy to have met such an incredible girl. Sasori was taken outside the gambling hall and escorted to another location, all the while being escorted by thugs. They walked down a long hallway to a new room, everything sparkling and looking rich. The girl was met by an older man. He greeted the girl and introduced himself as the manager of the house. Unable to stand it, Sasori first inquired about her money and reminded her how much more the gambling house owed her. The manager sadly announced that the gambling house had regulations by which large sums were paid out, and with an even sadder voice he added that the gold had run out. Of course, this angered the girl, but the manager immediately offered her an alternative. He could pay off the debt with a golden toad, but then the girl would need to win 500 coins. Sasori realized that she was being tricked now and no one wanted to pay her winnings. But what could she do but agree to try her luck again? Sasori noted that she only knew how to play Mahjong. As it turned out, this was not a problem and she would be provided a table with this game. But there was a small stipulation on the stakes. The manager invited the girl into the hall. There were people gathered there, and from their clothes it was immediately obvious that they were from high society. Sitting down with them in the same circle, Sasori immediately felt the different atmosphere of this hall. The girl was immediately noticed and grudgingly glanced at, assuming she was a courtesan. The manager held the box up to her. The girl looked at it curiously. It contained cards that denoted money. A certain color was responsible for a certain amount. She took her cards in her hands and contemplated them contentedly. The manager bowed and stepped away from her, wishing her a pleasant game. Sasori was already anticipating how pleased Sehai would be when she found out that she was able to make so much money on her own. Guards with spades and torches in hand were making routine rounds around the entire grounds of the house. Mada was watching them from around the corner, positioned in the shadows where the light of the torches could not reach him. As soon as the guard moved farther away, he burst out of his hiding place and dashed in the direction where the guards had just passed. A couple deft moves and the guy climbed the fence wall. The guy was taken aback by the size of the house. Now he realized that he was dealing with a really powerful man. A few seconds later, Sehai joined him on the wall. He just as deftly climbed it in a few leaps. Except Sehai didn't waste any time looking at the house, but immediately set off at a run, moving quickly. Battle, jumping off the wall, hurried after him. The guys leveled off, both trying to run faster than the other. Battle ran after him, but he didn't understand where they were running to, so he asked the boy this question, and he answered that he had to save his uncle as soon as possible, and now he had to search everything. This plan seemed strange to the guy, because it would have made more sense to catch someone from the guards and interrogate them. Sehai paused. It seemed to him that Bottle was right, and they would really need to catch someone and have them interrogated. They stopped and began to look around. Only now they found it strange that there were no guards anywhere in such a rich place. Suddenly, a multitude of burning torches appeared on the walls. The guys started looking around in bewilderment. The glow was on all sides. A crowd of guards ran up on one side, each holding a pike in their hands with red tassels on the tops. The same crowd came running in from the other side as well, surrounding the boys, leaving them no room for retreat. Guards were everywhere and on the walls and on two sides of the hallway. Sehai and Bottle looked around. They were trapped. First time in such a situation, Bottle asked his old friend what one usually did in such situations, and the answer was obvious. The guards looked in their direction. They were pleased with their work for having so easily trapped the intruders. One of the guards started addressing them, calling them names and mocking the guy's naivety. Apparently, he was the commander of this unit. Sehai raised his blade, ready to defend himself to the last. Bottle stood staring at the floor, uncomfortable with the thought that he might have been robbed of an arm and a leg. Gathering his thoughts, he reached into the folds of his clothing, pulling out his prized talisman. The boy offered to cover for Sehai while he recited the spell to activate the talisman. Sehai got into position, ready to fight. Hearing his strange knocking sound, Sehai turned around. He had spoken to the boy before, but no answer had come through. The guy stared in surprise at the guard who had just landed behind him. Bottle was already on the wall and slapped Sehai's hand, reasoning that he really needed to leave. Sehai didn't even have time to say something back to him before he flashed behind the wall. The guards were alarmed, for they had already lost one and could not let the second one get away. So everyone rushed toward Sehai. The guy's anger was growing by the second. He watched as guards rushed toward him from two directions, ready to tear him apart. Bottle ran off somewhere, leaving him alone to deal with it. At that moment, the guard Bottle had thrown off the wall woke up. He whimpered that his head hurt and started rubbing it. Sehai didn't take long to seize the moment and, using this guard as a springboard, jumped up with one foot on his head and bounced higher against the wall. The man cried out in shock at this surprise. The guy jumped to the wall with ease, and the guard slumped to the ground again. The rest of the guards bawled their eyes out at the departing guy. Everyone stood in a pole and didn't know what they should do next. The commander yelled at his men at the top of his voice. He gave the command to catch those bastards. The rest of the guards seemed to wake up from their sleep and immediately scurried about. Sasori sat very happy. She couldn't be pleased with her victories and the money that was coming into her hands. The girl looked at her card that represented money and was glad that there was enough for a golden toad, so she could leave the game and go back to Sehai. Her thoughts were interrupted by a worker who offered players a choice of a pair of cards. Sasori looked at the table and saw something that made her eyes widen with surprise. At her words, everyone turned around and stared at the girl. She looked at everyone and couldn't figure out what she had done wrong that had gotten their attention so much. The employee then explained the details of the moment to her. Her eyes lit up and the girl wanted to know more about the rules of this game. The worker began to talk about the nuances of this moment, describing the different outcomes and what the consequences might be. Realizing that the girl didn't have much understanding of the rules of the game, the employee offered to cancel her bet. The girl listened to him attentively and thought about it, and at that very moment, all her money cards flew onto the table. She slapped her hand against the playing field and confidently declared that she was betting all the money cards. The worker began turning the cards over and picked up the first one from the other edge, keeping the tiger intrigued. The second pair of cards turned out to be a pig and a dog, and now the turn came to the most important pair on which everything depended. The man reached for her with his hand. He took the card in his hand. His hand began to tremble with excitement, and a great deal depended on this moment. His hand flipped over the card and he stared as he announced a pair of tigers. Sasori couldn't stand her emotions and jumped up from her seat and squealed enthusiastically. She pulled off the score and was very happy about the moment. The girl was declared the winner. She waved her hand to the manager and asked him to bring her golden toads. The man clearly hadn't expected this turn and stared at her with his mouth hanging open. Sasori stared at him as he again motioned for her to go somewhere else. She didn't like it anymore. He politely informed the winner that those who win with a pair of tigers get a special treat and added that she was the pride of their gambling house. Such an offer did not interest Sasori at all. She stretched out her hand like a child demanding her toads. She wanted to get out of here and find Sehai. The manager stared at the girl in wonder. He was so convincingly telling her about the unforgettable experience she would have and how much she would later regret turning down such an incredible offer. Something trembled inside the girl. In her fantasies, she began to imagine incredible things that she really wanted to see. A man walking a tightrope, or one who is subject to fire, or unknown natives from distant lands. But also she couldn't forget about Sai, who must have searched the streets of the city for her and couldn't find her anywhere. Still, her foxy curiosity won out over thoughts of Sai waiting for her. She jumped to her feet and was ready to go see the unknown and extraordinary. The manager invited her to follow him. They would move to another location again. He looked at her with equal amazement and couldn't believe that anyone in this town could not know his master. The girl was just as surprised that she would get to meet the richest man. Sasori sat alone at the deliciously set table. She was angry and annoyed. She really didn't like being kept waiting. Even though the meeting was with the richest man, it didn't change the fact that she was now sitting alone waiting for him. Taking the bottle in her hands, she noted with annoyance that the wine had already run out. An older than middle-aged man entered the room. He was wearing a cap similar to lotus color. The girl looked up at him. The man introduced himself with an acerbic smile. He looked like a rat, his two wide teeth standing out too much, a sharp mustache and an equally sharp beard, slightly graying. But the highlight of his appearance was his huge spoon-eared ears, which looked too big in contrast to his petite head. The girl felt embarrassed. She had never thought that the owner of this house could look like that. In her imagination, there was a completely different man. She smiled sweetly at him and greeted him. Noticing that Sori was out of wine, he gave the order to bring a few more bottles. The girl watched in silence as he deftly and imperiously handed out edicts. Yang Ju-hong plumped like a sack at the table, while noting the girl's incredible luck in her grand victory. Sasori flirtatiously flirted with her braid. She spoke politely and ingratiatingly without taking her eyes off the man's face. Yang Ju-hong didn't even blink an eye. For someone like him, 2,000 yuan was just dust. He just wanted to meet the man who had pulled a couple of tigers. The red fox leaned on his arm slightly closer to him and reminded him of the long-awaited golden toads that were rightfully hers. The man was of course ready to give them to her, but he pointed his hand to the table first. He wanted her to taste her gift. A servant entered the room carrying a tray with 3 bottles of wine on it. The man showed him where to put them. Sasori, on the other hand, was a little angry that Yang Ju-hong had started talking to her informally, but she tried not to show it. Taking a full bottle of wine from the table, the man offered to fill the girl's cup with a smile. Sasori gazed in awe at the trickle of wine that poured into her cup. From the smell, she immediately determined the expensive nature of the drink. Yang Ju-hong couldn't let the moment pass and proudly declared that this wine was worth 1,000 yuan and he wouldn't mind if the girl drank the whole bottle. The man handed her the bottle. He had no pity to treat such a nice girl. Sasori marveled at his generosity and accepted the bottle of wine. It was a surprise for Yang Ju-hong to hear such a thing, and even from a girl, he was genuinely surprised. Meanwhile, Sasori was pouring wine into his cup. She looked him in the eye and praised him for managing to make such a fortune, and she wondered how he had managed to be so successful. It was as if her eyes were looking into his soul. Unaccustomed to such a conversation, and especially with such a pretty girl and smart, Yang Ju-hong blushed so much that his ears turned purple. Realizing he was staring at her for an obscenely long time, the man coughed embarrassedly into his hand and offered to tell the girl his story of ups and downs. At the same time, a fierce battle was going on in the courtyard of Yang Ju-hong's house. One of the guards fell at the hand of a warrior. Another had his face cut open, and he wailed in agonizing pain. Many warriors have already fallen on Sa's path, and the guy still hasn't made any headway. Hearing the loud laughter, he looked up and looked at the person laughing. The commander was standing in front of him. He was able to appreciate the guy's skill. The commander swung his pike, shoved his subordinates away from him. The man made the decision to overpower the guy on his own. He held tightly to the hilt of his weapon, all his muscles tensed to the limit. Sehai silently raised his blade. He looked at it emotionlessly. The man waited for something, but Sehai stared at him silently. Then he demanded that the guy give his name, but that didn't matter to Seh. Instead of naming names, Sehai decided to lunge toward the guard first. The guy picked up speed and put his blade out in front of him. The man shouted, giving himself energy, and swung toward the guy. The man's swing was incredibly powerful, except Sehai managed to dodge it. But the big guy, he didn't have the strength to swing his spear into the wall. Sehai immediately noticed such a blunder by the commander. The man held on to the hilt of his weapon, but the guy ducked under him with another lunge. The big man shouted something to him. Ducking out from under the man, the guy delivered a decisive blow right to his face. There was a nasty cracking of bones and a smack of blood. The commander dropped dead on his back in front of his opponent. Seeing the defeat of their commander, the other guys were in complete shock. They didn't expect that this guy would be able to take out their chi so easily. Sehai took another look at the spear stuck in the wall. He was surprised at the foolishness of the commander, for he himself had noticed that the passage was narrow and yet waved his pike so vigorously. Remembering that there were warriors in front of him besides the commander, the boy raised his blade again and looked in their direction. Except there was no one around anymore. He stood over the body of a murdered man, and not a soul around. Relieved that he wouldn't have to spend any more time clearing the road, the boy stashed his blade in its scabbard. By this time, Yang Juhong's next story had come to an end. He was so excited to share his business that he couldn't stop smiling, and the girl listened diligently to all his stories. But Sasori's getting pretty tired of him, pretending to be very interested. The girl was actually bored and wanted to end this evening as soon as possible. A servant entered the room. He urgently needed to report important information to his master. The one turned around unhappily at his voice. Yang Juhong was furious that his order for them not to be disturbed had been so brazenly disobeyed. Sasori, on the other hand, was very happy about the break and hoped that the big news would make him go away. And this conversation really interested the girl. She was even jealous that someone out there was having more fun than she was right now. The man began to complain about how hard it was to be so influential, because even such small things fell on his shoulders. Despite the fact that their conversation had been interrupted, the man's memory was excellent and he quickly remembered where he had ended his story. The girl exhaled heavily, for her hopes had faded into the abyss. Hovering in her thoughts, the girl didn't really get into his story until she heard about Yeju, her eyes widening at the information he spoke next. Unable to resist, she asked him again about this pearl, and as it turned out, it was this pearl that helped Yang Juhong become so rich and successful. Now then, Sasori didn't mind listening to him. This old man had a very valuable artifact. The girl put on her cutest face and asked the old man to take one look at Yuju at least once. Yang Juhong banged the bowl against the table with force. His face immediately changed. He reported with irritation that the pearl had been broken into 2 pieces and stolen. The memory of it made his face turn purple. Sasori feigned sorrow on her face and put her hand to her mouth, covering her lips. In a way, she was even amused, for the man had been treated the same way he had once done to someone by stealing a pearl. The girl began to think intently about the information she had received. Though she didn't need Yeju, this pearl was precious to Sehai. Unsuspecting, Yang Juhong calmed down and took back the bowl with wine. He was going to continue telling his stories and did not even immediately notice how the girl changed in behavior, and now she jumped up from her seat. He looked at her in surprise and started asking questions with incomprehension. Sasori was determined and bluntly admitted to him that she was leaving. Yang Juhong grabbed her hand and pitifully started begging her to stay. His voice was so pathetic, like he was about to cry. He assured the girl that it wouldn't be long before her golden toads were brought in. Except Sasori didn't care about the wine or the golden toads anymore. She had other desires and goals brewing in her mind, because she no longer needed to be nice to this old man and listen to his pathetic and tedious stories. She abruptly snatched her hand out of his grip. The man's hat fell off his head. She threw him all the things she'd been thinking about all evening with irritation. The girl had already opened the doors to leave this room. Yang Juhong sat there with a crimson face and didn't believe that anyone would give up the golden toads, and therefore reminded her of them once more. Except she didn't care anymore. The old man's pathetic demeanor began to change to an angry attitude. He really didn't like the way this girl treated him. After all, she was too nice in the beginning, but now she was acting as if she was sitting in front of someone other than Yang Juhong himself. Not holding back his emotions, the man started running toward the girl, trying to grab her. She turned around, glaring at the madman. His appearance began to change. The man's normal fingernails extended several times and sharpened. He was quite close. He was met with a hard blow to the chest that knocked the rest of the air out of him. The man flew back into the room and fell straight onto the table with such a swing that all the standing dishes on it flew up in a flash. Sasori stood with her legs still raised, her hands clenched into fists. The girl would never allow anyone to dare touch her without her permission. At this time, there was a guard standing near the mysterious red double doors. He led the night watch with bowls of fire around him. The sentinel's thoughts were not cheerful. He was bored and lonely. Besides, he knew the others were now busy catching the burbos and he needed to stand and guard the entrance. Not to be stagnant, he snatched up his blade with a few swings cutting through the air. Bottle peeked out from behind a wall and watched the man. And after a moment, the guy moved toward the guard and brought his hand down forcefully on the back of his head. The man's eyes bulged from such a blow, but there was nothing he could do. It all happened too fast. The guard flopped placidly to the ground, and Bottle stood behind him. The guy was pleased with his work. Everything went quietly and without blood, just as he had planned. He glanced at the suspicious door, near which a guard stood. It seemed to him that it was behind her that she hid what he and Sehai were looking for. Guy opened the double doors, moonlight streaming into the room. In front of Bottle was a long, dark corridor, flanked by more doors. He took hold of the first handle and tapped the ring loudly on the wood. Then he jerked the door open, but it did not yield under his pressure. Then the lad decided to crouch down and look through the gap below to see what was on the other side of the doors. He saw a body lying there, dirty and covered in blood. There were several rats around. The guy's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect to see a man there and in such a state. But what worried him the most was that this man could have been his uncle. He even started stuttering when I tried calling him. The rats began to run toward the door with a squeak, stomping their little paws on the man's body. The man's head rolled over and fell in the direction from where Bottle was watching from under the crevice. It was a scary picture. The man's face was disemboweled. Teeth were visible from holes in the jaw area. Some part of the nose was missing, and the eyes were also eaten away. Unable to endure such a sight, Bottle rose and could no longer look through the slit of that door. He was horribly disgusted and couldn't help it anymore. He heard someone's voice coming from the next door. It excited him. The guy thought the voice sounded familiar, but needed to be sure of it definitively. He looked very worried. The man's bloody fingers showed from under the door, and in a tired voice he called his name. The guy leaned over his hand and told him his name. Then Moon's voice perked up a bit. He wasn't expecting to hear the familiar already. A battered face peeked out of the gap. The man was too gaunt and tired. He still couldn't realize that Bottle was beside him. After finding out who might have the key, the boy promised Moon that he would come back for it soon. When the guy was halfway out of the prison, a man called out to him. Bottle slowed down and turned around. Mun had to warn his nephew about a warrior who posed a serious threat to everyone. Kim Taemin's description of him was too terrifying. The guy suspected that he might have spirit power. The thought made him grimace in annoyance. After hearing everything that needed to be known, the guy and all his weapons turned around and headed for the exit. He walked over to the door and placed his hands on it. Pushing lightly, the door gave into the pressure and began to open. The guy had never met anyone with fortitude before. It became very interesting for him. He was determined to take away the key and save his uncle. The servants stopped in surprise and looked in the direction the noise came from. A girl stood in front of them. Her hands rested at her sides and her voice was ringing and loud. She didn't look scared or upset. Her actions expressed nothing but confidence and strength. She turned to the acolytes. The old man's voice came from behind her. It was quiet and intimidatingly hissing. The girl froze and fell silent. She turned back around sharply with displeasure on her face. Yan Juhong was enraged, his face simply twisted with rage. He growled threats loudly in the girl's direction, promising to hang her in his room and eat her. Only to Sasori, he was still a pathetic old man, which didn't scare her at all. She demanded an answer to her question. The old man no longer looked like his old self. A woolly hump began to grow behind his head, ripping through his clothes. His hair was disheveled. His eyes seemed to have changed shape and his very appearance was intimidating. The hand that was holding onto the wall broke through part of the wood with force. Sasori stared at this monster with her eyes wide open. For a moment, the girl was at a loss for words. After finally transforming, Yang Juhong took on the appearance of a huge rat. His eyes lit up with red sparks. His maw opened in a long and menacing roar. Clothes unable to withstand their owner's new body ripped and shattered. Sasori was shocked at this turn of events. She didn't expect that this old man could turn into something like this. The maids were frightened and started running in different directions. A huge woolly rat appeared in the doorway. Sasori continued to stand at the entrance and gawk at such a transformation. Yan Juhong stood on his hind legs and looked at the girl with his red eyes. He had completely taken on the guise of a rat and had nothing human left. The rat spoke. His voice was altered, it was rougher and with a slight hoarseness. When the rat heard the girl's words, it threw him into a stupor. He expected to see fear in her eyes and a plea not to kill her, and she also managed to insult him. This was the first time he had ever been treated like this. His body could barely contain itself from tearing this boy to shreds. The girl continued to stare at him with open dislike and disgust. She shuddered as she remembered that she'd been sitting at the same table with him just a few minutes ago, drinking wine. It was a bigger shock to her that she was sharing a meal with a real rat than that a human had turned into a rodent. Every word she said was a clear spit towards Hong. His anger already had no bounds. The veins swelled on his forehead, his muzzle grinning, his whole body shivering with anger. Unable to restrain himself any longer, the rodent's patience exploded and he roared that he wanted to kill this upstart. Sehai looked out from behind the wall, only his eyes were visible. He was trying to assess the situation on the other side of the courtyard. He was greeted by frightened little rats. After making sure there was no one in the yard, the guy jumped over the wall and found himself on the other side of the yard. He turned his head toward the wall where too many rodents sat. He thought it was strange. Another rat ran absent-mindedly toward him and stopped at his foot. The guy noticed this and lowered his gaze. There were already too many rats on the ground. All of their eyes glittered with scarlet lights. It was impossible to count the number of them, and they all looked only at him and walked in his direction. Sehai hadn't expected to ever see such an insane amount of rodents. He recoiled fearfully toward the wall. The guy was shocked to see so many rats. He'd never seen anything like it in his life. Sehai stood cornered against a wall surrounded by 1,000 carcasses, with a man towering behind them. Walking towards him was a man he had seen not too long ago, and not that he had seen him. Sehai had killed him, and now he was alive and full of energy. The rats parted in front of him, giving him way. In his hands he held the very spade that was stuck in the wall. His visage was sinister, eyes burning with the same scarlet glow. He was pleased that he was able to catch the guy off guard. He was amused by the situation. Sehai tensed even more. He didn't expect to see him again. The resurrected man jabbed a finger at him, mocking his act. He felt his superiority and he liked the guy's reaction. The man felt his power and authority over the situation. He knew he was invincible and no one would be able to resist his power. He smirked snidely, looking towards Sehai, and was already anticipating his demise. He picked up his pike and furiously began to swing it over his head, raising a swirl of air around him. With a sharp movement, he stopped his weapon and swung it toward the guy. A powerful wave swept from him, leaving a path of dust behind him. Sehai stared silently at the crevice formed in the ground by the impact of the pike. It was immediately clear that Kim Taemin's strength was sufficient. The man told the boy that Yang Ju-hong himself had bestowed such a powerful force upon him. He said it with great pride and reverence. Despite the show of might, the guy remained calm. He began to slowly draw his blade from its sheath and in parallel pondered aloud, asking the questions that interested him. The rats continued to fuss around, all their little red eyes pointed in the guy's direction. Kim Taemin was not averse to praising his master. Sehai continued to ask questions while preparing himself for battle. He had already raised his blade, ready and incredibly sharp. With each passing moment, the rats grew larger and larger. The man looked ominously in the boy's direction, lips folded into a snide smirk. At this moment, his face looked like a madman who only craved for blood and death. Scarlet sparks of power that was beyond the control of the mere human flashed from his eyes. The attack began suddenly. The rats seemed to hear the silent command and all rushed in a wave towards Sa at the same second. One by one, the guy dissected the rats. He swung his blade without stopping, chopping several at a time in one swing, and it seemed like it could go on like this forever. The rats kept advancing toward the guy, lunging at his body and trying to bite him. He continued to fight them off with his blade. There were countless of them. Lifting his head upwards, Sehai couldn't believe what he was seeing. An entire wall of rats had formed right in front of him, several times taller than the guy himself. This living wall was moving toward him. Suddenly, from behind a wall of rats, Kim Taemin jumped out, his weapon at the ready to attack the guy. Sehai prepared to fight off the man flying at him, completely oblivious to the enemies that were bosomed beneath his feet. There were more and more rats. They seemed to appear out of thin air and increase in number. They had become so numerous that they were already reaching loosely to the guy's waist. Everything was happening too fast. Sehai didn't have a chance to swing his blade anymore, and it hardly helped him. The rats had already risen up to his very face and were jumping over his head. Eventually, their numbers sank the guy under their carcasses, and Kim Taemin used that moment to launch his attack. He flew into into the thick of the rats to bring his pike down on the guy. The mountain of rats that danced at Sehai was pierced by beams of dark energy. The man's spade snapped the second the energy touched its hilt. He stared in surprise at the departing tip of his weapon. Seeing the guy in front of him, who had also escaped from the rat trap, Kim Taemin shuddered at the failed attack. His face twisted with anger. With a single swing of the blade imbued with the black tiger's energy, Sehai delivered a crushing blow to the man. The force like a blade went through his body, slicing him into several pieces. Kim Taemin's body shattered into 3 pieces, a fountain of blood flooding the area around him. Dark energy continued to bubble around the guy. Sehai stopped when he heard a familiar voice. The energy still continued to hover around him in the same way. There was someone standing on the wall, and his voice was very disappointed. The guy raised his eyes and looked at the wall. He didn't quite understand what the man was talking about. That man turned out to be Bottle. He was standing on the wall and looking straight at the guy. Saw his dark energy and couldn't believe his eyes, and his heart screamed at him like this about who might be in front of him. Bottle burst with emotion. He had been searching for the black tiger for so many years, and now he could catch up with him and see with his own eyes this power. There could be no mistake. But a small hope lurked in his soul, except the mind said otherwise. Without waiting for Sehai's response, the boy pulled out his golden talismans. Sehai silently continued to stare at his changed old friend. He couldn't understand what could have happened between him and the black tiger, why the latter was so nervous. The boy immediately began to remember what Bottle had been like as a child, and the boy had already shown abilities that surpassed those of the older boys. It was a mystery to Sehai now how much Bottle's abilities and skills had increased. He would like to fight him, but without the black tiger's power. Bottle instantly snapped out of it like a shadow and landed with the ease of a cat. He pointed at the guy's sword and wanted to hear the answer. It was important for him to know if he was wrong. Sehai furrowed his eyebrows and looked at him, unable to figure out why he needed this information. No more words were needed. Bottle lifted his talismans with a grin on his face, the wind whipping around him. Everything trembled under the influence of his spiritual power. The boy released the talismans towards Sehai. There was no longer any doubt the black tiger stood before him. The guy tensed up a bit when he saw the talismans flying at him. He chopped them into several pieces with a swift movement of his blade. At this time, Bottle wore a fingerless black glove on his hand which had a strange red symbol on it. Bottle has been preparing for this moment for years, and now it has come. Sehai didn't even have time to notice the moment the guy put on the glove. He was no longer allowed to relax, much less give Bottle a chance to catch his breath. He was bearing down on him with his blade raised, except that at some point the guy froze involuntarily. It was as if the chains thrown over his body tightly clenched his arms and legs. He couldn't even move his little finger. My body felt like it was filled with lead, an incredible heaviness hitting every muscle. Bottle lifted his hand, a talisman clutched between his fingers that was able to paralyze Sehai's body. Because he touched this talisman, his body was overcome by paralysis. Next, the guy intercepted the other talisman and tossed it in front of him, spreading his arms wide. He was preparing for his next move. With a loud clap, he caught the talisman between his palms, and fire blazed around him. The hot flames rose upward, sizzling the talisman from which the elemental burst out. The boy's face was serious and focused. He didn't take his eyes off the Sehai standing in front of him. Taking the flame from the talisman into his hands, Bottle got into position for his next move. As he did so, he warned Sehai of the pain he would experience. Sehai's body began to shake from trying to move. He was angry at himself for allowing this situation to happen. The only thing he could think of right now was that he couldn't lose. His eyes flashed with renewed energy. His whole gut wanted out, but his body wouldn't give in to his demands. Sasori still couldn't recover. She felt gross for drinking at the same table as the rat. Yan Juhong roared with anger churning inside him. The girl had done everything to insult him so badly. No one had ever dared speak to him like that in his life. The rat darted toward the girl. All in all, his movements were quite fast and sharp. At the last second, when he had just a little bit left to reach her, Sasori managed to bounce away. Yang Juhong puzzledly began to look around for her. Sasori called out to him and waved to him, sitting on a small boulder in his yard. Looking at the girl and how Shuffly managed to dodge his attack, one thought came to the rat. Sasori continued to sit on the rock and listen to his assumption about Yuju. She did not hide the truth from him and confessed that indeed when she heard of the pearl her purpose had changed. So she didn't dare linger here any longer, waved a hand at the rat, and turned toward the wall. She took a strong and high leap. Her hair whipped back from the speed at which she was climbing. Sasori landed gracefully on the wall. From the force of such a leap, her skirts jumped upward. Except the rat didn't think to let the girl go so easily. He leapt at her with the same leap. Its power was so destructive that the wall gave a splintering and rocks scattered in different directions, knocking the girl off her feet. Coughing from the raised dust, the girl looked at Yang Ju-hong and decided to warn him, except that her words were empty to him. He didn't want to listen to her as he was too confident in his power. Red energy spilled from his body and it became bigger and bigger. Once again his clothes gave cracks and ripped. A mountain of muscle and strength grew in front of the girl, the rat increasing in size several times over. He stood in front of her with his hands in the air and growled menacingly. Since Sasori had warned him, her tails showed from under her skirt, which meant he wouldn't stand a chance again. She lifted one finger. A point of incredible energy began to accumulate at its tip. The girl made a sharp lunge with her hand, the energy like a blade cutting through the air. A wave of red flash traveled from the girl toward the rat, engulfing him. Yang Ju-hong froze, feeling strange. And it wasn't surprising. After all, the force that the girl had just slashed across his body had cut him in two, blowing his head off his shoulders. It all happened so fast that even as his head slid off, he couldn't realize what had happened. The girl clucked her tongue. She had warned him, hadn't she? But the rat had made the decision herself, so she didn't feel guilty. Seeing the blood stains left by the rat, Sasori squealed as if someone had died. She felt so bad about her new skirt. As she sobbed over her skirt and lamented that it would never come off, the rat had turned into the most common rodent around here. Feeling the force, the girl rose to her feet and turned sharply in the direction from which it came. She immediately felt that familiar rush of energy. A few walls away from her, the black tiger's energy surged. She couldn't mistake her for anything else. Sasori looked carefully in that direction. A smile began to show on the girl's face as she realized that Sehai could be so close by. With incredible speed, Sasori began to leap across the roofs of the house and the walls that surrounded the rat palace. Her thoughts were all about Sehai, and the soul sang that the guy had come to save the girl. Otto watched the boy closely. It didn't escape his keen eyes that his energy had increased. Sehai continued to stand still, the black tiger's power expanding more and more around his body. The fire around the guy flared up with renewed vigor. He was completely focused on the enemy in front of him and couldn't allow a slip on his part. Dark energy surged out of the blade and managed to break through, forming the black tiger's muzzle above Sehai's head. A huge muzzle appeared in the air, opening its mouth wide with a thunderous roar. The tiger's muzzle began to approach the guy with crushing energy. Hands on fire put a block on this dark energy. The black tiger's muzzle crashed into the guy's palms and couldn't advance any further. The onslaught was so strong that Bottle, with his feet on the ground, began to pull back. Fire blazed around him, flicking over to his enemy. The roar echoed throughout the neighborhood. The guy was happy with what was going on. He was able to stop the black tiger's onslaught with his hands. The fires of victory burned in his eyes. Sehai swung his blade several times, breaking the stream of fire that flew at him. Except it didn't get the job done. The fire continued to twist around him and sting with its tongues. Gathering his wits, he did not back down and regain his acceleration for another attack. The girl was already too close to where the fight between Sehai and Bottle was now taking place. A pillar of flame erupted so close to her that she had to duck slightly to avoid it hitting her. She stood on the wall and rested her arms at her sides, assessing the situation below. Watching the two guys fight, the girl came to the conclusion that Sehai hadn't come to save her. The fight was now in full swing. All 9 of Sasori's tails began to lose their size and shrinking, hiding under the folds of her skirt. She crouched on the wall, hands tucked under her cheeks, and began to watch what was happening, not interfering with their fight. Adil appreciated the guy's newfound strength, because his talismans burned even ghosts, and he managed to repel it so easily. Sehai was in no mood for chit-chat. He swung his blade once more. Energy surged out with renewed vigor, dissecting the remnants of the talisman technique. Fiery tongues hovered in the air around the guy. This did not confuse Bottle in the slightest. Taking the new talisman in his hand, the guy quickly released its power with a few gestures of his other hand. A thin red ribbon swirled like it was a lasso. When the ribbon fully materialized, the guy picked up the lasso in 2 hands. He enjoyed what he was doing. After all, he had waited and prepared for this moment for so long, and now he was savoring every second of this fight. The whip flew towards Sehai. The guy tried several times to chop it with his blade, but the red ribbon quickly wriggled away from his attacks. Otto gripped the whip tightly in his hand. It was taut as a string, and the other end was twisted several times around Sehai's blade. The guy felt a sudden draining of energy. The black tiger's strength was being absorbed by this whip. Sehai tried to pull the blade away, but the harder he pulled, the tighter the whip clenched. Intercepting the whip in one hand, the other guy reached into his pocket where he kept the talismans he had saved. All of his attention was focused only on Sehai. With a sharp movement, He threw several talismans towards the opponent. They flew like sharp knives toward their target. Sehai continued to resist the force of the whip as the talismans flew past him, slicing painfully into his skin, leaving bloody furrows. Before throwing a new batch of talismans at the boy, Badal addressed him. He wanted to know what had happened to that good and honest Sehai, how it had gotten to the point where he had started ruthlessly killing Sansons. Sehai wasn't ready for the revelations. He snarled and resisted the force Badal had placed upon him. The boy's words infuriated the shaman even more. He closed his eyes, digesting all the information that opened before him. Unable to stand it, Badal's emotions took over from reason. He was trying to convey to the guy that killing a Sanson is tantamount to killing a human being. He kept holding the guy and making his point about the whole thing. His body was overflowing with anger. He thought Sehai was a criminal and a murderer. Except it was all empty words to Sehai. He wasn't going to stop at anything. At this moment, Badal was truly surprised. It was as if he saw a completely different person he had never met before. The whip in the guy's hands lost its elasticity and began to settle, and all because Sehai no longer drew back his blade, but instead lunged forward straight at the shaman. Badal pulled out his talismans with incredible speed and slugged them towards Sehai. The talismans flew toward the guy with a sizzling sound. The closer they were, the more they began to sparkle. Sehai focused his attention entirely on them, but he didn't have time to do anything as loud explosions with hot flames surrounded the guy. He had to squeeze his eyes shut against the bright flashes and loud pops. This maneuver worked well in the shaman's strategy. He was able to divert the guy's attention and get as close to him as possible for his next attack. Sehai spotted the guy just in time. His blade slid behind his head and flew toward the shaman. The one managed to dodge the deadly attack, even managed to see the tips of his hair being cut off by the sharp blade. A little more and his head could have been there. Sehai didn't stop. He continued to attack Badal. The man on the verge of being hit by the blade ducked in time, but each time parts of his clothes were cut through by the sharp blade. Badal looked at his clothes, which already had a hole gaping in them. He realized he was on the verge of death, but so far he hadn't managed to stand on his feet badly. Sehai resumed his position, preparing for another attack. It was as if it was all happening in slow motion, but it actually lasted a few seconds. The boy lunged toward the shaman, right in front of his nose. The blade froze and couldn't advance any further. Badal stared intently at the tip of the blade. A little more and he wouldn't have had time to dodge. Sehai froze in place. He could only move his eyes. In his attempts to move, his body only shuddered and produced no result. Two talismans were glued and activated on his abdomen. The symbols were blazing red. The charms of the talismans spread over his body, making him freeze and unable to move. And then the charms of the talismans made the lad crouch to the ground. He could not resist such unearthly power, even though I tried really hard to do it. Badal looked down at the boy from top to bottom. He was pleased with his success. Sehai's body continued to shake, trying to resist the charms. The shaman raised another golden talisman he had saved for this moment. He was pleased and longed for retribution for the sins Sehai had committed, and especially to punish the black tiger. It was the moment Badal let the explosive talismans go in front of him that he needed to distract the guy's attention in order to pin the main talismans on him. If it hadn't come out, things could have ended badly for him. In his hand, another talisman began to spark and turn into a red whip. Then that whip flew towards Sehai and coiled around the guy's body like a snake, squeezing him tightly. Sehai looked up frightened and couldn't believe he had fallen into this trap. Unable to stay on his feet, the boy fell to the ground. Because of his bound hands, he didn't even have a chance to prop them up before he fell. Holding another talisman in his hand, Badal continued to look towards Sehai. The boy had his own ideas about the black tiger and meeting him. He had been hunting him for years, and in that time he had managed to thoroughly visualize what his encounter with him would be like and how he would behave. And it all just didn't pay off. It was about the snow row that was killed by the trap of the shamanist Yahello. Sehai remembered the incident well. Unexpectedly, he accepted this charge. The talisman in the boy's hand began to ignite as quickly as his anger raging in his chest. Sehai could have lied about it, knowing what awaited him. That was the last straw for Badal. The talisman was already burning brightly. The guy at this moment only felt a thirst for revenge and intense anger. The voice that sounded behind the shaman's back made him freeze in place. He didn't expect there was anyone else here. Sasori continued to sit on the roof. All this time, she had been silently watching their battle and had not allowed herself to interfere. But that moment had come when she had to intervene. Badal turned his head, puzzled at the voice coming from behind him. The girl immediately introduced herself by her real name. She acted like everything that happened here was just a game. To the girl's surprise, the guy had heard her name before and had an idea of who the girl really was. Recognizing the girl as a nine-tailed fox, the guy lowered his talisman, which was still blazing. He bowed his head and lowered himself in a slight bow. His voice was polite and courteous. He also told the girl who he'd heard about her. Sasori liked the guy's tact. He was courteous to her, and she loved that kind of behavior in his direction. She spoke to him in the same polite and calm voice. Otto decided to check with her to see if the girl realized that the black tiger himself was not an ordinary guy in front of her, to which she replied that she knew who Sei was. This seemed strange to the shaman. He couldn't understand why she hadn't used her power on him first then and punished him as a Sanson killer deserved. Except the girl had other thoughts on the matter. She even made a vow that she would make sure the guy didn't kill any more Sanchonas just for fun. A doubt arose in Bottle's soul about her words. He couldn't believe her words. All the while Sei Bound lay there watching the girl and her actions. Realizing that talking was bringing their dialogue to a dead end, Sasori slowly began to rise to her feet. The girl deftly flew from the roof of the wall into the courtyard where the boys were. Her pupils narrowed and her eyes flashed a red hue. She was serious about taking Sei away from the shaman. An insanely strong energy began to emanate from her body in waves that pressed down on Bottle. He felt it immediately as soon as she stood in front of him. Bottle stared at her absent-mindedly with wide-open eyes. He couldn't believe that a girl could have such terrifying power while still being in the guise of a human. The wind rose up around the girl. Her energy continued to emanate from her body. She warned the guy that if her tails showed, then it would be too late to negotiate with her. The guy's determination was impressive to Sasori. She saw it in his face. To her, he was very interesting. He wasn't afraid to confront her, knowing who was in front of him. The girl's pressurizing aura began to subside. She folded her arms to her sides. Her face changed, and so did her voice. The whip gave a slack. Sei took notice. His body was swelling so badly that he could no longer feel anything. When the whip was completely gone from his body, the guy tried to stand up. This he had great difficulty in doing. Every muscle ached unbelievably as if it had been burned with fire. Bottle had warned him that it would last another half a day. The only thing Sei could think about right now was the uncle who was the reason they had come here in the first place and tried to rescue him from Yang Juhang's hands. Bottle told him the information he'd learned. He needed to find someone named Kim Teeman to get the keys to open the door behind his uncle. Sei pointed to the mountain of rats that was nearby. Somewhere in that pile of little corpses lay the body he was so interested in. Sai's body was very weakened. It was all shaking and incredibly sore. But even in spite of the hellish pain, he gathered his wits and began to rise to his feet. Naturally, he couldn't leave his blade lying around and picked it up from the ground. Otto began to urge the boy to get some rest. He realized what a hellish pain had come over him, but Sei was too stubborn to obey him and silently walked to the side. Otto was surprised at this insight of the girl. She was seeing him for the first time in her life. Sasori praised him for the lad's strong spirit, but she couldn't say that about Sei. So she felt it was her duty to be there for him. The only thing that bothered the shaman was the black tiger inside Sei, which was mercilessly devouring the Sanchin. Except the girl was of a different mindset. She spread her arms to the side and informed the guy that he hadn't hurt a single Sanchin in the time she'd been around Sei. The girl said goodbye to the guy, waving her hand at him. He saw her off with a look and said nothing. She leapt out onto the roof of the wall with ease and disappeared behind it. It was only when the girl was out of sight that the guy was able to exhale. He himself couldn't believe what he was doing and was grateful to the higher powers that had prevented this fight from happening. He raised his hand and looked at her. She was all wet with excitement, and he only noticed it now. There was an atmosphere of fun and euphoria in the air. Sansons of various colors had fun, played musical instruments, sang songs, and danced. The most active circled around the fire. Rhythmic music was playing. Everyone brought their own zest to this dance. A magpie in the guise of a man was also present at this celebration. Through the cheerful noise and clamor, the girl tried to shout to Hong Duk. She walked around the clearing where the Sanchonas were partying and shouted loudly time after time. And after a while, someone answered her call, recognizing her name. In front of her stood an old man dressed in white robes. His long gray beard reached all the way to the ground. He looked like he was older than old age itself. The magpie waved at him affably. She obviously recognized the old man, but only the old man apparently did not recognize her as the girl she was and made an obscene joke in her direction. Or maybe not even a joke. Such an obscene statement made the girl flare up in an instant. She yelled at the old man at the top of her voice that he would never dare to think such a thing about her again. Han Duk only scratched the back of his head and apologized to the girl. He had mistaken her for someone else. There was some awkwardness at this point. Luckily for him, Soroka had come here on business. Her face changed and became serious. She didn't have time to figure things out. The old man's eyes widened when he heard the girl's voice. He immediately realized that this was going to be about serious matters and the fun that continued to hover around them. The old man brushed a hand over his long beard, savoring her words. She nodded and warned him that everyone should listen to her. The old man's reaction was a bit unusual. He grinned ear to ear with his toothless mouth, his eyes sparkling with joy. Apparently, he was thinking about something else at that moment. Magpie was slightly surprised at this reaction. She had expected him to be more serious. After all, she had come to tell something very important. Han Duck turned sharply toward the gathered Sanshin, spreading his arms and shouting across the clearing to attract everyone's attention. He summoned his friends to hear the news that Soroka had brought. The Sansins turned around at the old man's cry. Everyone looked surprised. No one expected that someone might come to them with news. They were all excited and eager to hear this news that the girl had brought them. A huge number of Sanshinas have forgotten about music and dance. They all huddled in a ring around the old man and Soroka. Everyone wanted to get close so they wouldn't miss anything. Adults and children alike looked at her with shining eyes. They were all waiting for something interesting and unusual. With bated breath, the Sanshins were ready to listen to her. The old man was pleased that all his friends quickly gathered around them. He passed the word to the girl. She was shocked at exactly how Han Ducka had presented the news. Magpie didn't even have time to warn him that she would have to talk about serious things. And they were all waiting for something fun. There were many shining eyes looking at the girl. It had all confused her, and she now found it harder to report the trouble that was coming to their village. Her voice was uncertain, as if she didn't trust her own words. Cyclone stared at her with his one big eye. He didn't like the beginning of her story. The other Senshin, however, hissed at him. After all, it wasn't his story and he had nothing to pick on. The two Sanshins forgot why they were called and started arguing amongst themselves. Their argument lit up like a match, and after a couple moments, they started pushing and kicking each other. The others supported their burgeoning conflict and turned their attention to the fight, forgetting about the girl. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, the old man opened his mouth and his voice rose above everyone present. Han Duck regained his friend's attention and turned it back to the girl, who stood like that, watching all the Sanshin present. The two who had started the discord froze and returned their attention to the girl again. Bringing her attention back to herself, Magpie coughed. Her voice sounded louder and more confident now. She was already used to the peculiar audience and paid no attention to their overly cheerful faces. Her question caused a rumble of voices to rise again across the clearing. Each Sanshin saw fit to report how many times he had been there. Everyone wanted to stand out among the others. They were cheerfully raising their hands as if they were participating in some kind of contest. Except there was no fun for the girl. She informed them of the tragedy that had occurred in Scarlet Thunder and Wimek, how all the land was scorched by fires and all the Takabai died. And now the moment of truth had arrived. She spread her arms and made her suspicion of their village known. No more merriment could be heard. Everyone began to whisper and look amongst themselves. From the entire crowd that surrounded Soroka and the old man, a single hand rose up. The girl took notice and looked in the direction of whoever had picked her up. The girl had to explain to the little one why those who couldn't die were dead. Tears came to the child's eyes as he realized the full meaning of the words the girl was trying so hard to convey to the others. The comparison was slightly odd, but Soroka supported the theory and added a nuance that had weighty implications. At that, her face was too intimidating. All the children who heard this began to cry loudly, tears rolling from their eyes without stopping. That's what she wanted. To give them a chance to survive, they needed a good scare, to make them really believe in the horror and reality of death. She continued to build up the suspense. In a concerned voice, the old man turned to the girl. He wanted to know who intended to strike at them. The old man opened his mouth in horror, his face turning pale. It had been a long time since he had heard the name, but he knew the terror his master carried. The other Senshinas had heard the same. They knew that those who had met the Black Tiger at least once in their lives were never seen again. To the Sansins, he was a living death. A girl emerged from the crowd. She addressed Soroka in a calm voice. Sa looked at her. Sanshin introduced herself as Hagoma. She was an incredibly beautiful girl, with black hair braided into an intricate style of pigtails. There was a long spoke with red ribbons sticking out of her hair. The clothing was traditional, except the girl was wobbling in the wind like a leaf. There was no emotion on her face, but doubt burned in her soul. To her knowledge, the Black Tiger was long dead. Okaki knew she would face mistrust, because her voice did not waver and doubt could not overcome her. She should have warned everyone. After all, everything pointed to the Sanshin hunter being alive. Despite all of Soroka's arguments, She continued to insist that the black tiger didn't care about Takebai. She survived despite seeing the hunter with her own eyes. Alkaki jabbed a finger in her direction. She was lucky to be alive, but that was no guarantee for everyone. The girl tried to speak as seriously as possible so that she would start to be listened to. The old man and the girl were silent. They didn't know what to say to her warning. It was too sudden. A few minutes later, Han Duck raised his hands to his sides and motioned to Soroka to look around. To look at all the creatures gathered here. She looked at the Sanshines who had crowded around her. Everyone stood and listened intently while the old man talked about how they should all have fun and that was the only way they could live. The old man's speech was unyielding. Even if there was danger, he wasn't going to change the device of their lives because of fear. With annoyance, the girl had to agree with his decision. She realized she couldn't do better than that. At least she warned them. The magpie fluttered on its black and white wings and took to the air. Han Dok raised his head. The girl had warned that a guy who could help them would be coming over soon. Being already high in the sky, she shouted his name. The old man escorted her with a glance. The magpie landed on a branch, noticing the suspicious people below. From here she had a good view of the gathered men, all wearing the same uniforms and armed. She didn't understand why they were in territory that people didn't normally venture beyond. Her attention was drawn to a man sitting on a rock. His arms were folded across his chest and his eyes were closed. He looked like an ordinary man, but the girl felt a sinister power in him. The warriors seemed strange and unusual to her. Spreading her wings, she wanted to fly closer and listen to their conversation. But something went wrong. It was like she was knocked off a branch and in a second, she was flying upside down. Turning in time, the girl managed to grab the branch with her hand. She held onto the branch in bewilderment and couldn't comprehend what had just happened to her or why she had even started to fall. Not so far away from her, in another tree stood a girl. Her arms were folded and hidden under the wide sleeve of her clothing. The girl looked at Soroka, wondering why she was so interested in the people downstairs. But what was most unexpected was that the stranger knew Soroka's name. She pronounced it with a slight smirk, showing off her knowledge. A sense of danger fluttered in Soroka's chest with as much force as her wings were now flapping, holding the girl in the air. She wasn't wrong in her guess. Lingering in this place was too dangerous. She flew upward like a bullet, ending up above the treetops. The stranger followed where she flew. Sang Mai continued to watch and hid her caustic smile behind the wide sleeve of her clothes, finding herself as high and far away as possible from where the warriors and that strange girl were gathered. Ulkaki saw something in front of her that made her freeze in midair and her heart skip a beat. In front of her was the dragon's huge maw, which opened slightly with a menacing growl. An impossibly white light burned inside the mouth. The girl couldn't believe what she saw with her own eyes. In front of her was a giant Sanshin dragon that hovered in the air. His maw opened in a loud and extended growl. He was several times the size of the girl. Against his background, she seemed like a small black dot. Not believing his ears, Seihai asked back a little too loudly. He heard it sounded like he was talking about the Pearl of Ueju. Sasori gently touched her finger to his lips, urging the boy to be quiet. He overreacted emotionally to her story. The girl still held up a raised finger. Her mouth was full of food. But despite this, she continued to speak, and all her words were very slurred and difficult to make out. Sehai looked at her as if she'd said something stupid. He practically did not understand anything from her words because he asked the girl to worry and to repeat already clearly. Sasori began chewing her food more intensely. They were having lunch at the same tavern. It was a meager lunch as they had hardly any money left. Sasori began to talk about her adventures in Daken and how she had almost managed to get a lot of money. Sa's face changed. He became more serious and asked the girl to elaborate on the beads. She retold him the story she had heard from the rat, and that the beads were stolen by the Takebai. The girl blew into the hot cup of tea to cool it down. The guy didn't quite know what she was talking about, but Sasori was in an overly elevated mood. The girl explained to him her point of view on the situation, but even here, Sehai didn't understand why beads belonging to a dragon could end up in Takebai's possession. The girl reached for a modest sweet for her tea and took one piece. She didn't know how it happened. Sehai still didn't fully understand how this could have happened to the pearl, but he was certain that he needed to take it away from Takebai. The girl was popping a rice ball into her mouth at the same time. She started talking again with a mouthful of food, but this time she managed to get the words out clearly. Sai was determined to really go to war against the Takebai just to get Yaojia, except the girl took his words too easily. She waved her hand as if to ward off bad thoughts, but the guy was angry. He didn't like that she questioned his abilities. There was bitterness in his voice, and the look in his eyes could have sizzled her at this point. The girl behaved calmly. She was not intimidated by this attitude of the guy. In addition, she told him that the black tigers had not dared to cross Takebai's path before. Sasori lifted the plate of sweets, asking if she could order another. Sehai was puzzled. He had no idea that the Takebai could have such power that the black tiger himself didn't dare go after them. A doubt stirred in the lad's soul. When talking about a serious topic, Sasori managed to act as if they were discussing something insignificant. The girl deviated slightly and called loudly for the lady of the house to bring another batch of rice sweets. The lady of the house approached their table. She warned with a slightly chagrined voice that they were closing. The girl and the guy glanced over. Unable to bear her curiosity, Sasori decided to find out the reason for such an early closing, for not even the sun had begun to set. Finishing her sweets, the girl continued to ask questions. She wondered what the reason was. She supposed it could have been a bad omen, but it turned out to be something else. On this day, Takeba was having a festival, so people would go home early and close up. The girl put her finger up. She remembered hearing from someone that two men had been fighting in the woods all night, but as soon as morning came, their fight broke off as one of them turned into a tree and the other man was left in great bewilderment. So she also remembered another story about a strange old man with a lump on his neck who sang very well. Hearing his singing, a great number of Takebai gathered near him. They liked his singing so much that one of them relieved him of his lump and granted him a mountain of gold. Listening to her stories, the woman put her hands to her sides. She also narrated that on this day the Takebai come to visit them. The 5 Takebai children come to her house and ask her to make 1 plate of rice balls. The woman has no choice but to honor their request. They give her 1 liang, and when the children leave, the coin turns into a leaf, and the woman is left with no money and no rice balls. The hostess looked up and only now noticed how quickly time had passed and the sun was beginning to set. As soon as the woman turned away from the visitors and wanted to go to collect sweets for their journey, as a thin voice sounded nearby. A small boy stood on the doorstep. You could tell immediately from him that he was a Takebai. There was a single coin in the child's hand, his whole body shivering, his hair disheveled, a thin trickle of saliva flowing from his mouth. He wanted to buy a rice cake. The hostess jumped up on the spot in surprise. She tried to hide her face with her hands so he wouldn't notice her consternation. The woman hadn't expected them to show up on her doorstep so soon. Sasori saw little Takebai cheer up and rejoice. She started calling the baby's name. She thought he was very funny and cute. The hostess was surprised to see such a reaction in the girl. The kid kept shivering. He was scared and hesitated to approach this girl, but step by step he started to approach her. Seeing his hesitation, Sasori continued to beckon to the baby, Sehai in the meantime silently reaching for the last of the rice candy. He lifted the plate on which the rice ball lay and offered it to the little one. The girl stared at the balloon, for it was meant for her. After a while, little Takeba was already munching on the treats. The kid was sitting at the same table with Sehai and Sori. They watched this hungry kid eating rice balls with gusto. Sasori apparently didn't hear well and asked him his name again. The girl stretched her lips with her fingers as if trying to tear her mouth open. The baby saw this and got excited and corrected her. While the child was enjoying his meal, Sehai decided to ask a question that interested him. At this time, the hostess brought a plate of rice balls that they had recently ordered for the baby. Sehai continued to talk to him. The woman placed a plate right in front of little Takabi. His eyes lit up at the sight of the sweets, and saliva began to flow out of his mouth twice as hard. He began to shiver again, only this time not from fear, but from the desire to eat every last crumb as soon as possible and enjoy the flavor. Except that just as the child was ready to attack the candy, Sehai yanked the plate out and pulled her to him. The child looked puzzled at the empty table and his hands caught the air. After hearing everything that was important to the lad, he asked little Takeba one last time to escort them to the festival. Afterward, he returned the plate of rice balls to the toddler. In the dark forest, illuminated by the light of the moon, Sehai and Sasori advanced into the depths of the thicket. Little Takeba led their column and led the way to where the festival was being held. The girl looked around. She wanted to see how much longer they would have to walk. They've already gone far enough. Unbeknownst to Sehai, Takeba appeared in front of him. He came down top to toe, one of his eyes wide open. He was trying to scare the people who were wandering through the night forest. Sehai stared at him silently as he continued to stare at the guy. Both were silent. Takeba was counting on the guy getting scared and starting to run out of the woods. It was a fun distraction for the spirit. Except Sehai walked past him without even blinking an eye. Such stunts hadn't impressed him in a long time. This only proved that the festival was just a little ways away. Hanging upside down, Takabai swept his one eye over the departing Sehai. Thoth put his hands behind his head and felt sad that this guy was so boring and his little prank had failed. As at that moment, Sasori crept up behind him and shouted loudly in the one-eyed man's ear. He squealed in surprise, more frightened than he had ever been in his life. Takabai fell out of the tree like a sack. He hit his back painfully and a nasty crunch of cartilage was heard. Spirit was shocked that someone had overpowered him and used this technique on him as well. Sweat dripped off him and there was labored breathing. The girl's eyes sparkled. She towered over Takabai, feeling her superiority in the art of pranks. The spirit raised his frightened eye to her. Sasori got the idea to teach this inept Takabai some cool and frightening pranks. She looked at him as if the life of all mankind depended on it. Takabai was confused. He certainly didn't expect that some person could scare him so much and also start teaching him how to do it better. Turning around, Sehai tossed the girl to calm down and not teach him nonsense. But Sasori's mood had already heated up. The girl had caught the excitement and was not going to back down from this idea. A stomping sound was heard, many little feet running in their direction. The little Takabai stood in front of the people and grudgingly began to ask the people questions. The girl and the boy stared at them in silence, feeling like some kind of criminals who had been caught red-handed. The children began to be outraged, pointing fingers at them and shouting out various options on how such people who dared to teach Takabai pranks should be dealt with. While Sehai thought of his own, Sasori looked at the children with delight. They seemed very sweet and cute to her, despite the fact that they were now angry at the couple. At some point, the children saw their friend with them and shifted all their attention to Kejinabai, demanding an answer regarding the purchase of rice sweets. Even addressing him, their attitude was not good-natured. The little ones were not satisfied with their friend's answer and started to resent him again, and then they called little Takabai a coward. Their initiative was supported by the other children. Each began to shout and call the kid a coward. They were very unhappy with him, and the little boy stood before them with his head down and tried to justify himself, but nobody could hear him anymore. While the kid was trying to shout over his friends and explain what went wrong and why he still hadn't brought them sweets, a hand reached out near him with a plate of rice balls. Sehai pulled out a plate and unwrapped the cloth so the little Takabai could see its contents. The guy offered them the same exchange. The kids were to take them to the festival and in return they would get a plate of sweets. Everyone as one immediately fell silent, their mouths filled with drool and their eyes lit up with anticipation. Everyone wanted to enjoy the rice balls. The guy moved closer to the baby and stroked his head. Little Takabai was proud that the situation had been cleared up and now no one was calling him a coward. One of the children abruptly wiped his mouth of drool and began to cover his friend's mouth, for they could not bring people to the festivities. The girl looked doubtfully at the other Takabai. Sehai looked at them surprised, for before this they had been sure that there was no problem with people attending the festival. But the problem was much deeper than that. It was possible for people to attend the festivities, just not as boring as Sehai was. The child pointed a finger at him. Their drool continued to run from their mouths, but they were adamant. It was a blow to Sehai. He couldn't even think of being branded a boring person. For Sasori, on the other hand, it was an occasion to have a good laugh. She couldn't contain her emotions and laughed at the top of her voice, making her stomach hurt. The treat fell out of the guy's hands, scattering to the grass and ground. Little Takabai was at a loss for words when he saw his treats scattered. The boy bared his blade and pointed the tip toward the little Takabai. The children huddled in a bunch, all of them very frightened and looking at the intimidating weapon. The black tiger's energy began to curve in twisted tongues around the blade. Saz's eyes sparkled with dark energy. He shifted to a different manner of negotiation. If you can't placate them with sweets, you can do it by force. The children silently continued to stare at the scary guy. Their little bodies shuddering with fear, they felt defenseless and vulnerable. Just as Sehai began to set the condition, a loud laughter erupted behind him, drowning out the boy's words. It was Sasori who decided to intervene in this hopeless case. Still, she knew she had to have a conversation with the Takabai on their terms, not intimidate the children with guns. Everyone switched to the girl and listened to her every word, forgetting about the scary guy with a gun in his hands. The girl was so absorbed in telling and teaching the prank that she switched to yelling, like a commander giving instructions to his soldiers. Taking the initiative into her own hands, the girl beckoned the children over to her, promising to show them the basics of pranks with which they could create fun and scare the common people perfectly. Sat looked at Sasori with rounded eyes, unable to believe what was just happening. A crowd of children swept past Sehai standing with his blade naked and energy hovering around him. They had already forgotten about this mean and boring guy. All their attention was on the cheerful girl who was able to interest them. The little ones sat down in front of the girl on the grass, ready to listen to her lesson on pranks. The girl saw their eagerness. Therefore, she decided to start at once. She saw a small pebble in the grass. She had one idea, to set an example on him. Sasori crouched down and reached for that pebble. Except when she picked it up, the pebble turned out to be talking. He had eyes and a mouth, and the moment Sasori picked him up, he gave a loud yelp. The girl was surprised to find herself on another takebai. She asked the little stone to introduce itself, and it obediently said its name. Even though the pebble she picked up was alive, Sasori continued her lesson and set an example based on it. The girl lifted him up and described the characteristics and also voiced the situation that could have happened to him. Sehai watched her just as silently and tried to understand the logic the girl was following. She continued to make examples, gesturing vigorously with her hands. The guy didn't quite understand where she was going with this conversation. It seemed to him that what she was saying was complete nonsense. Hearing a noise nearby, the other adult takebai decided to see what was going on. They walked straight at the guys and crowded around Sehai, all their attention drawn to the girl who was telling something very interesting. Eventually, the takebai crowd and adults and children sat down in front of Sasori and listened intently to her prank lessons. One Sehai stood back and wondered how this could even work. The girl emotionally shouted something and continued to gesticulate vigorously. Rhythmic sounds began to be heard behind the guy's back. They were quite far away but grew louder with each new beat. The fun at the festival was in full swing. The music was playing loudly. Everyone was having fun, singing, dancing. There was an energy of happiness and joy in the air. The takebai danced round a hot scarlet fire. They didn't feel anxious or sad. There was now a rhythm of cheerfulness and happiness beating in everyone's heart. On the other side of the clearing, the spirits were resting, drinking, and having merry and loud conversations. Old man Hong Duk was likewise among all his friends, humming to himself one of the motifs of the recently played melody. The old man did not immediately notice how someone approached him. He was busy with his tune and trying not to spill the rest of the wine in the bowl. In front of the old man stood a guy. In his hands he held a blade from which dark energy poured out. Hong Duk immediately realized who was standing in front of him. First, he decided to find out why he had come to their celebration. The rest of the takebai heard this intimidating name. Many stopped and stared at the guy who had come. They hoped to the last that Soroka's words were exaggerated. The guy's voice sounded too low. He without further ado immediately informed the old man and the others why he had come here. The dark energy continued to flow around him. The old man, without fear in his voice, simply told the boy that there was nothing here that he was looking for. But Sehai wasn't about to back down. He needed to find out where the pearl was, for that was what he so ardently wanted to get his hands on. The old man's answer too displeased the guy. The black tiger's energy burst out of the blade in a new strong wave, spreading like night around the clearing. A pressurizing energy descended upon those gathered around the takebai. They felt this oppressive force on their bodies. The old man remained in his seat, continuing to hold the bowl in his hand. He didn't even twitch. The largest takebai came closer to Hondaka. They flanked him on both sides, ready to start defending themselves at any moment. The old man, still in a calm voice, decided to try to reason with the lad and prevent him from making irreparable mistakes. But Sehai continued to stand his ground. He didn't want to listen to any excuses or he didn't want to compromise. There was only one way out for him, and that was to find out where Yuiju was now. A paper girl intervened in their conversation. Wobbling in the wind, she got as close as she could and started reprimanding the guy for this behavior. Sehai turned around and glanced in her direction. The girl's anger was written all over her pretty face. She jabbed her slender finger toward the guy and demanded to show her the black tiger's strength. Sehai wasn't going to go along with them. He had only come here for one thing, and he would do anything to get Yaoju. Energy rippled around him and his eyes burned with a blue glow. The paper girl was no longer willing to listen to his words. She closed her eyes, folded her arms across her chest. Her power immediately came into action. Many of her copies began to separate from her, spreading out in different directions. They were moving fast, and it was getting harder and harder to catch the real one. A whirlwind of many paper dolls flew with incredible force. The woman with her power began to surround the guy. Her copies very quickly began to move near Seth. He tried to follow her movements and not miss anything. Eventually, she surrounded him, closing in a ring of her spears. The speed was too fast. The black tiger's energy swirled behind her whirlwind. Sehai took a swing with his blade. Dark energy surged out, emitting a whoosh. He thought he found her and swung the dark energy in her direction. The force passed through the paper woman. He continued to make sweeps with his weapon, the energy cutting through the paper dolls that swirled around him relentlessly like a tornado. Once at his back, the girl decided to attack him at the exact moment he was making an attack on her doll. The moment she was about to make contact with him, The guy sensed her attack in time and managed to bounce aside. The girl slammed her energy with force into the ground where Sai had just been. A deep crater was formed at the impact site. The paper woman bounced back to her friends. After her failed attack, she had determined with precision that the black tiger in front of them was indeed the black tiger. A multitude of Takebai men encircled the lad on all sides. Sai had come into their territory and bared his blade. Now they couldn't forgive him so much and were ready to defend themselves at all costs. He once again pointed his weapon toward them, dark energy flowing out abundantly. The Takebai looked warily in his direction. Sai only needed one answer, and once he had it, he could put his blade back in its sheath and walk away, all unharmed. The strongest and bravest Takebai raised their fists upward. They were ready to begin the battle. Surrounded, Sai stood in the center, his power hovering around him as the Takebai came closer and closer to him. The boy raised his blade, ready to make the first lunge. Just a moment more, and the battle would begin. And just as he was ready to swing his weapon, a terribly familiar voice was heard. The girl across the clearing marveled at the sight of her old acquaintance. She stood behind the backs of the Takebai thugs and motioned for them to part so she could walk closer to old man Honduka. Those looked back and looked down a little puzzled, for the situation was now quite heated. The girl stepped into the circle with Sai at the center of attention, his power continuing to spread through the air. Sasori stacked her hands to her sides and questioned him indignantly about what was going on here. The guy couldn't find anything to say to her. While Sai squinted at the girl, she continued to walk around the clearing and call out to Honduka, asking him to come out to her. The paper girl didn't like this familiarity on Sasori's part, and so she began to resent it. She jabbed her finger at her and demanded an explanation. Ninetales turned around. She stared at the paper girl for a while. The paper girl kept following the wind, but stubbornly remained upright. That's when Sasori realized who stood before her. She recognized the girl as the latest work of artist Choi Sunshin. The girl gazed with admiration at the last portrait painted by the suicide. Also, Sasori suggested that the artist would not have liked the behavior of his creation, and it would have made him very upset, or maybe angry. Paper girl looked angrily at the girl, but didn't answer anything. The old man made his way through the crowd that huddled around the strangers and looked toward the redhead. The paper girl also turned around to look at Honduka. Takebai recognized Sasori immediately. She waved at him in a friendly manner and greeted the old man. He wondered what could have brought her to their party. The girl pointed her thumb behind her back, just where Sai stood. She asked the old man not to fight him, for in truth, that wasn't why he came here. The guy watched silently as the girl tried to cool the heated situation. Honduka was surprised by this statement, for they already knew that the black tiger was standing in front of them. The others watched the situation silently and warily. Sasori shivered a little when the old man informed her that he no longer had Yuiju. After all, it wasn't too long ago that the rat had informed her that the pearl had been taken by the Takebai. That's when the old man told her that he had already given the pearl to other people he had made a deal with. He laughed awkwardly and scratched the back of his head. Shock fell on Sasori's shoulders. She certainly hadn't expected the Takebai to be so quick to find someone to trade the pearl from them in such a short period of time. She was scared, too, for the fact that the old man might have traded her for some trinket. Sasori stopped holding herself and jumped up to Honduka. Grabbing him by his shoulders, she shook him slightly and began to irritably yell about the recklessness of his action. And at that moment, the old man began to laugh loudly, for just now he had made a joke of her. Of course, he didn't trade such a valuable artifact for some trinket. The girl fell for his ruse. Everyone around her started laughing with her. To Sasori, on the other hand, it was tantamount to an insult. Her face turned crimson and her eyes disappeared into the shadows. She was on the verge of exploding at this point, but she held herself together with the last of her strength. But Honduka was no longer unstoppable, and neither was everyone else present in the clearing right now. Everyone was amused that the old man had managed to divorce the red-haired girl like that. Yet the girl's patience was not unlimited. She exploded and started screaming loudly, clenching her fists. Her face turned even redder. Sasori grabbed the old man by the beard and was ready to hurt him, but then he told her what he had exchanged the pearl for. This information made the girl freeze in place and think about his words. She continued to hold the old man by his long white beard, and also kept her fist steady, ready to use it at any moment and decorate Honduka with a purple-black eye. The old man continued to talk about the uniqueness of the imperial sword. After listening to him to the end, the girl realized that the transaction was made by equivalent items. As she did, she also asked him why he needed such a strange object. The old man, fixing his beard, which had almost been torn off, looked at the girl with a slightly distraught look. The answer was simple. They also valued good blades, but they didn't need Yuiju, so this exchange was favorable to them. Stepping back a bit, she folded her arms across her chest and asked who exactly he had given the pearl to. Sehai was still standing behind. He didn't interfere and listened intently to their conversation. The old man immediately replied that he had given the pearl to an official named Cho Jebong. Hearing that name, Sehai couldn't believe his ears, so he decided to ask again. Suddenly, he only heard it. Sazori immediately turned to him, surprised that he could have heard that name. Then the guy explained to her why he got so worked up and why he knew the name at all. The girl was glad that the one Yeju was given to was quite famous. That way, they won't have any trouble finding him. She turned back to the old man and decided it was time to say goodbye. There was no point in them sticking around any longer. One last time before they left, Hong Duk decided to warn the girl and asked her to be careful. She looked at him and it alarmed her, so she decided to find out the reason. What the old man said shocked the girl. She stared at him with her mouth and eyes wide open. Han Duk only confirmed her apprehension that Cho Jebon was not a simple man. For Seha alone, this information caused hilarity. He began to laugh softly. Sazori turned to him in shock as everyone else turned their attention to the guy. After hearing everything he was interested in, the boy turned around. He was glad that the two parts of Yeju were in the same place. The others silently escorted the departing guy with glances. No one else dared to speak to him. Even Sasori looked at him silently. The old man moved closer to the girl and expressed his misgivings about this guy. Sasori only shrugged and agreed with him. She already knew that. Before leaving the festival, the girl decided that she should warn the old man of the danger that hovered around. She hoped her words would be heeded. Han Duk didn't say anything else to her. The girl turned around and rushed in the direction Sehai had gone. The old man pondered the girl's words. He couldn't understand why she was warning them of the danger. Perhaps they should have heeded her words. The paper girl announced that dawn had come and that it was unlikely that anything would happen today. Saribai stopped and raised his head to the dark sky. He stared at the full moon, his head full of thoughts. He picked up his wooden apprentice blade and looked at it, gripping the hilt tightly. All his thoughts tensed. Sazori stood on the edge of a cliff with a great view of the entire village lying below. She noticed that on the night of the full moon, no lights were on in any of the houses. She turned back to Sehai sitting by the fire. He sat silently watching as the flames devoured the dry branches. The guy didn't answer anything to the girl. He silently took a branch and lightly moved the fire. Sasori kept trying to talk to him, but the guy was still staring emotionlessly at the fire. His mind was somewhere far away, and it was as if he didn't notice the girl. She flopped down on the grass beside him. The boy still continued to stare at the fire in the same way. Then she asked him a question that caused his facial expression to immediately stretch out and something inside him to twitch. The girl had been carrying this question around in her mind for a long time, but had never had a reason to ask it, and for some reason today it seemed appropriate to talk about it. Sasori took hold of the ribbon of her dress and gently pulled down, untying the bow. Just now, a girl confessed to having met a black tiger before. She reached out and took hold of the collar and began to pull the fabric down from her shoulder. Baring her shoulder, the girl bare her soul, pain, and sadness to the guy. Her body was riddled with scars that the black tiger had left her. Sehai looked at her scars and was shocked that the girl had once fought him. She tucked back her shirt, recounting how it happened. Even though she was stronger than the black tiger, the fight lasted for about 2 days. Sasori pulled her knees up to her chest and wrapped her arms around herself, remembering the day she almost died from his fangs. She assumed that black tiger had Yuiju with him then. Sehai jerked toward the girl. He wanted to know when it happened. Starting to remember that time, she couldn't say exactly when it was. For someone like her, living for many years, time was already flowing in a different way. And when she asked why he wanted it, Sehai pulled away and seemed to lose interest. She was curious as to how Sehai knew the black tiger and how he had gotten his power. The girl watched him with interest and his reaction did not escape her keen eye. Realizing there would be no answer to that question, she remembered the night she had treated the boy for poisoning. He was delirious at the time and kept reminiscing about blue waters. She took his silence as a sign of mute agreement. The girl assumed he was a native of blue waters, and then she remembered that they trained there to be guards for the Sanchons. Sehai didn't answer anything to that either. The guy continued to stare at the fire in silence while facts began to form in her head. The girl realized a terrible truth, a truth the guy didn't want to discuss with anyone. He was trained at the academy and was supposed to be a Sanchin protector, but ended up hunting them. Sai didn't answer anything to her speculation. He only pulled out the stashed rice sweets and held them out to the girl. Seeing such goodness, Sasori snatched the sweets from his hand like a wild animal. There was a light burning in her eyes. A moment later, she was back in her seat and already had a mouthful of rice cakes. The girl eyed the guy suspiciously. He was too perceptive that way. The girl continued to sit by the fire and eat her rice sweets, but the boy, meanwhile, spread out his camping sleeping bag and settled down under the blanket. Opening his eyes, Seihai felt a girl pressed against him. She hugged him gently from behind, resting her face against his back. The guy wanted to understand what she was doing, and Sasori only wanted to talk to him. She ignored his request to move away, arguing that it was the only way she could get her thoughts to him. He still didn't understand what she was getting at. Her voice was quiet and ingratiating. She really wanted to get through to him, for the boy's soul was closed somewhere very, very deep. Then the girl suggested that something had happened to him not too long ago. Something bad. She said this and patted his body lightly with her hand. Seihai flinched at her assumption, hoping the girl hadn't sensed it. Without thinking long, he sneered about meeting her. But the girl did not react to his barb. She still lay motionless in his arms. She could feel the emotions that came from him. Guilt, fear, he was soaked in it. She was afraid it would eventually consume him and he would lose himself. Apparently Sasori had hit something important in his soul. He couldn't let her dig that deep anymore. He wouldn't even let himself do it. The boy took up his blade and threw her a warning. The girl didn't take his words seriously, her giggles erupting from behind his back. She glanced at him with a mischievous look. With a sudden movement, Seihai jumped up from his seat and swung his blade at the girl, who reacted quickly enough to bounce a fair distance away from him. She landed just beyond the campfire. Her indignation knew no bounds, for he could have actually hooked her with his blade. Seihai warned her that if she showed her strength as a nine-tailed fox, he would use the power of the black tiger. The guy was serious, his gaze as sharp as a blade of a blade. Sasori only gave him an indignant grimace. The girl was angry, but she didn't intend to fight him now. It took her a few jumps to get higher up the tree. She didn't want to stay on the ground. Perched comfortably on a tree branch, the girl settled down with her hands behind her head. She was enjoying a moment of solitude and the scenery was pleasing to her eyes. She continued to praise the view from the height she was on, and the guy by the fire climbed back under the blanket of his camp bed. He sharply shivered and laid back down roughly on the pillow. A memory of the moment that had stirred his senses crept into his mind. He could still feel the girl's touch on his body, chasing these visions away from him. Sai shook his head violently in different directions. He exhaled heavily, for he had made a promise to himself to set aside human emotions. But my heart clenched painfully in my chest. The guy continued to berate himself for not stopping to think about what had happened. On emotion, he slapped his hand painfully against the hard surface of the bed. He also remembered Bottle and their duel, in which he was also weak. Despite the black tiger's strength, he was able to overcome him. And this all brought up another thought that he needed more Sanshin and to eventually get Yeju. A large troop of warriors were already standing at the ready. A man led them, his arms crossed over his chest and a blade hanging from his belt. They were waiting for the signal after which they would begin to execute their plan. The Tokis continued their fun. Soon dawn will come and it will be over. The music will fade. The songs will fall silent. They were savoring their last moments of joy. One of the little ones told in every color an incredible story, which he more than embellished and added what was not there. He was gesticulating vigorously with his hands and making frightening grimaces. All this he told to the adult Takubai gathered around him, while next to him stood Kejunibai himself and denied everything that the other little boy was saying. Little Takubai didn't like the way his friend had turned the whole story upside down. He wanted everyone to know the truth. Han Duck came up behind him. He put his hand on the little one's head and addressed him. The old man, wondering if the story he had heard was true, about how the fox got scared of him and ran away into the mountains. The little boy was almost crying by now because of the injustice and how much his adventure had been twisted. He raised his big eyes and looked at the old man. The old man patted him approvingly on the head once more. He did not joke with him anymore, but advised him to go to bed and get a good night's rest. Noticing something strange and unusual in the distance, little Takubai pointed his finger in that direction and asked the old man what it could be. Han Duck turned around to see for himself what the child was so excited about. 3 red lights hovered in the air. They glowed smoothly, shimmering from yellow to scarlet, lightly rippling in the wind. The rest of the Takubai also noticed those mesmerizing lights in the sky. It was something very beautiful and unusual for them. except that the old man was staring at them intently, and a worry was brewing inside him. He remembered Okaki and her words of warning of danger, Sasori's castle telling him to be on his guard. His eyes widened because he began to guess that danger had come to their home. The realization of the danger came to the old man, but too late. His voice echoed around the entire circumference of the clearing, and at that very moment those bright and beautiful lights flashed, followed by a loud explosion. The rest of the Takubai looked fearfully in the direction the explosion had come from. Many began to fall to the ground, unable to resist the unknown pressing energy. An ominous red aura surrounded the defenseless spirits. Some had already passed out, others were still trying to hang on. Where the Takubai used to be, now lay household items. They were all sorts of items. Pitchers, plates, knives, umbrellas. They had a shabby appearance. The Takubai, who were stronger, did not succumb to the effects of this terrifying attack. They felt this power upon them, but it could not break them. Another explosion was heard. Han Duck watched as his friends were now dying and could do nothing about it. The little boy huddled closer to the old man. He was scared and didn't know what to do. Han Duck felt the same way. He didn't know how to comfort the little one. There was another loud explosion. He sensed the presence of strangers in the clearing, their oppressive aura coming with the warriors. A multitude of warriors stepped forward. There were too many of them, each holding a blade, ready to use it at any moment. In the center stood the commander, having given an order. The warriors obediently began to carry it out, scattering to different sides of the clearing. Little Takubai fisted in the old man's beard and couldn't understand why he didn't sense the commander. To him, he didn't look like a human or a spirit. It scared him a lot. The old man felt it himself, but he didn't know why it was so. The tip of the blade was pointed at Han Duck's face. The man who commanded the squad approached him and demanded an answer to the question. As soon as the old man opened his mouth and wanted to say something to him, the paper girl couldn't stand it and went to attack that warrior. She made a sharp lunge toward the man. The man was able to dodge lightning fast and swung his blade. The red ribbon cut from the girl hovered in the air, right in front of little Takubai. The paper girl turned into a cut piece of paper. He watched the two leaves smoothly descend to the ground. The little boy could not believe what he was seeing now. He hoped to the last that it was all just a terrible dream. The man aimed his blade at the old man's face again. Thoth stood still, his heart torn apart for his people who were dying at the hands of these villains. Han Duck recognized the spells that enslaved his people. He was surprised that a warrior's power could spread over such a large area. Threats continued to pour out of the commander's mouth. He came here with only one purpose: to get Yaojia, and he won't leave without her. Relying on the warrior's word of honor, the old man told him where the pearl was now. Except that the commander didn't believe the old man's words. But there was one thing: the Takubai by nature could not lie. So everything he said was true. He was counting on the commander to back off now, for the old man had told him what he wanted. All the warriors stopped and looked towards their commander, his hand clenched into a fist. Thus he gave a command to his men, and the warriors sprang into action. There was a nasty sound of breaking dishes because one of the warriors had stepped on a plate with all his might. The sounds of broken and shattered objects also began to come from other places. Every man who was under the commander's command began ruthlessly destroying everything in their path. The old man couldn't stand it any longer and started shouting. His soul was torn by every sound that came to his ears, every shard that flew past him. Except the man wasn't afraid of the wrath of heaven and earth. It felt like he was even anticipating this fight. Han Duck's hands trembled from the energy that began to bubble up in his body. Anger was generating great power in his soul. He threw his hands high to the sky, calling out to the earth, begging it to wake up, and the earth responded to his call. Heaps rose from the subsoil and took shape like wings. The old man clapped his hands loudly, feeling the heat and power he was calling out to. The ground acquired the form of his hands and repeated his movements, slamming down where the warrior commander had just stood. The force was so powerful that all of the old man's hair rose upwards from such energy. The baby was still standing under his protection and looking at everything with frightened eyes. He felt the ground vibrate and shake beneath his feet. The old man's hair turned into long ribbons. They stretched an incredible distance and encircled the fire spheres. Even the little Takubai felt the change in space, his body becoming incredibly light. Something had changed, and so far he couldn't figure out what. Starry looked down at him. He gave him orders to run away and try to find the nine-tailed fox, as well as ask her to help them. The baby looked at him fearfully. but now was not the time for fear. The change he was about to feel was already in effect. It became so light because the old man had turned it into a haze that could move very quickly and get to any place in the forest in a short period of time. The little guy started to take off, promising that he would bring the fox here. While Han Duck was distracted by turning all the remaining Takebai into spirits and allowing them to escape, he missed the moment when the warrior commander came up behind him. The one swung his blade at the old man. A sharp pain pierced the old man's back. Unable to bear it, he cried out and fell to the ground. He couldn't understand how this monster had managed to get out of his land trap so easily. Shivering, he made an effort to look around, but it was too late. The commander overpowered the old man and he turned into an object and collapsed to the ground. A strong rush of wind stirred little Takebai's soul. Stopping to look down, he looked up to see what was wrong. His heart raced at the horror he had just seen before him. Something of immense size was hovering in the sky above him. A huge golden dragon hovered in the sky and waited for those who would fly away. Sai, along with Sasori, sat in the shelter. It started raining heavily, which made them have to hide. The girl grumbled unhappily at the fact that they had to hide, and yet she had slept so well. The guy decided to inquire about her condition. The girl was cold and her mood was ruined, except that wasn't what Sehai meant. He was afraid he had hurt the girl badly and scared her with his act. After all, in reality, he didn't want to hurt her. Sasori, drenched from the rain, raised her head and looked at him with a surprised look. She hadn't expected him to broach the subject, or indeed that he cared about the subject at all. Without waiting for her response, he began pulling off his top shirt. The guy held out the clothes toward the girl. Her eyes widened even more. After all, he had never shown her such care. The girl continued to stare at the guy and the outstretched clothes. She wasn't used to his concern, and this was something completely different. He didn't even look in her direction, reasoning his act out of personal considerations. It came to Sasori's attention what his personal motives were for such an act. She laughed caustically. Even so, she liked his reaction. Sahai kept insisting that she get dressed sooner rather than later, and the girl didn't mind listening to him. Not too far from their hiding place, someone stood looking in their direction. The girl was the first to notice that there was a stranger nearby. She looked up, her playful mood gone. Sahai hadn't yet realized what had caused her face to change so much. In the pouring rain, a small Takebai was heading toward them. The baby walked slowly. His gait was loose and his body was cowardly. Taking a few more steps in their direction, his body failed, stumbling the toddler to the ground. The strength was leaving his tiny body. Sasori jumped out of hiding at the same second and rushed toward the baby. Her heart was pounding. She didn't know what had happened yet, but definitely nothing good. Little Takebai lay on the grass, the rain drumming on his exhausted body. He felt sick and could only moan in pain and fatigue. The girl was already beside him. He was trying to figure out what had happened to him. The little boy spoke in a tired and trembling voice, his bitter tears pouring down his cheeks. He lost all his loved ones and spent his last strength to track down the nine-tailed fox. Sehai approached them. He wanted to know who had done this to him and his friends. Little Takebai began to tell who had done this to them. His voice grew quieter and deep cracks appeared in his face, his eyes losing their lively luster. Sehai picked up the toddler, asking him not to speak again. It was wasting too much of his energy. He wanted to get him out of the rain and into shelter so he could rest. Kejinibai's eyes began to close. Tears continued to flow down his cheeks and new cracks appeared on his face. He wanted to say something else, but at that moment, right in the guy's arms, he disappeared and the living baby turned into a broken saucer. A multitude of shards scattered and crumbled onto the grass. Sahai looked in horror at the hand where little Takebai had just been. There was a painful scramble in his soul. He couldn't believe that the baby was gone, that so easily an innocent child had disappeared. Dark energy began to flow out of the guy's blade. He stared at it in surprise. Even through the scabbard, the black tiger's strength reacted to the presence of the Sanshin. The guy turned around. In front of him, clenched fists on his feet, was Sasori. Her power raged and surged out of her body. The girl's voice became low and growling. The anger was so strong she couldn't contain herself. Her energy was suffocating everything around her. Even the rain could no longer touch the girl. She couldn't wait. The rage in her soul rose to the limit. Sasori made a strong jump and rushed to the place where the baby came from. A wave of her power nearly knocked Sahai off her feet. As the girl scurried away, Sahai lowered his gaze to his hand, which held a small shard from the baby. The rain continued to wash everything around him. He felt it now more than ever before, as if thousands of needles were trying to pierce his body. The black tiger's power surged around the guy, filling his body with might. He snapped out of his seat and rushed in the same direction Sasori had just gone. A memory flashed before Soribai's eyes as his people, his friends, greeted the man after a long journey, as the children ran to him with cheers of joy. And now before his eyes were only the shards of his old friends, the ashes and death that had fallen upon his people. He remembered everyone he had known, all their smiles, all their funny and cheerful jokes, cheerful songs, and the warmth with which they had welcomed him. The rain continued to pour relentlessly, washing away all the horror the villains had left behind. He continued to stare at death at his feet. The man could not believe what he saw before his eyes until the last. He headed in the direction the noise came from, treading slowly on the wet ground. Just as Sahai was flying over the place, he bounced from the pillar to the next tree. At the bottom, he saw a guy standing there as if waiting just for him. The guy landed not far from him. He recognized the man and approached him. Dark energy continued to pour out of the blade in thin streams. The man recognized him and was surprised to see him in front of him. And then a terrible thought popped into his head. Everything that had happened here and this guy's presence had come together like a puzzle. Sahai stood before him, one hand holding the scabbard of his blade while the other clutched the baby shard tightly. The man felt a piece of the spirit in his hands, but wanted to make sure for sure. The guy raised his hand and unclenched his fingers. In the palm of his hand lay a small piece of broken plate. He showed it to the man in front of him. The man's face darkened as he recognized the little Takubai in the shard. His energy came out of his body and spread around him. Sahai clenched the shard back into his fists. He confirmed Saribai's hunch. The man's voice was hard and sharp as a blade. He wanted to know the truth, and there was no doubt in his soul now about the boy's action. Sahai didn't refute his hunch, but he didn't confirm it either. He continued to clutch the shard, talking about how if he needed to, he could do it. Saribai wasn't satisfied with the guy's answer. His pulse pounded in his head. He could feel that the guy had done it, but there was still doubt in his heart. Once again, Sahai opened his senses to him, and if he had a motive, he would devour all those Takubai. Again, he didn't acknowledge the fact of what actually happened here this night. Saribai grabbed his wooden blade, gripping it tightly on either side. He snapped it in half in one easy motion. The man didn't want to listen to him anymore. He threw the wood onto the wet ground. He reached for his blade, which was attached to his belt. With a sharp pull, he pulled on the hilt, releasing the sharp blade. Saribai pointed his blade toward the boy. No more mock fight. The man was serious about destroying Sahai for all the atrocities he had committed. Sahai started to pull out his blade. He was surprised that the Takubai standing in front of him wielded a blade. The guy wondered if Saribai had a teacher, but he immediately replied that he had no mentor. And then he confessed that there was once a man he would like to call his teacher. Sahai stirred the man's memories, took him back to a time when he had just become a Takubai and assumed human form. That's when he first saw the man who was standing not far from him. In his hands was a blade. He was already of age with a graying beard. After a few moments, the old man returned to his training. He was not surprised by Saribai's appearance, nor did he say a word to him. Saribai continued to watch the old man's training in silence. His every movement was magnificent. It was like he was dancing with the wind. Every night, the guy would watch Shin Menji practicing, and after a while, he began to repeat the moves after him. The old man would give him a seat at intervals and watch the lad copy him deftly, and time after time he repeated his dance until he could perform it exactly as the old man himself had done. Saribai couldn't believe that he had managed to perform the entire dance, repeating all the moves exactly. Finished, he raised his hands and looked at them. Joy appeared on his face. He felt a surge of energy. The guy really wanted to share this feeling with the person he had imitated, except the old man couldn't share that joy with him. His eyes closed and his body went sideways in a free fall. Saribai was shocked then. He didn't know what could have happened to the old man. After putting Shin Menji down, the guy still sat beside him for a long time. He didn't know the cause of death. After all, the man was full of strength and energy. He sat beside him all night, scrutinizing the old man's face, trying to memorize every detail. One thing he definitely won't be able to forget is the slight smile on his lips. At the old man's funeral, all the people who attended learned that Saribai was a Takubai. They let him know there was no place for someone like him and didn't accept him. And so wandering the world, without a home or friends, Saribai found a place he could call home. These Takubai gladly accepted him as their own and he became part of their extended family. Back in the present, Saribai gripped his real blade tighter. The fire of despair blazed in his chest. He wanted retribution for his murdered family. Sah's dark energy surged and more intensely began to burst out of the blade. He got into position position and prepared for this fight. Sabiri was the first to dismount and rush towards Sa. He wanted to finish this quickly. All his emotions were shut down, the fire of vengeance ripping through his chest. Sahai took a swing of his blade in a defensive stance. The force of it lashed out and flew towards Takebai, who managed to dodge the attack in time. As the force whizzed past his head, the guy had time to think about strategy and his actions. Several more slashing dark streaks of black tiger energy flew towards him. His gaze was focused on his opponent, so it was extremely difficult to take him by surprise. Saribai was able to dodge several of the guy's attacks with incredible grace and speed. Despite his large build, the guy moved quite fast. Another wave of power was approaching the guy. He assessed his chances and quickly made a decision to act. He managed to get over the obstacle with ease and lunged towards Sa. Everything was happening too fast. They separated on different sides of the battlefield, each stopping at their own position. Sahai felt his shoulder stabbed, blood beginning to trickle from the wound. He glanced irritably at his shoulder. The moment Saribai's blade touched the boy's blood, he saw his memory, in which his face contorted with grief over the death of little Takebai. It's immediately clear to Saribai that Sahai didn't kill his family, but now it remains to be seen why he acted this way. A plan of action began to swirl around in Saribai's head, but the first thing he thought it would be wise to do was to disarm Sahai. Only now did the boy lower his head and notice the bleeding wound on his ribs. Still, Sahai managed to get him and spill blood. Sahai relentlessly continued to throw punches in Saribai's direction. He didn't allow time for respite at all, even for himself. Their blades clashed with a loud clang time after time. The force was so powerful that a painful vibration echoed in everyone's hand. Saribai sensed a distinct change in Sahai's fighting technique. He even thought he had mistaken him for another guy. His attacks were crisper and faster now than they had been that night. The blow was so powerful that the blade of one of the blades could not withstand such a hardship and cracked, flying off somewhere to the side. Only at the last moment he was caught by the girl, as he flew straight into her. She looked at the boys unhappily, holding the caught piece of blade in her hand. She couldn't believe Sahai was in trouble again. Sahai stopped and didn't move. His breathing had long since hitched. He stared at his blade in silence as if seeing it for the first time. Sahai had only used and relied on the black tiger's strength before, but now he felt his blade in his hand as if it was an extension of his body. The boy looked up at Sabiri, who continued to stare at him. The man raised his blade, which was missing the tip. At the same time, his gaze never took his eyes off Sahai. Sahai slid his blade into its scabbard and bowed before Saribai. The man was shocked by this action of the guy, but not thinking long, he did the same himself, bowing to Sahai in return. At this point, Sasori started to approach them. The girl tossed the tip of her blade aside. She wanted to find out what these two were doing here. Saribai turned his head to the girl and recognized her immediately. He was surprised to see her in these parts, which was why he looked so shocked when she approached. The girl walked over to Sahai and placed her hand on his shoulder. As she did so, she informed Saribai of the baby who had told them about what had happened at Mountain Pass. She immediately started defending Sahai and explaining that he had nothing to do with the deaths of all the Takebai, except Saribai already knew that. So his anger went to the side and he didn't continue the battle. When the guy admitted that he knew about Se's innocence, Sasori flared up, because then why didn't he immediately stop the fight? Saribai only lowered himself in a bow before her and apologized. Hearing the terrible prefix in her address, the girl blushed with anger and indignation. She really didn't like the way Saribai had started addressing her. He staggered, for he didn't know what to call her. Hearing another apology from his lips and what he was now calling her, the girl immediately relaxed and her mood returned to normal. Turning her back to them, the girl walked forward a little, and as she did so she motioned for them to follow her, since she wanted to show them what she had discovered. This was all she said in a quiet but serious voice. Not hearing the guy's footsteps, the girl stopped and turned around. Sahai continued to stand still like that, his head lowered. She called out to him and hurried him along. The boy saw what he had so carefully searched for with his eyes. A small shard of plate that was left by the baby. It had fallen from him during the battle, but now it was found again. Reaching down, Sahai picked up a shard from the ground. He squeezed it tightly. From the moment the baby vaporized in his hands, that shard had become too important to him. No one noticed his pain. Sasori and Saribai were waiting off to the side for the guy. The rain was still pouring as if it was the sky that mourned so many deaths. They reached an open area in the woods. The girl pointed in front of them and announced that they had arrived at the right place. With her hands at her sides, the girl informed them of her observations. The boys looked carefully in the direction she pointed. There were remnants of of magic all over the area, as well as broken utensils that had recently been living spirits. Sahai was the first to speak. He suspected the warlord shaman from Dangolcho of this atrocity. The girl and Saribai listened attentively to the boy. Sori wondered. She wanted to understand what drove them to commit such crimes. Sahai just shrugged. He didn't know their reasons. He could only assume that they, like him, were hunting for Yuju, who was once in Hong Duk's possession. Hearing about the pearl made Sabiri cringe. He looked very surprised. The guy talked about exchanging Yuju for the emperor's sword, which the old man eventually gave to him. The girl stared at Saribai, thinking of the blade that had recently shattered. But Saribai immediately replied that it was the wrong blade. He did not carry it with him, but kept it for a suitable opponent. He clenched his fist tightly. He wanted to destroy that sword that caused such grief. Sazari informed him with sadness in her voice that the sword wasn't the issue, and it certainly wasn't Saribai's fault. When the chatter subsided, the girl looked toward Sa, who began gently picking up broken items from the wet ground. Eventually, the guy gathered all the destroyed items into one place. They were all sorts of items that could only be found at home. He took another look at his palm for the last time. His heart clenched at the pain he hadn't felt in so long and had tried so hard to hide. When they were all done, Sahai patted the burial site for the last time, each of them silently bidding farewell to the dead. Each was in his own sorrowful thoughts. Saribai turned to Sahai. He wanted to know where they were going to go now. Sahai looked at him carefully. The guy talked about their future plans and where they would keep the road. His goal was Yuiju and he would go after her. Fire flared in Saribai's soul. He clenched his fist and begged to be taken along. All he wanted now was to avenge his family. Sasori nodded approvingly and saw no reason to refuse him, as well as offering to simply follow them. The guy looked at her slightly confused. He was having trouble finding the right words. Before he could finish his thought, he turned into a broomstick. The sun came out from behind the horizon and the time of his human life disappeared. Sasori burst out laughing. She had forgotten that he was just like Takabai and would turn into an object at dawn. It was clear to her now why he was so eager to be taken along exactly. The girl raised her broom. She showed the broom to Sahai, asking if he had any objections to it. The guy became detached again and let her decide for herself. He turned away and said something peculiar. The girl became more serious, for she understood Se's feelings. Sasori was feeling the same emotions herself. She took one last look at the grave of the dead Takabai, making a promise to herself to avenge every soul that had passed away. Sasori gnawed on her guilt. She regretted leaving even though she knew something like this could have happened. Sangmai jumped onto one of the branches of a tree. She paused with her hand on her forehead, gazing into the distance. From where she stood, she had a view of the city. The girl lowered her head and informed the commander that they were getting too close to the city already. He and the rest of the warriors were striding in the right direction. The commander turned to his warriors and informed them that their journey was almost over and they had come to their goal. Lastly, the commander once again reminded his men of their goals for this city. Finishing his speech, the commander folded his arms across his chest, the warriors responding unanimously to his commands. All as one were willing to give their lives to accomplish the task. On the training field, the wooden sword fight was in full swing. The students practiced the techniques blow by blow. All of this was overseen by mentors who stood back and kept watch, noting their mistakes. The man watched one of the students closely. He noted that his skills had improved. At the moment of his deep thoughts, a girl's voice sounded. She was running towards him, panting and calling out to him. The man was distracted and glanced at this girl. As she approached, the man recognized her and called her by name. The girl took a breath to inform Yeoman Jin of the arrival of the high-ranking officials. She was very excited about this news. The petty officer was not happy about this news. He could already feel what his headache would be after the meeting and what he would learn at the meeting. The man suggested that it could only have been Cho Jebon. Pulling himself together, he turned to her and gave her a few instructions about the meeting. The girl stood before him like a needle and nodded obediently at his every edict. The girl had already rushed off to carry out the instructions. The petty officer turned to his partner and handed him the authority for today's training. The man's voice was not cheerful, but he couldn't refuse to meet the official. Sonduk grimaced as soon as he heard who had come to them. He didn't like Cho Jebon, so he could express himself to him as he wished. The foreman himself was of the same opinion, so he did not correct him. Chino only shrugged his shoulders. He had no idea what reason had brought this man to him. All that's left is to meet him and find out. The man made his way to his room to change his clothes to something more appropriate for a meeting with dignitaries. He couldn't afford to come to them in his usual workout gear. After gathering his thoughts and tidying himself up, the man left his bedroom and went out into the courtyard where the meeting place was to be. It wasn't a man standing in front of him. The low-crowned hat could not hide the lizard face hiding beneath it. the fingers on his hands also peeking out from beneath the long sleeves of his clothes. Lizard spoke first. He greeted the elder in a slightly whispery voice. Gino recognized the lizard and was surprised to see him here. He hadn't been in the business of guarding people before. Still, the man was certain that the lizard did not like sunlight and so was surprised to see him here. Baru raised his hand and pointed upward with his long clawed finger. The man glanced with one eye to where he was pointing, but he didn't understand what he was trying to say. Apparently, the lizard was feeling the same mixed feelings as the man himself. They looked at each other, knew each other, but were like they were from different planets. Seeing the extra shoes in front of Cho Jaeban's room, the elder's face twisted with anger and he suspected something wrong. Anger blazing in his chest, the man strode menacingly towards the room where the official and what he understood to be someone else was. Baru blocked the man's path. He took him by the shoulder, preventing him from going any further as his lord had decreed not to disturb him. Except that couldn't stop the man. He batted away the arm that was restraining him, and he dashed forward. He needed to prevent what might be happening in that room right now. Cho Jaeban stared at the petty officer who opened the doors too abruptly. It caught him a little off guard, but he didn't pay it much mind. Gino's visage was grim, the gases lurking in the shadows. The clothes he saw first on the floor immediately confirmed his guess as to what exactly was going on here. Cho Jaeban demanded an answer while unashamedly holding the girl's hand. He was without her clothes, the girl trying to cover herself with the sheet that lay nearby. Tears were rolling from her tears. He looked at the elder with shame and fear. She definitely didn't want him to see her in this state, but she was also glad he had come and hoped he would help her escape this situation. The man roared at the girl, his anger knew no bounds. He screamed so loud it could be heard at the other end of the academy. Clutching the girl's hand tightly, he continued to yell at her, talking about how she could destroy their reputation with her actions. And how did she even get the idea to seduce a government official? The girl listened to his scolding in silence. He pulled her by the arm and pushed her out of that room, continuing to berate her loudly and angrily, promising that this was not the end and she was in for some serious punishment. The girl pulled the sheet up higher, flushed and in tears, and ran out of the room. Cho Jaeban silently watched this scene, and when the girl left his room, he emotionlessly wanted to know what it was now. Kang Gino fell to his knees in front of the old man, bowing his head low in the most respectful bow. He apologized to him, promising it wouldn't happen again. Cho Jaeban continued to stare at him with an indifferent gaze. The old man might have something to say, or he might have something to do, but he chose to remain silent. Only his gaze spoke for him without words. Eventually, the atmosphere calmed down a bit. The petty officer exhaled a sigh of relief as the old man let the situation go and didn't do anything about it. Behind Gino's back, obscuring the entire doorway, Baru appeared. He loomed over the petty officer like a rock. Lizard was too hurt that his kindness and respect for this man might have hurt his reputation. It appears that he did not take all measures to fulfill his master's orders. The old man waved a hand at the man, soothing the lizard's hurt pride. Now was not the time or place to be figuring things out. That was enough for the lizard to turn around and leave the humans alone. The official turned to the man. He wanted to say something to him. Gino was ready to listen to him carefully. He raised his head and looked into Cho Jaeban's face. The man sensed that the old man had started from afar. He was clearly trying to prepare him for something. Despite the rebuke of aloofness, the man was not confused and explained it all away by the fact that he was just focused on his work.